Chapter 3000. Yi Qian was the fifth to enter the water. Her right foot was the first to enter the water. Without any hesitation, she stepped her left foot into the water as well. The depth of the water was just above her knees. The cold water of the underground river directly stimulated the wounds on her knees. As the cold continued, the wounds became numb from the cold. The water of the underground river had a certain degree of impact. The water went from knee-deep to waist-deep. It was very, very cold. It was so cold that it felt like even the strands of hair were about to freeze. It was so cold that even the blood flow had lost its warmth. When the blood flowed back to the heart, even the heart that should have been warm was cold. It's deep water now. There are still two. Before Xia Jinyuan could say the word deep, he immediately changed his words. Lean to the right. After saying that, he forcefully moved his hands to the right. The water on the right, it's warm? The water has become warm. Yao Zi, who was following behind him, exclaimed his discovery. That's right. The cold water of the underground river had a warm current flowing into it. The temperature was quite high, turning the bone-chilling cold water into a warm current. This was hot spring water. Only hot spring water could have such an effect. After walking 3 kilometers in the cold water for about 40 minutes, they were so cold that their lips had turned dark purple. If they continued walking like this, they would definitely suffer from the cold. However, even though they knew that their bodies would suffer from the cold, they still had to continue walking. Now, the cold water of the underground river had merged with the hot spring water and became very warm. In a short while, the 8 Special Forces soldiers with dark purple lips felt warm all over. Even their lips returned to normal. The lights on their helmets illuminated the dark underground world. Amidst the sound of flowing water, the Special Forces soldiers, whose limbs were sore from soaking in the water, began their final sprint. They could already see the light in front of them. That was the exit of the underground river. Gradually, the water became less warm. When they were about to reach the exit, the temperature of the river dropped even more rapidly. The warmth was gone, and it became bone-chilling cold again. Xia Jinyuan climbed onto the rock with both hands and stepped on Yao Zi's shoulders. With the help of Big Shark and G3, his tall and slender body finally managed to climb up. He tied the safety rope to a sturdy pine tree. Then his comrades, who were still in the water, held onto the rope tightly with both hands. Their legs stepped on the uneven surface of the rock, and they climbed up to the shore one by one. There were traces of footsteps on the shore. These were the footprints left behind by the participating special forces. The Chinese team members also left a trail of footprints for the SFS border guards to see. After watching for a few minutes, Sha stopped looking at the footprints. The footprints were too messy, and there was no way to tell how many teams had passed through here on their way to the flying knife field. Knife throwing was also a very difficult event. The team members were required to use standard daggers. While they were moving, they had to accurately throw the daggers at a human target that was 10 meters away from them. For example, if the military officer said, "Arm," then the team members would immediately throw the standard dagger in their hands and stab the human target's arm. Not only did one need to have sharp eyes and fast hands, they also needed a high degree of concentration. At the same time, they also needed the perfect coordination of their hands, feet, and brain. At the military official's command, the standard dagger in his hand was immediately thrown, hitting the target that the military official had mentioned. This was a new subject that had only been introduced this year. It had never been done before. Therefore, when the first few teams arrived, they couldn't help but scratch their heads. Chapter 3001. When the Chinese team members arrived, there were obvious signs that the human target had been thrown. Xia Jinyuan paused in his steps as he glanced at the several daggers scattered around the human target. He slowly looked down and saw some standard daggers hidden in the cracks between the rocks of different sizes. When he saw this, Xia Jinyuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. They were all thrown away. It looked like the difficulty was not ordinary. Throwing the standard dagger while moving wasn't too difficult. The difficult part was that you had to immediately throw the dagger in your hand whenever the military officer told you the position. You couldn't pause for more than 3 seconds. That was the hardest part. Xia Jinyuan did not even ask how many teams had passed before them or what their results were. From the daggers that had fallen to the ground, it could be seen that their results were not good. Each person was only given 4 standard daggers. They had to throw the daggers at the head, chest, waist, thigh, and arm respectively. If they hit any of the daggers, they would get 0. 5 points. The 8 of them would have 32 standard daggers, so they would get a total of 16 points. 16 points. It was a lot of points, so it was very tempting. However, the difficulty was also not ordinary. I'll test the waters first. The great shark raised his hand and recommended himself. I like to play darts in the team, so I'll give it a try first. You guys can see if there's anything you need to improve on. Be careful when you go on stage. Li Jinyan said calmly. The rules are for 2 people to go on stage at the same time. I'll go. The T6 combatant raised his hand with excitement in his eyes. Good Lord, he had never played darts before. He had to give it a try first. Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and turned around to signal for the T6 combatant to go forward. He had wanted to say that he would go first, but since the T6 combatant had raised his hand, he would let him go first. The 8 of them quickly reported to the military official who would be in the first group and who would be in the second group. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were in the 4th group, Li Jinyan and Big Eel were in the 3rd group, G3 and Sparrowhawk were in the 2nd group, and T6 and the Great Shark were in the 1st group. From a distance of 10 meters, they had to give instructions quickly, and they had to throw the daggers immediately. The 4 daggers took 8 minutes to throw, but the Great Shark only scored 0. 5 points in the first round. Even with such a result, the military officials still applauded. Damn, even the expressionless Li Jinyan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It really wasn't an ordinary level of difficulty. The exercise was not to move around on the spot, but to run a 50-meter sprint. The military officer standing at the finish line would immediately give the order when the team members were close to the finish line, and the team members would immediately throw the darts. The stopping position must be the designated position. The throwing distance of the flying dagger must not be shortened. Once it crosses the line, a flying dagger will be destroyed. In the second round, G3 and young Sparrowhawk were in the second group. Both of them got 0. 5 points. Another round of applause rang out, louder than before. Yi Qian pursed his lips and asked the silent man beside him, "Don't tell me the previous contestants all got 0 points? The applause is getting louder and louder." No, the people in front of us are all top-notch special forces. Their strength is among the best in the world. They won't get 0 points, but they will get fewer points. As for the applause, just listen to it. Xia Jinyuan replied with a faint smile. His cold gaze was fixed on his comrade in the 3rd round. After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth slightly tightened. Demon King Li and Big Eel were up. The 2 of them, how many points could they get? The 3rd round ended. Demon King Li got 1 point, and Big Eel got 0. 5 points. After the 6 team members finished throwing, they only got a total of 3 points. It's very difficult. No wonder there are so many flying daggers scattered in the cracks of the rocks. Yi Qian who was up on the field, muttered softly. He took 4 standard daggers from the military official and jogged to the 50-meter starting point with Xia Jinyuan. They prepared for the last round of throwing daggers. Chapter 3002. It was another 50-meter start. As the Estonian soldiers waved their flags, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan started running at the same time. When they were about to reach the 50-meter finish line, both of them slowed down at the same time and quickly adjusted their breathing. Actually, they couldn't run that fast anymore. There were less than 5 hours left until the 5 days and 4 nights. Over the past few days, they hadn't had more than 15 hours of rest. They had to run through the forest with their backpacks every day and constantly face the possibility of being chased by imaginary enemies. They hadn't eaten a full meal, hadn't had a good night's sleep, and hadn't even dried their clothes once. Their bodies and minds had been tortured to the point that they had lost their vitality. Their only motivation was to persevere for their dignity and honor. The military officer gave the order. Both of them threw their standard daggers at the same time. Before they had time to check if they had hit the head, the military officer gave the order again, this time at the left chest. There was no time to aim and throw again. They pulled out their daggers, aimed at the left chest of the human target, and threw the daggers again. They returned to the 50-meter starting point and started running again. The waist was first, followed by the thighs. Yi Qian threw the daggers in her hands almost as soon as the military officer gave the order. Because of Wang Jin and the others in high school, Yi Qian was often asked by them to play a few rounds of darts. In order to train her eyesight, Uncle Chen made her continuously throw bullets every day. She had trained day after day to achieve her current results. Throwing daggers while running was indeed difficult. Yi Qian had never done it before, but they had all trained to shoot while running. They used the standard daggers in their hands as bullets. Once they aimed at the target, they would shoot without hesitation. Yi Qian never hesitated. As long as she thought it was possible, she would shoot immediately. As a sniper, she had to strike first to gain the initiative. Indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. This was what Principal Chen had told her personally. When the Chinese contestants left, the military officer and the referee were still applauding. A soldier was about to pull out a dagger from a human target when the military officer and the referee stopped him at almost the same time. "Leave it. Let the contestants behind see how good our female soldiers are. Although it's difficult, as long as you have the ability, you can succeed no matter how difficult the subject is." Therefore, when the SFS Border Defense Force arrived, before Shalak could say anything, he was asked by the referee to stand in front of Yi Qian's standard dagger target. The referee said to Shalak in a very serious tone, "Lieutenant Colonel, I know that you will definitely say that it's very, very difficult. So let me ask you to take a look at this. Look at the dagger stuck in it. Although it's very difficult, as long as you have the strength, you can still succeed." Lieutenant Colonel Shalak listened and watched attentively. Then he nodded. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Although it's very difficult, as long as you have the strength, you can succeed." "Well, then it's time for us to succeed," he said confidently. Seeing this, the referee said sincerely, "I wish you all the best." "Thank you. We will work hard to get good results." Lieutenant Colonel Shalak was very modest this time. He was very confident that he had learned his lesson. Before they finished the competition, he couldn't easily say that they would complete it beautifully. He had already lost face several times, and he didn't want to lose face again, in case he heard the Chinese soldiers make fun of him. Chapter 3003. Fortunately, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak had learned his lesson and avoided the awkwardness that followed. Confident in his heart, he waited for the first 2 rounds of daggers to be thrown. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's slight smile was a little unbearable. 2 rounds of teams for SFS border guards. Not a single dagger hit the target. When the third team went on stage and 2 daggers hit the target, the referee and military officials applauded and praised them. Only then did Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's smile become a little more normal, but he also understood that the difficulty this time was really high. Then, the 4 daggers that the referee took him to see just now all hit the target. Which country? Which contestant hit the target? Italy's headgear commando team? America's amphibious commando team? Estonia's commando team? The special boat team from Great Britain Island? When Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk jogged to the starting point of 50 meters with a dagger in his hand, his brain couldn't help but think. As he thought about it, he thought about the Chinese contestants. The Chinese soldiers that they looked down on had always been in front of their SFS border guards. No matter how he led his team to sprint, there was no way they could surpass them. They always thought that in the next round, they would definitely be able to surpass the Chinese soldiers who didn't have any real skills, but reality always told them. This time, the Chinese soldiers were ahead of them again. Time and time again. They thought that they would definitely be able to surpass them, but in the end, they heard from the referee and military officials at the control station that the Chinese soldiers had already left. Could it be a Chinese contestant? A guess flashed through his mind. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk suddenly shook his head. No, that's impossible. I shouldn't think too much. I shouldn't think that the Chinese soldiers are very strong. He spoke in a low voice, trying to convince himself. The SFS border guards were far stronger than the Chinese soldiers. This was something that everyone knew. He shouldn't think that the Chinese soldiers had the strength to beat the SFS border guards. Thinking like this was an insult to every soldier of the SFS border guards. So, what if the Chinese soldiers surpassed them in time? The difference in time did count for points, but the real victory was in the number of points they actually scored. It didn't matter if they were a little late, as long as they actually scored more points than the Chinese soldiers. With this thought in mind, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk calmed down a lot. Soon, he completed the throwing knife and successfully scored a point on his own. He won even louder applause from the referees and military officials, who congratulated Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk for his good result. Compared to the result of missing the target, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's 2 daggers hitting the target was indeed not bad. The SFS members also applauded for Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk. They looked at their team leader with pride. Their team leader was a sharpshooter. Even though he didn't get 2 points, it was already very impressive. But their happiness didn't last long. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk asked which country's contestant had scored 2 points. After receiving the referee's answer, the smile on Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's face froze on the spot, and his face turned green. The female soldier from the Chinese side is quite amazing. She is the only participant who has scored 2 points. She is better than any of the male soldiers. That was the referee's reply to Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk. It was as if an invisible and sharp dagger had stabbed into Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's chest, so much so that Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's vision turned dark. She was a female soldier from the Chinese side. So far, she was the only participant who had scored 2 individual points. Why was it a Chinese soldier? How could this be the Chinese soldier he looked down on? If this continued, he really couldn't help but suspect that they were actually inferior to the Chinese soldiers. Chapter 3004. It was a recognized fact that the SFS Border Defense Army was not as good as the Chinese Special Forces. Their scores in the subject competition were lower than the Chinese soldiers, and their time was also lower than the Chinese soldiers. Even their character was not as good as the Chinese soldiers. This was a recognized fact that did not need to be deliberately publicized. The generals of the observation group and the soldiers of various countries all knew it in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk did not dare to think that they were not as good as the Chinese soldiers, but since the thought flashed through his mind, it left a trace and could no longer be erased. The more he wanted to ignore it, the more he would care about it. The more he wanted to deliberately ignore it, the more often he would think about it. The Chinese female soldier is really amazing. Every time she makes a move, everyone is amazed. Fortunately, she is not as good as the male soldiers in other aspects. Otherwise, this would be a very terrifying female soldier. Before the SFS Border Defense Army left the knife-throwing arena, the referee was still sighing. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, who had left, felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Fortunately, she was not as good as the male soldiers in other aspects. Otherwise, he really did not dare to think about it anymore. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk was also very glad that the Chinese female soldier was only good at sniping and was not very good in other aspects. He was thinking about something and did not pay attention to his team members for a while. When they learned that the Chinese female soldier had scored 2 individual points, their expressions were like frosted leaves, listless, and their morale instantly plummeted. How could this be? The Chinese soldiers were clearly very weak, but why did they perform so well in the IKA assault competition? They could not understand why the Chinese soldiers, who had always been very weak, would always surpass their powerful SFS Border Defense Army. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable at all. Since it was not reasonable at all, then why did the Chinese soldiers keep surpassing them? Why? The lieutenant colonel, senior colonel, and their generals all told them that the Chinese were not terrible, and the Chinese soldiers were even less terrible. There was no way their country could be compared to their own country, and their soldiers could not be compared to their own country's soldiers. Their country was the number 1 in Asia, and the Chinese were nothing. This was what they often heard in the news and newspapers. They often saw how backward and poor the Chinese were, and how outdated their soldiers' equipment was. They used weapons and equipment that had been eliminated decades ago. It was simply a dream to want to suppress the powerful number 1 in Asia with such weapons and equipment. He had always thought that this was what they thought. Even their parents and relatives thought the same. However, after several days of competition, from the initial arrogance in front of the Chinese soldiers to the current doubts, they had always thought that the Chinese soldiers were a little shaky. They could no longer think that the Chinese soldiers were very weak and easy to bully. They really could not think so. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk. Not only did the sergeant have doubts, but the other 6 soldiers also had doubts. They looked at Shaluk with sparkling eyes, waiting for the lieutenant colonel's answer. Chapter 3005. Being questioned, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's heart trembled a little, but he was an officer, a commander, and also a decision-maker. In the face of doubts from the officers, he had to answer them firmly. Of course, we are the SFS Border Defense Army, a powerful special force. We can't lose to the soldiers of a country we've always looked down on. Officer, please remember what our goal is. Remember why we're here and what we're fighting for. I don't want to hear any more doubts from you without confidence. Losing confidence is scary, and losing confidence means losing faith. I won't allow such a thing to happen in my team. Do you understand? Please answer me loudly. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk said loudly and solemnly. His eyes were filled with indisputable coldness. It was because of his cold expression and confident attitude that the morale of the nervous soldiers was boosted at once. Yes, they were the SFS Border Defense Army, a powerful special force. They had excellent combat equipment, and they had been learning from the Western Special Forces. They also had the support of a powerful country. They shouldn't doubt. They should believe that they were stronger than the Chinese soldiers, and the Chinese soldiers could never surpass the SFS Border Defense Army. They answered Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk loudly and confidently. Their voices were also very hoarse. In order to show their strength, they roared until the veins on their necks bulged fiercely. "We have no problem. We can definitely overcome all difficulties. We are the strongest SFS Border Defense Army." They roared until their saliva splattered everywhere. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk nodded, showing that he was very satisfied. The soldiers' confident answers also calmed him down a lot. Yes, they had no problem. They could definitely overcome all difficulties. They were the strongest SFS Border Defense Army. The Chinese female soldiers were only good at sniping, but they weren't outstanding in other aspects. The Chinese male soldiers hadn't achieved any amazing results so far, so there was no need to doubt that they were weaker than the Chinese soldiers. The competition will end at 6 o'clock. It's now 2:11. We still have time to surpass the Chinese soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk raised his wrist to look at the time. His eyes were fierce as he said in a deep voice, "We still have nearly 4 hours to enter the last competition. Here, we can directly fight the Chinese contestants and teach them a lesson. We've endured for a long time. Today is the duel between us and the Chinese soldiers. Beat them. Beat them. We have to beat them." The SFS border guards raised their arms and roared with high fighting spirit. Victory was right in front of them, just waiting for their arrival. At 2:03 in the afternoon, after several hours of careful marching, the Chinese team finally arrived at the last control station to receive the mission and receive the rules of the last major subject. After receiving the rules of the competition, Xia Jinyuan looked through them and silently handed them to Li Jinyan. At the same time, he let out a long sigh. He didn't say anything. Just this one move instantly caused the hearts of all the team members to jump. F***CK, you can't do this. I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. The T6 combatant patted his chest and panted heavily. I don't feel very well right now. Did something go wrong with the competition rules again? Well, it's a big demon moth. I'm going to have a heart attack too. Colonel Xia wiped his face, smoothing out the paint even more evenly. Difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chapter 3006. Are you trying to shake the morale of the troops? After reading the rules, Li Jinyan raised his leg and kicked Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was starting to make trouble again. It's a miracle that you've survived until now. Why would he tease his comrades from time to time? Was there something wrong with this captain's head? G3 patted T6's shoulder with heartache and said earnestly, "Look at how calm young Sparrowhawk and I are. Our little hearts didn't even skip a beat. After being with Captain Xia for so long, can't you tell if he's doing it on purpose? Let me tell you a way to identify the problem. The more he says there's a problem, the more difficult it seems to be. You shouldn't believe him. If you do, you'll be a fool. You might as well be called SC from now on." T6 blinked. "I understand now, but can you explain what SC means?" "SC, is it the abbreviation for an idiot?" Yi Qian asked with some uncertainty. "You're indeed a smart person. You guessed it right." G3 gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. In exchange, T6 kicked him in the butt. "Idiot? How am I an idiot? How am I an idiot?" T6 complained bitterly. "Captain, I'm an innocent soldier. Why did you have to deceive my feelings? How could you bear to deceive someone as innocent as me? Because you're SC. None of them believed it, but you did," Xia Jinyan replied calmly. The mockery in his eyes did not diminish. "From now on, you'll be SC. It suits your temperament very well. Damn, where are our female soldiers? Come out and take him down a notch. He's such a bully." T6 looked for Yi Qian and tried to get Yi Qian to avenge him. There was no other way. A shameless Q king who had deceived an innocent man like him would not deceive the feelings of their female soldiers. Yi Qian left the battlefield and stood beside Li Jinyan. He smiled as he looked at his comrades, who could still joke around. No matter how hard or tiring it was, happiness and happiness were essential. Her man had become the youngest captain of the Snowfield Brigade. Other than his strength, his charisma had also increased. After looking through the rules of the competition, it was time for the battle deployment. As usual, the discussion time for the battle deployment was limited to 15 minutes. After the joke was over, the atmosphere relaxed. Xia Jinyuan put away his playful smile and looked at his comrades sternly. He said in a deep voice, "The top 4 teams have already entered the castle. According to the rules, this is a one-on-one competition. Previously, we learned that the top 4 contestants who entered the castle would become the defending team. But now, it seems that the rules have changed a lot. Since it's a one-on-one competition, then the top 4 contestants should have competed against each other to determine the first, second, and third place. The 4th place should stay and fight against us. But IKA Assault has always been flexible and changeable. Since there is no detailed explanation in the rules, there are still certain variables in the middle. We will only know what kind of one-on-one competition it is when we arrive. According to the rules of the competition, the top 4 teams who entered the castle will become the defending team. The contestants who come later will be selected by one of the top 4 teams and become the attacking team." Because of his hoarse voice, Xia Jinyuan spoke in a low voice. His gravelly voice had a different kind of authority. The attacking team must defeat the defending team in order to successfully take over the castle. But if the attacking team is fighting and the contestants from the countries behind come over, they can also launch a sneak attack on the attacking team. Once they succeed, the attacking team will be able to move up another spot in the ranking. Chapter 3007. At this point, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at the paper document again. He frowned slightly before continuing. "The problem now is that if any of the contestants from the other countries catch up to us, they might attack us in order to get more points. So, just in case, if such a situation really happens, we'll probably have to sacrifice a few of our people in this battle and bite the contestants from the other countries who try to overtake us to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the team members' faces darkened. Sacrificing a few of their people was the last thing they wanted to see. Their faces darkened, and so did their hearts. But soon, they all discovered another problem. "Something's not right. There's a problem. Wait, I have to go smoothly first." Almost at the same time, Big Shark, Big Eel, and T6 spoke at the same time. Meanwhile, G3 and young Sparrowhawk's brows relaxed. Instead, Yi Qian, who was playing with a stalk of dried grass, said directly, "Once you become the ambusher, you can't change your mind midway. You either win or lose the battle. If you become the ambusher's representative, you'll have to face the special forces of 2 countries. According to the rules of the competition, the ambusher needs to defeat all the special forces of both countries in order to advance by 1 place. Once you're defeated, your points will be 0. With such a huge risk, would we choose the ambusher's side?" "That's right. That's where the problem lies. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't choose to be the ambusher's side. The chances of winning a 1-on-2 battle are too slim." T6 nodded heavily. The wrong he was referring to was this. Xia Jinyuan made a fist with one hand and coughed lightly. Then he looked at the serious faces of his comrades and raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of wickedness in his deep eyes. "That's right, the risk is too great. If there's really a team that dares to do this, they'll have to be very strong and physically strong. But who can be sure that things on the battlefield will go according to our train of thought? No, we just want to make sure that we don't become the ambushers' side, but that doesn't mean that others won't, especially the SFS border guards. They haven't overtaken us so far, so I'm sure they're holding back a mouthful of blood now that they have a chance to overtake us. Even if the risk is too great, they might be willing to give it a try. If it were me, I would also give it a try. Either I win or I lose. Since there are only two outcomes, I might as well give it a try. Who knows, I might still have a chance. Don't forget why the SFS border countries are targeting us. They only want to defeat us and make fun of us in front of other countries. Now that the opportunity has come, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh will not give up so easily. His words made Yi Qian and the others fall silent. If it were any other participating country behind the Chinese side, they might not have taken such a risk, but if it was the SFS Border Defense Force, then that was not necessarily the case. With so much pent-up frustration, it was indeed possible for them to choose to launch a sneak attack. If it were me, I would choose to be the one to launch a sneak attack. Li Jinyan, who rarely spoke up. He was the captain and a commander. If there was a chance to defeat the opponent, he would not let it go. SFS Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh of the Border Defense Force was also a commander. He would definitely seize the opportunity to humiliate the Chinese side. This was also why Xia Jinyuan had said that whether it was the defending side or the attacking side, they would definitely go up against the SFS Border Defense Force. It was because the SFS Border Defense Force had always been right behind them. As long as there was even the slightest chance, the competitive Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh would definitely seize it. Chapter 3008. If that's the case, we'll drag them to death, the T6 combatant said through gritted teeth. You want to humiliate the Chinese side? To hell with that. I won't let you get away with it. After that, it was time to arrange who would drag out the SFS border defense troops. Time was short, so they needed to make arrangements quickly. The rules of the competition even state that the rules may change at any time. It looks like there will be times when we'll be helpless. I have an ominous feeling about this. Your jinx is making me feel uneasy. I'm not sure. Flexibility is a characteristic of the IKA assault competition, so it's normal for there to be rules that will make us helpless. After the deployment, the Chinese Special Forces soldiers communicated as they walked. Two people in front observed the progress while the two behind stayed on guard. They maintained a balanced speed as they headed towards the final competition point. At 2:46 p.m., Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh arrived at the final control point with his team members. Soon, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh made a decision. Just as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan had guessed, he knew that the Chinese Special Forces were still ahead of them. After reading the rules of the competition, the competitive Shahrukh only considered it for a minute before making a decision. He chose to be the sneak attacker. Even if the risk was great, the time taken would be prolonged. Even if he was defeated in the end and got a score of 0 in this round, he would still choose to be the sneak attacker. This was a chance to turn defeat into victory. Even if he had to defeat the special forces of two countries to surpass the Chinese side, he would still choose to be the sneak attacker. At this moment, the Chinese side was already close to the ancient castle. Through the tall and dense trees, they could see a dilapidated ancient building made of stone through the gaps between the layers of leaves. 100 years ago, this was the prison of Stone City, where prisoners were held. During the war, this place was attacked by artillery, and the entire castle was severely damaged. After so many years of wind and rain, the roof of the castle had collapsed, and the walls were severely damaged. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Yi Qian, who was crawling on high ground, used binoculars to observe the castle that was still standing in the depths of the primeval forest after 100 years of wind and rain. This was the final competition venue of the Chinese sides, IKA Assault, and also the place where the special forces of various countries would fight. She had to observe it carefully. This was a castle made of rocks. Because it was a prison for prisoners, the layout of the castle was not complicated, but it was very tall. It was at least 6 stories high. The walls were grayish-green, as if covered by a thin layer of moss. Unknown weeds and vines were still growing around the walls, making the whole castle look desolate and gloomy. In the gloomy and imposing ancient castle, the final battle awaited the Chinese soldiers. The judging panel received the latest positioning of the Chinese soldiers and informed them of the final rules at the same time. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly, his handsome face so calm that no one could see anything strange. After the referee finished speaking, he confirmed whether or not the referee had understood. He then replied faintly, "Understood." Uncertainty? How flexible. This was the real IKA assault competition. Now that he had received the latest rules, he wasn't surprised, and there was no need to be surprised. The team members on alert did not notice Xia Jinyuan's expression. They only paid attention to the situation around them. At the same time, they observed Xia Jinyuan's movements. Yi Qian's team, on the other hand, noticed Xia Jinyuan's expression. Seeing his cold expression, he knew that the referees must have come up with new rules for the competition. He slowly retreated from the high ground and waited for Xia Jinyuan to speak. Chapter 3009. Xia Jinyuan, who had retreated from the high ground, turned around and looked up at the sky. He said to his comrades, "Let's split into gates A and B, 2 entrances and 2 exits." The British and American teams had already left Gate A, and the competition had ended. Italy and Estonia are still competing one-on-one. Let's enter Gate A and wait for the next team. In the castle, the top 4 teams that had arrived early had already competed. The first and second teams had already been decided and were heading to the end of the competition. The top 3 and top 4 teams were still competing. In other words, Xia Jinyuan's previous guess was correct. The Chinese team had become the defending team. In other words, the Chinese team had to wait for the next team to arrive and eliminate the other team. Then, the Chinese team could leave. If the other team eliminated the Chinese team, then the Chinese team would have 0 points in this round. The first team would compete with the top 2 teams, the top 3 teams would compete with the top 4 teams, and the 5th team would have to wait for the next team to arrive. Then, if there were no accidents, it would be the SFS Border Defense Force. Should we give it a try? The calm Great Mermaid was a little restless. According to the rules of the competition, the team that arrived late could be the surprise attacker. If they won, they would be able to move up 1 place in the ranking. The Chinese team was currently 5th. If they won, they would move up 1 place and be 4th. No, that's good. Xia Jinyuan was unmoved and immediately rejected the idea. We're taking the middle road. There were a few times when we could have overtaken the Estonian team, but we gave up. If we attack now, we'll be too big of a target and attract too much attention. It's not in line with our initial plan. They were here to learn. Take the middle road. Don't compete. Don't be in the limelight, and keep a low profile to learn. Don't be too weak and don't be too strong. This way, they could protect the dignity of their country and win glory for their country. This was the hope that the country and the military had for the Chinese soldiers who came to participate in the competition. It was not advisable to suddenly compete with other countries. The Great Mermaid smacked her forehead and laughed. I'm overthinking. Thinking that victory was right in front of her, she instantly forgot why she was here. It's a pity that we didn't get to fight the Americans or Italians in this round. Otherwise, we'd be able to observe their close-range combat from a closer distance, the Big Mermaid said regretfully. In the competition that lasted for 5 days and 4 days, Half of the more than 20 courses had been fought with the United States and Italy before. In the technical courses such as crossing rope bridges, rowing boats, planting mines, obtaining intelligence, identifying weapons and equipment, shooting in vehicles, and long-distance shooting at night, the Chinese side had fought with the special forces of Italy and the United States. They had seen how powerful the special forces of these two countries were. Now that they had entered the battle between the two sides, it was indeed a pity that they did not have to fight against the elite special forces of the two countries. Although we can't fight against them, it's not bad to be able to fight against the SFS Border Defense Force. After being here for so long, we've only competed with the SFS Border Defense Force 4 times. Now that we can fight in close-range combat, let's have a good fight and see who's stronger and who's weaker. Xia Jinyuan did not feel that it was a pity. His steady voice rang out slowly. We've already fought against the top special forces of the United States and Italy too many times. We have a certain level of understanding of their strength. They must have a certain level of understanding of our strength as well. This is enough, nothing more. The Snowfield Brigade could not be exposed. If other countries found out about it, the observation team would inevitably become suspicious. Chapter 3010. The reason why Yi Qian was able to stand at the peak of the storm was because she was still a military academy student and had not joined the army. After the observation team's generals returned to China, if they wanted to investigate Yi Qian, they could only find out that she was a military academy student representing her country in the competition. Other than that, there was nothing else they could find out. Meanwhile, the performance of the male soldiers was not outstanding. The Chinese military strength could be seen from the 1999 Grand Celebration. Since they could develop so many weapons on their own, it was not surprising that they could also nurture a batch of outstanding soldiers. China was a big country, and it was a big country that had been invaded before. History was in front of them. If they were not strong enough, they might face another invasion. How could a big country that had already woken up allow other countries to target their homeland again? Being strong was something a large country had to do, and a strong country could not do without a strong military, and a strong military could not do without the dedication of every soldier. Did the SFS Border Defense Forces say China was weak? No, China was not weak. They were strong, but their strength was still improving. And in this competition, the performance of the Chinese soldiers was to let the other countries see China's progress and the strength of the Chinese soldiers. It was to let the other countries understand that China was not weak and that sometimes they would only back down because China advocated peace. Xia Jinyuan believed that the generals of the other countries already had an idea of how strong the Chinese soldiers were. Therefore, there was no need for them to compete for a place in the competition. They only needed to maintain their ranking and suppress the SFS Border Defense Forces who looked down on the Chinese soldiers. That would be enough. We don't have to think about fighting against the American and Italian special forces anymore. Let's think about how we're going to fight against the SFS Border Defense Forces later. We have to let them know that some things are not to be said lightly, the T6 combatant said excitedly. He was more interested in fighting against the SFS Border Defense Forces. The rest of the team members did not have any objections. They became the defending side and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the SFS Border Defense Forces. Without much time to waste, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan quickly completed their combat deployment and headed for the castle at 3 p.m. sharp. The Chinese team members entered from another entrance. In the roofless castle, they could clearly hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside. It was already a close combat battle, which meant the competition was coming to an end. Yi Qian had already stepped on Sparrowhawk's knee. With a leap, he stood on top of the collapsed stone wall of the castle, which was still covered with shrubs. She climbed to the top and observed the situation at the entrance. If she discovered anything, she could immediately fire. The faint sounds of fighting coming from the side did not attract Yi Qian's attention at all. The members of the Italian assault team, who fought against the Estonian special forces, felt a little regretful. Previously, they thought that they would be able to compete with the Chinese team on the battlefield once again as the defending team, who knew that the rules would change again after they arrived, making it impossible for them to fight against the Chinese special forces. It was really a pity. They had been looking forward to fighting with the Chinese special forces, but it turned out that it was not the case. At 3:42 p.m., Yi Qian, who was observing from the hidden station, noticed something up ahead. Through her sniper scope, she saw a camouflaged figure flitting past in front of her. "Attention! The target has appeared ahead." She reminded her comrades in a low voice. "Roger that. Stay alert," Xia Jinyuan answered her. All the team members entered combat mode and were ready to fire at any time. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak led his team members closer to the castle. They already knew who their opponents were. It was the Chinese soldiers they were determined to deal with. Chapter 30:11. Unfortunately, the Chinese soldiers didn't become the ambushers. Otherwise, they could have become the ambushers and dealt a heavy blow to the Chinese soldiers from behind. Although they couldn't ambush them from behind and overtake them, they could still fight them head-on. As long as they won, they could still score points, but the points wouldn't be as high as if they won against the ambushers. Yi Qian had already seen 3 disguised foreign special forces soldiers enter her sniping range. She told Xia Jinyuan their positions. "The 3 of them are approaching. Looks like they want to engage in an invading battle. It just so happens that we want to play the game of catching turtles in a jar. Don't be hasty. You keep an eye on the left and young Sparrowhawk on the right. Put them all within your effective shooting range first. Don't kill them one by one like you're plucking carrots. Keep them in the jar," the chief commander of the battle, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, said with a smile. The coldness in his eyes was like the coldness of a bow. The Chinese soldiers were lazy, weak. He remembered all of that. Now that he had the chance to teach them a lesson, how could he let it go? Let's see who's the weak one. Faced with the SFS border guards who insulted the Chinese soldiers, Lieutenant Colonel Xia wasn't magnanimous enough to let them go. How could the dignity and glory of the country be trampled on by other countries? They want to use firepower to wipe us out in one fell swoop. The assaulter in the front is leading the charge, followed by the explosives man with hand grenades at his waist. The sniper hasn't noticed them yet. Young Sparrowhawk, who was staring coldly at the right, sent him a message and sneered. "They're so king arrogant. Do they think we scouts are just decorations?" They've entered the effective shooting range. "Captain, when do we shoot? My hands are itching." "The sniper is on my side. Shoot from 800 meters away. He doesn't dare to move any further. He's staying 800 meters away." Yi Qian adjusted the scope. Her cracked lips curled into a cold smile. The effective shooting range of her sniper rifle was 1,000 meters. His 800 meters really wasn't safe. "Captain, the trigger guard on my sniper rifle isn't ready yet. It should be ready now, right?" Yi Qian asked one last time. The gun in her hand was a little special. The 11-0 Malawian Kwacha's sniper rifle produced by Night Ordnance Company was not suitable for use in the Arctic or cold regions. Snipers had to be careful when shooting with gloves on. When their fingers entered the trigger guard, they had to be very careful to not accidentally pull the trigger and cause the gun to go off accidentally. Therefore, Yi Qian removed the trigger guard. Her last question made her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade fall silent. Big Shark asked in surprise, Why did you remove the trigger guard? If this thing is removed, how are you going to put it back? This was something that could only be done by someone who specialized in military maintenance. Can you put it back? The big eel nodded. Yes, can it be put back? Although Demon King Li Jinyan was surprised, he didn't immediately ask. His sister wasn't a reckless person, so she wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. But why did she think of removing the trigger guard of the sniper rifle? How did she do it? Could the trigger guard of the 11-0 Malawian Kwacha's sniper rifle be removed by itself? Later, they heard G3 sigh. I almost forgot that you're a professional military maintenance personnel. It's easy to remove the trigger guard of the sniper rifle in your hand. I only found out today that the trigger guard of the 11-0 Malawian Kwacha's sniper rifle can be removed by itself. My knowledge has increased again. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 30:12. Big Shark, Big Eel, and Li Jinyan were stunned again. It was really the first time they knew that Yi Qian was a professional military equipment maintenance personnel. They had never heard Yi Qian mention it before. Xia Jinyuan smiled. You can install it now. It doesn't matter if it accidentally goes off, as long as it hits the target. Because Xia Jinyuan had spent time in the army deep in the mountains of Shuku village, he had entered the ammunition room, where all kinds of firearms were stored. He learned some things from there, such as the trigger guard of the 11-0 Malawian Kwacha's sniper rifle, which could be removed by a professional military equipment maintenance personnel. Yi Qian received the order and nimbly installed the trigger guard. It might have been difficult for others, but for her, it was something she could do with her eyes closed. Okay, wait for the order to shoot, she immediately reported after installing the trigger guard. Li Jinyan couldn't help but laugh. He thought he already knew all about his sister's abilities, but who knew? He didn't fully understand it until today. She was actually a professional military equipment maintenance personnel. Yes, just as G3 said, his knowledge had increased. The entire SFS Border Defense Force entered the effective shooting range of the Chinese side, and the battle was about to begin. After Xia Jinyuan gave the order, Yi Jian, who was already prepared, used the sniper rifle in her hand to kill the SFS Border Defense Army sniper, who was 800 meters away from them. Gunshots rang out and stopped the SFS Border Defense Force's invasion. Don't be in a hurry to shoot. Just take out one every now and then, Xia Jinyuan instructed after Yi Qian fired the first shot. Gunshots came from above the city wall. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk had discovered Yi Qian's hiding spot and quickly counterattacked. Yi Qian did a beautiful somersault and jumped down from the broken wall. When she landed on her knees, she replied to Xia Jinyuan, "We've been discovered. We can't take out one every now and then." When she landed on the ground, the wound on her knee tore open and her calf muscles twitched in pain. As soon as he entered the battle, Yi Qian forgot about his pain and fatigue. Unable to stand up, he rolled on the ground and hid behind cover. When Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk heard the gunshots, he knew that they had been discovered by the Chinese team. He didn't hesitate. He had just finished his deployment, but he hadn't achieved the effect he wanted. Seeing the Chinese team open fire, Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, who was a little embarrassed, immediately launched an attack. He didn't expect the Chinese side to discover them so quickly and fire from such a long distance. There was a distance of 800 meters between the castle and the soldiers' death. The Chinese sniper hit their team member from 800 meters away. Needless to say, it must have been that Chinese female sniper. Assaulters, break through the encirclement. Bomb squad, get ready. Sharpshooter Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk calmly commanded. At the same time, the rifle in his hand continuously fired at the castle's high ground. Yi Qian only fired one shot. As a sharpshooter, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh didn't discover her exact location. However, he had carefully observed the castle before and didn't discover her exact location. But from the positions of their own snipers, he could infer where the Chinese sniper might be hiding. Therefore, he immediately fired at the position where the Chinese sniper might be hiding. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh was a sharpshooter. Naturally, he had his own skills and lived up to his reputation. Gritting his teeth, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh didn't feel pity for the sacrifice of his own sniper. They were already close to the edge of the castle when the Chinese sniper killed their sniper. It was too late. Chapter 3013. The hidden Lieutenant Colonel Shahruk's eyes glowed with a ferocious light. At this moment, the Chinese soldiers were enemies that must be eliminated. If he could, he really wanted to eliminate the people who had humiliated them along the way. Unfortunately, it was impossible. It was just a confrontation that would not kill anyone, and everything else was the same as a real battle. He had no way to truly eliminate the enemy. He could only return the favor. Just you wait, Chinese soldiers. You'll be able to rest soon. I'll let you have a good rest very soon. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh, who was moving forward, gritted his teeth and muttered to himself in a cold voice. After receiving the order, the SFS Border Defense Army's explosives squad quickly entered effective combat range. Using their camouflage and advantageous terrain, they approached the right side of the castle and reported their position to Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh. Even when they entered effective combat range, they did not immediately throw grenades. They needed to get into the best combat position, which was the combat position they had designated before. Hearing the explosives squad approaching the edge of the castle, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh gave another order. Throw 2 grenades at the same time. Use the rifles in your hands to open a path for me. The assaulters in the back rush out of the Chinese soldiers' line of fire. After entering effective combat range, the explosive squad of the SFS Border Defense Army received the order and moved even faster. The SFS Border Defense Army was indeed capable. They were responsible for border reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, anti-terrorist operations, and invasion operations. They often encountered offensive operations like this. Hiding on the right side of the castle, young Sparrowhawk saw the trajectory of the enemy explosive squad. He was a scout and would not easily expose himself. Even when Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh fired at him, young Sparrowhawk did not even move to dodge. He was very calm. Adjusting the focus of the binoculars in his hand, he said to his comrades, "It should be the explosive squad. Brothers guarding the gate, get ready. Don't let them finish us off quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch turtles in a jar. Guard the gate well. Brothers will have a good time fighting down there." The G3 soldiers guarding the gate chuckled. Their guns were already set up, and they were just waiting for the people outside to obediently walk in. The images of the observation group attacking and defending had already been sent to the huge screen of the observation group. The castle was equipped with real-time surveillance cameras. At the same time, there were also cameramen sent by the Estonian troops to follow and record. The cameraman swept the camera up and paused on the Chinese scout. The cameraman, who wanted to capture the scout's facial expression, quickly realized that the Chinese scout had been in the same position the whole time, using binoculars to cover his face and only showing his chin. "They're still filming. Lower your voices when you speak. Speak less nonsense and say more useful things." Xia Jinyuan, whose back could only be seen by the photographers, reminded his brothers not to talk too much. The more they talked, the more likely they would get into trouble. Right now, they were all purposely not noticing that the SFS Border Defense Forces were invading. If they said too much and were captured by a camera, it would be the same as exposing themselves. The Snowfield Brigade would not let themselves be completely exposed let alone let the observation group see them. As the trump card of the Chinese Special Forces, even Major General Yang was a little uncertain about their strength. They had no direct superiors and no subordinate troops. A troop that came and went without a trace, like a shadow. As for their strength, it could be seen from Yi Qian. Chapter 3014. Yi Qian was trained by a world-class sniper and a first-grade sergeant major. Even so, she hadn't officially stepped into the Snowfield Brigade for many years. She was just a reserve Snowfield Brigade soldier. With such harsh recruitment requirements, those who were not strong would be rejected at the door. The IKA assault competition was indeed very practical. The rules were abnormally cruel. The team members had to walk out of a primitive forest that even explorers wouldn't casually enter for 5 days and 4 nights. The long-distance raid was more than 180 kilometers, but it wasn't a real battle after all. It wasn't a real battle competition. As the top special forces of China, if they really showed their strength, it was enough to compete with the top 3 special forces of China, the United States, and the United Kingdom. For the sake of learning, the Chinese soldiers who kept a low profile went through nearly 100 hours of marching. The strength they showed was actually average. Other than Yi Qian, there wasn't anything special to speak of. This was a fact acknowledged by the entire observation team, and it made Colonel Amitabh very happy. Especially now, he was even happier. The Chinese side still hasn't discovered the approaching explosives expert. Their scouts are too much of a failure. Now, they've given the SFS Border Defense Force a chance to overtake them. What a pity. It's already the last segment of the competition. Their failure will cause them to fall behind by at least 10 points. A foreign general who was somewhat optimistic about the Chinese soldiers looked at the big screen and shook his head regretfully. It was really too much of a pity. The Chinese side has been constantly moving forward to open up the time gap with the SFS Border Defense Force. They're also ranked 5th, with a weak score. The SFS Border Defense Force is a very strong force in their country. It's normal for them to overtake the Chinese side. Yes, the SFS Border Defense Force has performed very well in the previous years. This year, they dropped out of the top 4. Because of Italy's participation. Now that they have a chance to overtake the Chinese soldiers, they'll definitely do their best. The Chinese soldiers' performance is very good. However, I don't have high hopes for the Chinese team members. I didn't have high hopes for them from the beginning. General Kallisler looked at the big screen and heard these words. A cold smile appeared on his face. The general who said these words was from a country that had good relations with the United States. They didn't have high hopes for the Chinese team members only because they felt pressure from the Chinese side. General, the Chinese side. The officer beside him wanted to say something in a low voice, but General Kallisler raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Keep watching. You'll see something interesting. Yes, General. When the accompanying officers heard this, they didn't say anything else. They remained silent and watched the big screen together with their general. The moment the battle started, it became 8 versus 7. The Chinese side won a small victory at the beginning, and the generals who approved of the Chinese side didn't say anything. The Italian general, Colonel Leonardo, raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand why these people were so stubborn about the strength of the Chinese team. For the first time, the Chinese side had always been ahead of the SFS Border Defense Force, who had participated in the IKA assault competition 3 times. Even if they had always been ahead by a small margin, it was still a lead. Therefore, he never thought that the Chinese side was weaker than the SFS Border Defense Force. This was a fact that could be seen with one's eyes. What was there to argue about? He really couldn't understand it. On the big screen, the SFS Border Defense Forces first pressed forward with bullets. Using the advantageous terrain outside, they approached the castle bit by bit. Chapter 3015. In order to win back his lost face, Colonel Shaluk's deployment was very fierce. He directly suppressed the enemy with firepower. When the assaulters were very close to the castle entrance, Colonel Shaluk shouted, "Grenades attack! Advance!" One of their members had already been eliminated, but it didn't affect Colonel Shaluk too much. They had only lost one of their 8 members so far. Compared to the countries behind them, they were much stronger. At the very least, each of their members still had a penalty slip in their pocket. None of their members had been eliminated because of their penalty slip among the countries behind them. Half of them had already been eliminated. Only the other half continued to advance. Just as Colonel Shaluk shouted, "Grenades attack!" Young Sparrow Hawk, who had been observing the situation, sneered and informed his comrades below. The explosives team has already made their move. The assaulters are ready. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 grenades exploded. Using the smoke from the grenades, the SFS assaulters suppressed the enemy from both sides and helped the explosives team enter the castle entrance. Colonel Amitabh originally thought that the 2 grenades would definitely kill the 2 Chinese team members guarding the entrance. Who would have thought that the moment the grenades were thrown, the hidden Chinese team members dodged them at the last moment. The grenades landed and exploded. The sensors in the vests of the 2 Chinese team members didn't sound. No sound meant that they weren't killed. Colonel Amitabh, who was full of anticipation, cursed fiercely. Damn it! Their luck was too good. They actually dodged the grenades when they were thrown. They actually dodged them. Damn it! Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on General Kallisler's face. He said to the accompanying officer, "They're very strong, aren't they? The show has only just begun. The SFS border guards won't overtake the Chinese team." They dodged in time. The accompanying officer nodded. "Very lucky." General Kallisler laughed in response. "Lucky? There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. There's only skilled combat tactics. Can you win by relying on luck?" Colonel Amitabh didn't think it was tactics, but luck. It was luck that allowed the Chinese team members to dodge. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the screen. Now was the time for Shaluk to charge into the castle. As long as Shaluk could reach the castle, Shaluk would have hope. The Chinese side wouldn't give the SFS Border Defense Forces a chance to enter the castle so easily. If the SFS Border Defense Forces were to enter the castle so easily, it would seem like catching a turtle in a jar. The 2 explosives operators who had entered the entrance were immobilized by the Chinese bullets, and there was no way for them to move forward. When Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk received their report, he replied calmly, "We don't have much ammunition on us, just like them. After we run out of ammunition, they won't be able to shoot at us anymore." Due to the forceful attack and defense of their positions, the ammunition allocated to the participants of each country was limited. After the battle, there would be no more supplies. In the end, they would have to rely on fighting to complete the final competition. Hand-to-hand combat was also a small subject in this competition. Both sides had to have a hand-to-hand combat, and the prerequisite for the hand-to-hand combat was that all members of both sides had run out of bullets. He had to use up all his bullets and not leave a single one behind. After a fierce battle, the Sparrow Hawk in the sky opened fire. The electronic notification sounded. Another member of the SFS Border Defense Forces had been eliminated. Colonel Amitabh gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Chapter 3016. The SFS Border Defense Forces assaulters, who were close to the edge of the castle, immediately fired up high to provide cover for the team members behind them as they approached the castle. When Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk knew that another team member had died, the viciousness in his eyes deepened. "Let's fight another round. It's almost time for us to engage in hand-to-hand combat." Li Jinyan, who did not waste a single bullet, said calmly, He was in the second sniper's position and had hidden himself very well. And the target of his sniping was none other than Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk. A cold wind blew through the castle, and when it entered the narrow space, it emitted a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. It was as if countless wandering souls were crying, and it gave off an eerie feeling that made one's hair stand on end. 2 of the SFS Border Defense Forces bomb squad members had already entered the castle. They threw the last grenades they had at the gunpoint. Holy shit! When the T-6 combatant saw the grenades falling from the sky, he picked up his rifle and jumped towards the pile of rocks on the other side. He was just a hair's breadth away from being killed in action. After hiding well, he raised his rifle and fired at the entrance again. With a vicious look in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "It's about time. The 2 bomb squad members have run out of bullets. Retreat and lengthen the battle. Let's finish off their last bullet." Xia Jinyuan, who was in command of the entire battle, began to retreat according to the original route so that the SFS Border Defense Forces would think that the Chinese side had been defeated and wait for an opportunity to break through. As they retreated, Shaluk took the bait. In order to enter the castle and eliminate the Chinese team members as soon as possible, Shaluk had been attacking fiercely from the beginning. Now, it was time for them to run out of bullets. Li Jinyan, who was hiding, made his move. He aimed the black muzzle of his gun at the entrance of the castle and began the Chinese side's last line of defense. This was also a declaration of war. It was telling the SFS Border Defense Forces that they had run out of bullets, while the Chinese side did not defend with all their might and showed mercy. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk naturally understood. It was precisely because he understood that his aura was even gloomier than the sky. It was as if there were dark clouds hanging over his head. At 4:20 p.m., the sky became even gloomier. There was still more than an hour and 40 minutes until the end of the competition at 6 p.m. It could be said that the entire competition was coming to an end. The teams from the other countries had also begun to attack, but they were not all in the castle. Instead, they were in another position to complete the confrontation. The sound of bullets and artillery fire could be heard from the depths of the forest. The confrontation between Italy and Estonia at entrance B had ended. They did not stop and started their final charge with the sound of artillery fire. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk rushed into the castle with 5 members. Both sides had run out of ammunition and had begun the final battle. After 5 days and 4 nights of running 180 kilometers, the physical strength of his hands had reached the limit. Now that he was going to fight again, it was a battle of strength and perseverance. Fists collided with fists. The raised leg collided fiercely with the kicked leg. The heavy military boots kicked on the calf bone. It was so painful that when he retracted his leg, his calf was trembling violently. The special forces of the Shuayu Brigade liked to launch sneak attacks, so they used fighting techniques that were filled with killing intent. Every move was a practical move that was fatal. Every punch and kick was incomparably sharp. When the kick swept over, it created a strong gust of wind that made a whoosh sound. It was quite powerful. When the wind from the punch brushed past the SFS Border Defense Forces' faces, it was enough to deform them. The SFS Border Defense Forces used pure Western hand-to-hand combat. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's hand-to-hand combat incorporated Muay Thai. This was a sport known for its strength and agility. It mainly used the human body's fists, legs, knees, elbows, and forelimbs as 8 weapons to attack. The attack power was so strong that one punch could break a person's bones. Chapter 3017. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk combined Western fighting skills with Muay Thai moves. Every move was extremely fierce. His fists even hit Xia Jinyuan's neck viciously. If the neck was hit by a fist, the victim would cough and have difficulty breathing. If the force was too strong, the victim's cervical vertebrae would be dislocated and fractured, which would be life-threatening. He did it on purpose. Xia Jinyuan and Shaluk fought for one round, and he could see the opponent's malice. As the king of all soldiers, Xia Jinyuan was naturally not weak in fighting skills. Facing Shaluk's malicious moves, he dealt with them calmly, without feeling embarrassed. The Estonian cameraman, following them, naturally aimed the camera at the captains of the two teams so that the generals of the observation group could see the exciting fight through his lens. Shaluk punched Xia Jinyuan's neck twice. The generals of the observation group naturally saw his malice, but no one stopped him. It was a contest, and it depended on the individual's strength. After 3 rounds, Shaluk didn't gain any advantage. His calves, legs, and chest were all hit by Xia Jinyuan's long legs and fists. The force was so strong that his chest hurt, and he couldn't breathe. I've always wanted to experience the elegance of the Chinese soldiers. Captain of the Chinese team, I hope you won't disappoint me. Rubbing his chest, Shaluk's attacks became more vicious. The rules of the fighting course were: lock the opponent's legs, remove the armband on the opponent's arm, and hold the opponent down so that he can't move for at least 10 seconds. Xia Jinyuan also began to attack, but it wasn't the kind of attack that killed the opponent immediately. Instead, it was an attack that dragged out the fight a little longer. He was the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, one of the best in the Special Forces, and one of the few top Special Forces who had completed nearly 40 cruel and merciless special training courses. In the face of Shaluk's insidious attacks, he was calm in his heart, but his hands and legs were merciless. He fought as he should. Modesty and courtesy were virtues, but if someone bullied you and you happened to have enough strength to fight back, then you must not be merciful. This was what his little fox once said. It made sense. After the competition, he had to tell his comrades. The SFS Border Defense only had 6 people, while the Chinese side had 8. In a one-on-one battle, there were still 2 people left. One of them was Yi Qian, and the other was Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan had Xia Jinyuan on the field. If he went on the field as well, his strength would be exposed. As for Yi Qian, the observation team saw that other than her sniping skills, she was mediocre in all other aspects, so they did not participate. She was a good fighter, and when she fought, she would forget herself. Therefore, she stood to the side and did not make a move. She chose to watch. Probably because the observation distance was too close, one of the SFS soldiers, who had been kicked to the ground by a G3 soldier, was afraid that his armband would be torn off. In a moment of desperation, he rolled a few times, and in the blink of an eye, he was only 3 meters away from Yi Qian. Yi Qian saw this dark-skinned, well-featured soldier sneak up on her. It was a matter of whether to fight or not. They were all asking for trouble. Yi Qian felt that if she didn't make a move, she would be letting down the opponent's ferocity. She twisted her toes on the ground and moved her limbs. Just as her opponent was about to punch her, Yi Jian let out a low grunt. Taking advantage of the fact that the cameraman's lens wasn't aimed at her, Yi Jian quickly swept her long and straight leg across. Chapter 3018. Bang! The SFS Border Defense soldier, who thought he had picked a soft persimmon, was sent flying by Yi Qian and fell to the ground once again. This time, G3 picked up a ready-made target. Like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, G3 instantly twisted the man's arm behind his back and ripped off his armband at the same time. With his armband ripped off, half of the border defense soldier's face was pressed against the ground by G3. After 10 seconds, G3 let go and half of the border defense soldier's face was covered in uneven bruises. Very good, another one down. Then there were only 5 SFS border defense soldiers left. This turn of events left the dead SFS border guard a little stunned. His lower abdomen throbbed with pain, and he couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. With some effort, he raised his head to look at the female soldier who had sent him flying with a kick. Just now, was she the one who sent him flying? He couldn't accept that a male soldier like him was sent flying by a female soldier. Yi Qian's kick was fast and fierce, although the two cameramen were using wide-angle lenses because she and Li Jinyan were standing on the side watching the fight. The cameraman only gave 2 shots to the general of the observation team to let him know that 2 of the Chinese team members weren't participating in the fight. Then they didn't zoom in again. Therefore, Yi Qian's kick wasn't captured by the camera. Only the unlucky soldier who tried to attack Yi Qian appeared in the camera as if he was flying. The cameraman didn't even notice who sent the SFS border defense soldier flying. The referees and military officials at the scene were all focused on the 2 teams fighting and didn't pay much attention to the 2 Chinese Special Forces soldiers standing on the sidelines. It wasn't until the unlucky soldier who was sent flying appeared in their line of sight that they quickly looked over. Li Jinyan was next to Yi Qian. After the cameramen, referees, and military officials scanned the 2 of them, they naturally thought that it was Li Jinyan who did it. One of them was actually aiming at Li Jinyan. G3 retreated and didn't participate in the fight. Soon, De Xiao retreated and also didn't participate in the fight. He and his opponent fought to a draw. After 10 seconds, the referee declared it a draw, and no points were taken into account. De Xiao kicked his opponent's knee. When his opponent fell to the ground, De Xiao twisted his opponent's arm and tore off his armband. Then, he locked his opponent down for 10 seconds. After T6, he shook hands with his opponent and retreated from the fight. At this point, only Lieutenant Colonel Shalak of the SFS was still fighting tenaciously. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak roared even louder and more ferociously. Their powerful SFS border defense forces had been defeated by the cowardly Central Army. What a humiliation! What a humiliation! Xia Jinyuan, who had been pushed back several steps by Shaluk's kick, started his final attack. When Shaluk raised his leg again, Xia Jinyuan didn't retreat anymore. Instead, he dodged to one side. At the same time, he grabbed Shaluk's calf with both hands and fiercely pulled it forward. Shaluk couldn't stabilize his lower body at once and fell forward. "You think I'm weak?" "Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, I really want to know how you feel right now. I'm the one who pulled off your armband. Your so-called strong strength is nothing in my eyes." Xia Jinyuan held Shaluk's neck with one hand and locked Shaluk's left hand behind his back with the other. Shaluk couldn't fight back at all. Chapter 30:19. Shaluk's eyes widened in anger as he roared violently. He wanted to break free from his shackles. He wanted to turn defeat into victory. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. It was like there was a mountain on top of him, and he was like an ant on the mountain, so small that he couldn't move the mountain at all. At this moment, Shaluk's mind was in a mess, a complete mess. Rip, Lieutenant Colonel Xia tore off the armband on Shaluk's arm and used his strength to crush this arrogant and despicable guy who had been humiliating the Chinese side. The cameras at the venue were already focused on the captains of the 2 teams. They immediately transmitted the scene of the battle to the large screen where the observers were watching. The Chinese team's captain used 15 minutes to pin the SFS Border Defense Forces captain, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, to the ground like he was a chicken. Shaluk, who had always thought he could easily defeat the Chinese side and didn't care about the Chinese side at all, became a joke. When Colonel Amitabh saw this scene, his face twisted into a terrifying expression. From the moment Yi Qian sniped the first SFS Border Defense Force soldier, Colonel Amitabh's face was twisted. Then, one after another, the SFS Border Defense Force soldiers were defeated by the Chinese team. Colonel Amitabu, who was watching with his own eyes, felt tormented. When an SFS Border Defense Force soldier was kicked into the screen, Colonel Amitabu's face was as ferocious as a demon's. His entire body exuded a cold and sinister aura. Who was it that kicked their soldier away? The camera flashed and stopped at one place. He saw a female Chinese soldier and a male soldier. The two of them were standing there, calmly observing. It was impossible to tell who had kicked their soldier. The camera was no longer focused on them. Instead, it focused on the captains of the two teams who were still in the middle of the battle. Colonel Amitabu, who was desperate for hope, saw a scene that shot through his heart like a bullet, shattering all of his hopes. But at this point, the twisted Colonel Amitabu still had hope. He hoped that Shaluk would succeed in his counterattack. He was too eager to see Shahrukh succeed in his counterattack, but as an observer, he couldn't help his country's soldiers. At the most critical moment of the battle, he saw the Chinese soldiers once again knock Shahrukh down to the ground with his whole body tense. Shocked, angry, and anxious, he clenched one hand into a fist and continuously punched the palm of his other hand, making a pa-pa sound when he hit the palm, which attracted the attention of several nearby generals. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh, stand up. You must stand up. You are my last hope. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. Colonel Amitabu stared at the screen, so hard that even his voice was distorted. He really hoped that the screen would show the Chinese soldiers being beaten up by the soldiers of his own country. He hoped so much. However, the reality wasn't what he wanted to see. What he saw was Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh's armband, which represented his country, was torn off by the Chinese soldiers. 10 seconds had passed since the armband was torn off, and it was clear who had won and who had lost. Colonel Amitabu watched as the small, miniature version of his country's national flag was torn off. In that second, he felt blood rush up his throat, and his face contorted. They had lost. They had lost. They had actually lost. Chapter 3020. They didn't lose to the U.S., Italy, or other countries with powerful military forces. Instead, they lost to China, which they had always looked down on. They lost to a group of cowardly Chinese soldiers. This was a result that they had never expected. They had never thought that they would lose to the Chinese side that they had looked down on. They never thought this would happen. Facing this result, Colonel Amitabu felt like he was struck by lightning. His shoulders drooped, and he stood there motionlessly, emitting an aura of defeat. Colonel Amitabu, I'm very sorry that you lost. Colonel Leonardo from Italy was the first to express his condolences. He comforted Colonel Amitabu with a regretful expression. Colonel, this is only a competition. It's nothing special. This is only a competition to stop you from being so arrogant. Colonel Leonardo finished his sentence in his mind. Colonel Amitabu, who couldn't accept the buzzing in his head, suddenly turned around and stared at Colonel Amitabu. We lost. These guys can't help but laugh at us. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Only then was he able to restrain the anger in his chest from pouring out. Colonel Amitabu coldly stared at the blonde, brown-eyed Colonel Amitabu. He lifted his chin and said arrogantly, "That's right, it's only a competition. It's nothing special. We won't take it to heart." Colonel Amitabu used words to maintain his arrogance, but the look in his eyes already exposed his emotions. Anger, unwillingness, humiliation, hatred, all kinds of negative emotions hit his heart like a flood. He still couldn't accept that they lost to the Chinese soldiers that he looked down on. Colonel Leonardo saw that Colonel Amitabu was clearly extremely angry, but he still pretended like he didn't care. He couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, it's nothing special. I hope you're happy today, Colonel Amitabu." The blatant mockery made Colonel Amitabu so angry that his clenched fists trembled. Colonel Leonardo saw this, and the mockery on his face deepened. He turned around and showed his back to the loser. If the SFS border guards didn't try to instigate their country's headgear commandos to target the Chinese soldiers, then his attitude would definitely be very polite. That was a problem between China and the country the SFS Border Defense Corps was loyal to. It had nothing to do with Italy, and the SFS Border Defense Corps shouldn't try to use despicable means to get Italy to act against China. Since they dared to scheme against Yifang, then don't blame him for being impolite. Colonel Leonardo walked away with a smile, leaving Colonel Amitabhu trembling in anger as he stared at the foreign general who mocked them. At this moment, Colonel Amitabhu's sense of humiliation reached an unprecedented height. Just because they lost, these people dared to come over and humiliate him. Damn it! Colonel Amitabh couldn't find any other way to vent his anger. He could only curse again and again in an attempt to make himself feel better. Only he knew whether he was doing well or not. However, the generals of the other countries knew that he must not be having a good time. General Hywell looked at Colonel Amitabhu, who was even more arrogant than the Americans, and cursed in his mind, "Stupid guy." He thought for a bit and walked over. They still had a cooperative relationship, so he should go over and comfort him. Chapter 30:21. In addition, there was a meeting between the leaders of both countries next month. The relationship between the two countries still needed to be maintained. For the benefit of both countries, he should go and comfort Colonel Amitabhu, who was very upset. Colonel Amitabhu was comforted by General Hywell, but Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh, who had been knocked down, was not so lucky. No one would comfort him on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan, who had let go of Shahrukh, stood up and stretched out his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. He wanted to help Shahrukh up. "The competition is over, Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh. I'm sorry for what happened just now. You must have hurt," Xia Jinyuan said, but he did not think that Shahrukh would extend his hand and let him help him up. If he didn't, then that was his business. It was his fault for being rude. It had nothing to do with the Chinese side. Xia Jinyuan, who had grown up in a powerful family, would never behave rudely in public. Especially now, he would maintain a very good demeanor and be polite, showing the demeanor of a powerful country. Shahrukh, who had lost, was furious. The words that the Chinese soldier said before tearing off his armband were clearly meant to humiliate him. After humiliating him, he stretched out his hand. Did he think that he was a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy? So what if you won? You're just a special forces soldier who was carefully selected by your country to participate in the competition. Behind you are thousands of cowardly and incompetent soldiers. You may have won against me today, but your country will never win against us. Shahrukh deliberately avoided facing the camera. He turned his head and faced the camera with the back of his head. Like Colonel Amitabhu, he used words to defend his arrogance. "It's just a competition. We don't care about it at all." Well, it was just a competition. There was no need to care about it. Anyway, all the other countries saw it. Xia Jinyuan smiled and raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Soon, the generals realized why Shahrukh would rather turn his head than show his face, because once again, he had said something that offended her. He still has the face to say offensive words to the Chinese side after losing like this. It seems that he hasn't been beaten enough. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh, who spoke fluent Chinese, did not know that he had once again embarrassed himself in front of everyone. He had let the generals of various countries experience together how narrow-minded he was. He was really narrow-minded to the point that he deserved a beating. The Chinese soldiers did not seize the opportunity to teach this kind of person a lesson. It was their magnanimity. With a casual move, Xia Jinyuan tricked Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh again. Hence, he smiled slightly and raised his arm. The Chinese team member headed towards the finish line. At 5:17 in the afternoon, they supported each other and dragged their numb legs through the last of the forest. They stepped on the last of the thick leaves and walked out of the forest against the wind and rain. As the sky darkened, the Chinese soldiers stepped out of the dark sky and appeared in the sights of the special forces of the other four countries who were already waiting at the finish line. Applause rang out, applauding for the Chinese side's persistence and congratulating them on their victory. If we hadn't deliberately stalled for time and deliberately avoided the direction of the shooting, would we have been standing at the finish line and waiting for the next contestant from another country to appear from the forest? T6 said in a low voice. There was a hint of anticipation in his relaxed tone. Chapter 30:22. I think so. If it's regrettable, we'll win back our ranking next time. Young Sparrow Hawk, who came out with him, replied with a smile. There was also a hint of anticipation in his expression. The 8 team members were not too far apart from each other, so the conversation between T6 and young Sparrow Hawk was clearly heard by the other team members. As the team leader, Xia Jinyuan replied to the two of them, "The next time we come, it will be other comrades. At that time, I hope that they won't be here to learn or to maintain their mediocrity. At that time, I hope that they will fight with all their strength. At that time, I hope that our country will become stronger, wealthier, and have an unshakable position on the international stage that other countries will not dare to provoke. Poor people have no dignity, and poor countries have no status. I hope that at that time, China, a country with thousands of years of civilization, will soar like a dragon. This is a hope, but also an absolute. China became the 5th participating country to arrive at the final station and became the dark horse of this year's IKA assault. It also squeezed the SFS Border Defense Force out of the top 5 and became the biggest highlight of this year's competition. Only then did the generals of the Western countries, who had once looked down on China, realize that before they knew it, China had already risen. Although it was still far from being a developed country, it was undeniable that China's strength was much stronger than before. Congratulations, guys. You've won beautifully. Your outstanding performance has shattered our previous views. Chinese soldiers, Chinese comrades, you're not weak at all. I'm really happy for you, especially when I saw that you guys used your strength to defeat the arrogant SFS Border Defense Force. Well done, Chinese soldiers. The Italian and American Special Forces were the first to gather around and enthusiastically congratulated China on their victory. You guys have really impressed us. You actually squeezed the SFS Border Defense Force out of the top 5. Haha, buddy, tell me, how do you feel right now? When the American sniper who had said a few days ago that he wanted to compete with Yi Qian asked this question, Yi Qian replied with a smile, I feel great. Although my results aren't as good as yours, I enjoy the feeling of victory. Because she was the only female soldier participating in the competition, there were more cameras focused on her now. No one could see the true face of her painted face, but her clear black and white eyes, cold and hard like snow mountains, were enough to attract the attention of many people. Yi Qian's figure appeared on the screen. Her words were also heard by the generals of the various nations. Colonel Amitabh, who had just caught his breath, felt humiliated once more. He had to maintain his composure. He couldn't afford to be rude with Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk anymore. The senior colonel felt humiliated. He straightened his back and tried to show that he didn't care about being squeezed out of the top 5. Yes, they didn't care at all. It was just a competition. They didn't need to care too much about it, no matter what the Chinese soldiers say. Let them say it. The talkative people could only say it with their mouths. Who asked them to be so weak? Colonel Amitabh only felt a little better when he thought about it this way. Then he thought about his country's current weapons and equipment and their aircraft carriers patrolling the Indian Ocean. Then he thought about how there was nothing in China's sea. Colonel Amitabhu felt a little better. Chapter 30:23. It wasn't that they lost, but that they chose the wrong person. They shouldn't have let Lieutenant Colonel Shalak lead the team. It was his mistake that caused the defeat of the SFS Border Defense Force. After returning to China, he needed to report the situation to the president and improve the training of the SFS Border Defense Force. Before he returned, Colonel Amitabhu was already reflecting deeply on his decision. He believed that China was in the top 5 because they chose the most elite special forces of their country. His country didn't specially choose them and only sent the SFS Border Defense Force, which wasn't the best. Therefore, they lost. What Colonel Amitabhu was thinking also represented the thoughts of some Western countries that still held prejudice against China. In their eyes, China was a backward country that had only won the anti-Japanese war a few decades ago. It was impossible for China to suddenly become a powerful country with great military strength. Prejudice didn't exist for a day or two, especially since China hadn't fought a war with other countries for decades. Many countries and media didn't know the actual combat power of China's military. Moreover, China was used to keeping a low profile and adhering to the principle of keeping their heads down to make a fortune. They deliberately hid their actual combat power, so the Western countries that were biased against China couldn't understand it. Therefore, the existence of prejudice was normal. Xia Jinyuan led the team. Although he didn't completely erase the prejudice, it was enough to let the other countries know that China's strength wasn't as weak as they thought. The prejudice still existed, but it wasn't so extreme. The real combat power of China's special forces continued to be like a veiled girl, and it wouldn't be easy for others to find out. They quietly made a fortune, quietly strengthened the country, quietly continued to develop. And finally, once they made a move, the world would be shocked. The venue's cameraman interviewed an Italian commando and asked him what he thought of the performance of the Chinese military. The commando answered seriously, "Their appearance made me realize that the Chinese military that I thought of before didn't exist at all. I have to admit how ridiculous my previous perception was." Although prejudice existed, it was enough as long as it could be changed. At the award ceremony, the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force said to Xia Jinyuan, "You used your strength to win respect. The ranking you obtained wasn't just a ranking, it changed the prejudice of many people against China's military. At the same time, I apologize for weighing your luggage. I'm very, very sorry. Use me for the first battle. Use me, and I will definitely win." The Chinese soldiers who represented their country received an apology from the commander-in-chief of the host country's national defense. They used their strength to prove that the Chinese soldiers were not inferior to any country's special forces. That's right, the ranking was not just a ranking. It was also used to defend the dignity of the motherland. Those who humiliate our country must be repaid. This was the Chinese Special Forces' way of returning the favor to the SFS Border Defense Army. They wanted them to understand that they shouldn't embarrass themselves so easily. 12 countries participated in the competition, and 2 Western countries withdrew. In the end, only 10 countries remained, and they were now ranked 5th, although their results were not amazing. And their subject scores were still far from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. They were able to suppress the SFS Border Defense Force and obtain the result that Xia Jinyuan and the others wanted. And this time, it was the first step for the Chinese Special Forces to walk out of the country. As the captain of the Navy's amphibious commando, Li Jinyan learned a lot. Chapter 30:24. When Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk heard the apology from the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force, his face turned ashen. Occasionally, he would glance at the Chinese soldiers with a gloomy look. He was so angry that he didn't even dare to approach his comrades. Yi Qian received an individual medal because of her outstanding performance. This was a very valuable medal. Among the 8 contestants, only Yi Qian received it. The rest of the team received a collective medal. Naturally, it wasn't as valuable as an individual medal. Seeing Yi Qian receive an individual medal, the 7 comrades gave her a warm round of applause. This was the medal that Yi Qian deserved. Her outstanding performance had won honor for the country and the respect of the other country's special forces. Good job, our female soldier. The award ceremony was held directly at the end of the competition. The soldiers of each country took a transport plane and left the eastern forest of Estonia at 9 p.m. local time. On the plane, the Chinese team members communicated with the other country's special forces in fluent English. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Even though everyone was so tired that they couldn't even lift their hands, they were still in high spirits. They didn't fall asleep as soon as they boarded the plane, like the SFS Border Defense Force members. Communication was the best way to close the gap between people. The Chinese team's polite and gentle attitude won them praise again during the 2-hour flight back to the city. Great, Chinese soldiers. The SFS Border Defense Force members were suffering, especially when they heard the Western country's praise of the Chinese soldiers. It was like a sharp knife constantly cutting into their hearts, making them suffer every minute and every second. 5 days ago, they had wantonly announced that the Chinese soldiers were weak and easily bullied. They didn't have any strength to speak of. 5 days later, what they had said was undoubtedly the biggest joke. Who was weak and easily bullied? Who didn't have strength to speak of? In this competition, the winner was decided. They didn't dare to speak anymore. They shrank into the corner of the transport plane and tried to minimize their presence. The voices praising the Chinese soldiers were so harsh. They really wanted to shut them all up. In the darkness, Lieutenant Colonel Shahruk's gloomy gaze fell on Yi Qian. Under the dim lights of the cabin, the Chinese female soldier was communicating with the special forces from the nation of islands. From time to time, they would gesture as if they were analyzing something. It was because of her existence that he had made such a big fool of himself. Shahruk looked away and lowered his eyes to hide the haze in them. Chinese female soldier, don't let me see you again. If I see you again, it will be your death. 2 hours later, the transport plane arrived at the military airport outside the city. The special forces from the 12 countries got off the plane one by one. Yi, if there's a chance, you're welcome to visit our country. But I hope to fight with you again in a competition. The American Special Forces soldier hugged Yi Jian gently like a gentleman. They had been conquered by the female soldier from China, a female soldier who was even stronger than the male soldiers. Yi Jian was actually not used to this kind of Western hug, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. She could only face it with a smile. I also look forward to communicating with you again, next time. The Chinese ambassador in the embassy of Estonia welcomed the Chinese special forces. They already knew that the Chinese soldiers had won a place in the competition. One of the female soldiers had even won a personal medal. When the news reached the embassy immediately called back. By now, the country also knew and cheered for the performance of the female soldier. Chapter 3025. Ambassador Qin Dingkong from the embassy in Estonia personally came to welcome them with flowers in his hands. When the Chinese special forces came over, he immediately presented the flowers to them. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, Ambassador Qin stood in the military airport corridor. When he heard the sound of steady and powerful footsteps coming from the corridor exclusive to the Chinese special forces, he immediately led 3 staff members to welcome them. A group of young soldiers, wearing their own country's jungle camouflage, walked out from the corner. Even though they were in a foreign country, they strictly followed the rule of 3 people. The 8 of them walked in a neat and orderly line. Every step they took revealed the fierce military power of the Chinese military. Their momentum was as lofty as a mountain, making people immediately feel the power of the military. For 5 days and 4 nights, they passed through the harshest eastern forest of Estonia with very little rest. They represented all the Chinese military and used their strength to prove to the world that the Chinese military dared to show their bravery and fighting spirit to the strong. Ambassador Qin Dingkong quickened his pace. He had the national emblem of China pinned on his chest. Before he could introduce himself, Xia Jinyuan, who was walking in front, immediately knew the identity of the visitor. They were all staff members from the embassy in Estonia. As he walked closer, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but squint slightly. The staff member who came with the flowers was not an ordinary staff member. He was the ambassador to Estonia, Ambassador Qin Dingkong. He also had another identity, the father of his rival in love, Qin Xiu. He didn't expect to be welcomed by Ambassador Qin in person. "Line up," Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice. His comrades behind him immediately walked in unison, 1, 2, 3, and stood at attention. "Salute." Ambassador Qin Dingkong walked over. Xia Jinyuan straightened his back. Under his command, his comrades raised their hands and saluted in unison, as if they were the same person saluting the ambassador who welcomed them. "Congratulations." Ambassador Qin Dingkong presented the flowers to the young soldiers who saluted him, looking at the young soldiers in front of him, whose faces were smeared with oil paint. He felt that their eyes were sharp. Even Ambassador Qin, who had been through a lot, felt that his eyes were a little red. "Thank you for your hard work. I've already sent a call back to China about your excellent results. The highest leader in the Great Hall has asked about it personally and asked me to thank you on behalf of him, the country, and the people. Thank you for your hard work." This was the first time that a Chinese soldier had gone abroad for a competition. They had achieved good results in the first competition. A female soldier had even won a personal medal, which was very difficult to obtain. Facing the young soldiers who had won glory for the country, Ambassador Qin Dingkong could not calm down for a long time. When they were overseas, what they hoped for the most was to bring glory to their country. Today, the young soldier had done it. He was truly happy for them. Xia Jinyuan straightened his back and stood as straight as a pole. He was neither arrogant nor superficial as he answered firmly, "It's not hard at all. This is what we should do. Because we are soldiers, a soldier who was born to fight for his country." Ambassador Qin Dingkong's gaze fell on the only female soldier in all the participating teams. He offered the flowers in his hand to the female soldier. The highest leader specially emphasized that he is proud of you as a female soldier. You are the pride of our Chinese female soldiers. You are a role model that the entire army should learn from. The praise from the highest leader in the Great Hall was no longer as ordinary as personal glory. For the older generation, it was definitely a great event that brought glory to their ancestors. Chapter 3026. Yi Qian received the flowers for the first time in her life. With clear eyes, she replied to Ambassador Qin Dingkong, "This is what a soldier should do." There was no need for too much gratitude. She had put on the military uniform, so everything she did was her duty. She was neither arrogant nor rash. She had the pride of a pine tree and the coldness of a plum blossom. She looked soft like water, but was actually thin. Ambassador Qin Dingkong only needed to take one look to have a deep impression of this female soldier. A soldier should be just like her. Ambassador Qin Dingkong's gaze changed slightly when he looked at Yi Qian. Her face was also covered with paint like the male soldiers. At this moment, her facial features could not be seen at all. He could not even tell how old she was. But at this moment, he could hear it from her voice. There was still a trace of childishness in her voice. Through her clear eyes that were untainted by the secular world, Ambassador Chin Dingkong immediately knew that the female soldier in front of him must be very, very young. Around the age of 20, she was already a young female soldier who could take charge of an area on her own. In his mind, Ambassador Chin Dingkong immediately flashed a sentence: "When the young are strong, the country will be strong." The country needed a group of strong young people to inject their strength into the motherland's big ship. Only then would the motherland be able to ride the wind and break the waves today and overcome all the seemingly insurmountable difficulties. It was their strength that became the greatest driving force to promote the motherland's strength. Ambassador Chin Dingkong, who smiled and nodded, took a deep look at the young female soldier again and did not stand and chat anymore. After 5 days and 4 nights of high-intensity combat, the young Special Forces soldiers were already very tired. They needed a good rest. Before resting, they also needed to have a comprehensive physical examination. The arranged vehicle was a mini minibus that could seat 18 people, Ambassador Chin Dingkong, and the 3 staff members did not take any special vehicles. Instead, they took the mini minibus. After getting on the minibus, T6 and Sparrowhawk sat at the back. When the minibus started, the 2 of them relaxed their bodies in the back. They were too tired and could finally have a good rest for a while. On the other hand, the Special Forces soldier who sat in front, especially the embassy staff, couldn't relax his body. He maintained a straight back and sat steadily. The other 3 embassy staff couldn't help but straighten their backs and sit up straight instead of leaning against each other. Ambassador Chin Dingkong smiled. He did not say that they could relax and rest. As a soldier, when they put on the military uniform, they had to act like a soldier. He reminded the determined young soldiers that they would not slack off. The car was not silent. Ambassador Chin Dingkong and Xia Jinyuan had been chatting. As a diplomat, he was very good at grasping the rhythm and scale of a conversation. Yi Jian, who was holding the fresh flowers in her hands, lowered her head and sniffed the fresh fragrance of the flowers. She maintained a slight smile on her face. It was really very fragrant. Xia Jinyuan and Ambassador Chin Dingkong sat in the front row while she sat with Li Jinyan. She lowered her head to sniff the flowers and smiled slightly. Li Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "What's wrong?" "Yes, it smells good." She raised her head from the petals. The tip of her delicate nose was still stained with light yellow pollen. Her dark eyes looked at Li Jinyan with a smile. From her watery eyes, it could be seen that she liked the flowers in her hand very much. Li Jinyan saw her lowering her head to sniff the flowers again. Her behavior was childish, which he had never seen before. There was a deep smile in his cold eyes. "Why are you so happy?" A bouquet of flowers made her as happy as a child. Chapter 30:27. Of course she was happy. Yi Qian nodded vigorously. Her beautiful face was almost buried in the petals. She was afraid that Ambassador Chin Dingkong would hear her, so she said very softly, "I'm happy. This is the first time I've received flowers." How could she not be happy when she received flowers for the first time in 2 lifetimes? Even though, well, these flowers were not for her alone, she was still very happy. Her words made Li Jinyan speechless. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He reflexively raised his head and glanced at the head in the front row. His sister had been talking to him for so long, and he had never given her flowers even once. He didn't know how to be romantic at all. Even he knew that he had to give flowers to a girl to express his love. "What flowers do you like?" I'll give you a bouquet when we get back. I'll give it to you personally, and only you. Since Xia Jinyuan had never given flowers to his sister, he would do it as her brother. This bouquet of flowers can't be considered as your personal bouquet, he added. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. No need, no need. I don't really like it either. I just think it's rare. Do you like the 100 contract roses? With some baby's breath, they'll be very beautiful. Li Jinyan was already discussing with Yi Qian what flowers to give. He had just said in his heart that Xia Jinyuan didn't know how to be romantic. In fact, he was the same as well. How could there be a surprise if they discussed it so directly? Yi Qian was also a girl who didn't need to be romantic, especially when she heard her brother say, I've never given flowers to anyone before. She immediately became interested. She immediately said with a smile, Then, big brother, why don't you give them to me first? I'll give you another bouquet. I've never given flowers to anyone before either. Li Jinyan immediately nodded his head to express that this was a good idea. The two siblings agreed to give flowers to each other. In the front row, Xia Jinyuan was chatting with Ambassador Qin Dingkang. He didn't know that the two siblings sitting behind him had agreed to give flowers to each other. If he knew, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. He was already one step behind when it came to sending the love letter. Now, he was even one step behind when it came to sending the flowers. Wouldn't that make him vomit blood? Li Jinyan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. When he checked his body, he found that his cold face had become much softer, which made the big mermaid and the big eel, who were most familiar with him, feel shocked. Their demon king was actually smiling at that nurse, F***CK, and with such a gentle smile. No, 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 don't tell me he fell in love with the blonde foreign nurse at first sight. The big mermaid was so shocked that she stuttered. This frightened the big eel even more. Don't talk nonsense. How could this be possible? It's forbidden. It's forbidden to have cross-border relationships. It's not like the demon king doesn't know about it. He said again, Damn, you're making me stutter. I don't want to stutter either, but this is too scary. Look, F***CK. He raised his head and smiled at the foreign nurse again. The big mermaid was so shocked that she held onto the doorframe. Her eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out. Her face was full of shock. The big eel didn't dare to look anymore. He quickly turned around and moved away from the door, pressing his back against the wall. Impossible. Don't think too much. The Qing Yao is much prettier than the foreign nurse, but the demon king didn't fall in love with her. Previously, the commander wanted to marry them, but the demon king rejected him. Impossible. How could the demon king like a foreign nurse? He's so rational. How could it be love at first sight? Chapter 3028. Love at first sight. Who is it? The door next door opened, and Xia Jinyuan walked out while buttoning his shirt. He happened to hear this and asked casually. Then De'il pulled his sleeves tightly and pulled him to the door. He whispered, Captain Xia, look at Captain Li. What's different about him? Take a closer look. Xia Jinyuan was a little confused. Through the transparent glass on the door, he saw his future brother-in-law cooperating with the doctor under the guidance of a female nurse. There was nothing different. If there was a difference, there's a little difference. He nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Li Jinyan's abdomen. He even had an 8-pack. When they trained together in the past, he didn't have an 8-pack. Yes, it's different. That's terrible. Captain Li finally fell in love with a woman, but it turned out to be a foreigner. How can there be a happy ending? He'll be scolded to death by the commander. Xia Jinyuan turned his head and frowned. He likes a woman? A foreigner? Who? What happened while I was in there? How did the devil fall in love with a foreign woman in the time it took him to do a checkup? The nurse. He smiled at the nurse as soon as he went in. His gaze was extraordinarily gentle. The eel was shocked, and her calves were still trembling. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the two of them, and then looked at Demon King Li, who was already putting on his clothes. He smiled gently and said, "Yes, that's possible. You can ask him when he comes out later." Their future brother-in-law fell in love with a foreign nurse. What were these two thinking? To show his support, Xia Jinyuan patted the eel and the eel's shoulders. Ask him properly. If you're single for too long, your personality will become more and more eccentric. Love at first sight is much better than not liking anyone at all. Your captain's happiness for the rest of his life depends on the two of you. The eel and the eel, who were entrusted with such an important task, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Xia Jinyuan smiled and left. He didn't know how Little Fox's checkup went. Her main problem was her knee. He had to ask the doctor to be at ease. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was already asking about the doctor, and he asked very carefully. The meniscus is not injured, but there is water in the knee. Although it is not serious, I suggest that you do a surgery, a very small surgery, to remove the water. This was a Chinese doctor who could speak fluent Mandarin. They were also a private hospital, and the level of confidentiality was quite high. The embassy had specially chosen this hospital to examine the bodies of the Chinese special forces. This was also the arrangement that the military wanted. When he heard that there was water in the knees of the young female soldier, Ambassador Qin Dingkong frowned. Just now, when the hospital asked how old the female soldier was, he listened carefully. When he learned that she was only 20 years old, he sighed in his heart. The new generation excels the old. Now that he heard that there was water in the knees of the 20-year-old female soldier, he was worried about the health of the female soldier. Can you go back to China for surgery? What was the cause of the illness? How would it affect his life in the future? Was the surgery necessary? How big is the risk? No matter how small the surgery was, there was a certain amount of risk. Therefore, when Ambassador Qin Dingkong asked, he directly asked how big the risk was, not whether there was any risk. The Chinese doctor smiled and said, "Water in the knees is a common name. Our doctor's diagnosis is knee synovitis. It refers to the injury or rupture of the synovial membrane of the knee joint caused by acute trauma or chronic strain, resulting in blood or fluid accumulation in the knee joint. It is a non-infectious inflammation." Chapter 3029. Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was gentle and refined in front of other countries, didn't quite understand the medical jargon. So he asked directly, "Tell me how to treat it. What else do we need to pay attention to in the later stages?" The Chinese doctor knew Ambassador Qin Dingkong in Estonia, so he explained respectfully, "The patient has acute traumatic synovitis. We can extract the fluid and blood through puncture treatment, then inject hyaluronic acid into the joint cavity. Next, the patient needs to rest in bed, raise the affected limb, and forbid weight-bearing. In the later stages, we need to strengthen the knee flexion and extension exercises. This is our hospital's current treatment for knee fluid, but there are conservative Chinese medicine treatments in China, and the results are also very good. The fluid in her knee is not obvious, so it's not a big problem. She can go back for surgery or conservative Chinese medicine treatment. As long as it's cured, it won't affect her life in the future. Then she could go back for treatment. But he still had to ask the female soldier's opinion and their captain's opinion. After all the examinations were completed, Ambassador Qin Dingkong already had the results of Yi Qian's physical examination. There were no major injuries, but countless minor injuries. Both knees were injured. There was fluid in the knee, damage to the calf ligaments, a large area of abrasions on the back, blisters on the soles of the feet, and signs of suppuration. Shoulder joint strain, ligament strain, elbow abrasions. In other words, there was no good part of the body. Ambassador Qin Dingkong sighed in his heart. Behind the personal medal was the glory of the motherland. It was the sacrifice of a soldier's blood and sweat. When Xia Jinyuan came over, Ambassador Qin Dingkong was talking to Yi Qian. The surgery can be done in China or here. It's up to you. The word surgery pierced Xia Jinyuan's heart, and he walked over quickly. Where does the surgery need to be? He asked in a deep voice. Yi Qian turned his head and smiled at him. Acute traumatic synovitis. It's just a small surgery. How much fluid is there in the knee? Xia Jinyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his voice was not as deep as before. Although it's not a big problem, it's a small disease that can easily recur. It needs to be completely cured. Ambassador Qin Dingkong nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not a big problem, but it needs to be treated completely. I'll treat it when I get back. I don't want to stay here. After all, Yi Qian had been in medical school before, so he knew more about it. The problem of fluid accumulation in the knees was not a serious one, but it was not a small one either. The fluid accumulation is not obvious. Let's observe it for 2 days and see. If it's obvious, we can extract it in time. That's what the doctor said too. The patient naturally listened to the doctor's arrangements. Since the doctor thought that he could return to China for treatment, that was the best. Xia Jinyuan took a closer look at Yi Qian's body. There were injuries here and there. There were 24 injuries all over Yi Qian's body. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth tightened. Do another health assessment after you return to China. You can only do general checkups for now. Ambassador Qin Dingkong saw that the young soldier was a little depressed and comforted him. The current inspection did not find any major problems. Don't worry. The elegant Ambassador Qin was in his early 50s. He was very gentlemanly, and because of his occupation, there was a hint of hidden sharpness in his elegant temperament. He spoke unhurriedly, but every word was heavy like the roots of a tree. It was an unshakable force. Listening to it made people feel at ease. Chapter 30:30. Xia Jinyuan was very respectful to this ambassador, who had worked abroad for many years and had traveled through the flames of war several times to rescue the Chinese hostages who had been kidnapped by the rebels of other countries. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, these are all minor injuries. They'll all recover after 3 to 5 days of rest. You have to take good care of yourselves as well. Only with a healthy body can you continue to fight for the glory of the country. I'll go take a look at the health reports of the others. The country is still waiting for me to report on your health." Ambassador Qin Dingkong looked at Yi Qian again and said kindly, "Take good care of yourself. Although it's a small problem, it's still a problem. If it's a problem, it has to be dealt with. You can't ignore it. Once the problem becomes serious, it'll be too late to deal with it." Being in a foreign country and receiving the care of an elder made Yi Qian feel like a warm current had been injected into his heart. Looking at Ambassador Qin, who resembled Qin Xiu, Yi Qian, who had already guessed a possibility, nodded and thanked him. "Thank you for your concern. I'm sorry to have troubled you." Ambassador Qin Dingkong was very polite and well-mannered. When he left, there was a deep smile in his eyes. Her whole body was filled with pride, and her whole body was like a mountain. What a good Chinese female soldier. Next, it was time to treat the wounds on everyone's bodies. When the nurse used a pair of scissors to pick up cotton balls to wash the paint off the faces of the Chinese Special Forces soldiers, she was politely rejected. The paint was used to disguise everyone's appearance, so it naturally could not be washed clean. By the time the wounds on the 8 of them had been treated, it was already midnight when they came out. While they were treating their wounds, Ambassador Qin Dingkong called back to report the physical conditions of the 8 of them. There were no serious injuries. All of them were minor injuries that only required simple disinfection. According to the T6 combatant, he did not even want simple disinfection. He just wanted to collapse onto the bed and have a good sleep as soon as possible. Therefore, when the wounds were being cleaned, he almost fell asleep. They were staying in the staff dormitory of the embassy. Everyone had their own single room. It was clean, comfortable, and most importantly, safe. When the rest of the team members entered the dormitory, they did not even have the strength to take a shower. They took soap to wash their faces clean, wiped it a little, and fell asleep immediately. They really fell asleep on the ground and did not even touch the bed. Since she was too dirty, she turned on the heater in the room. She decided to sleep for a few hours to recover her energy before climbing into bed to sleep. Yi Qian really wanted to take a hot shower, but the wounds on her body had been disinfected, so she couldn't get wet for the time being. She could only resign herself to her fate and change into clean clothes, then wash her face before climbing into bed to sleep. They all fell asleep in less than 10 seconds. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyin didn't sleep. The 2 of them didn't care about the minor injuries on their bodies. They needed to avoid unboiled water for the time being. After taking a shower and washing their hair, they put on clean fitness shorts and were on the phone with Major General Yang. The 2 of them didn't go into too much detail over the phone. They only briefly mentioned the SFS Border Defense Force's malicious intent, which was enough for Major General Yang to understand. All right, we'll talk about this when you return to China. Yi Qian's injuries will be treated in China. The military will arrange for a domestic specialist to re-diagnose her so that she won't have any sequelae. You guys should take care of her before she returns. Major General Yang said very seriously, at this time, it was time for the male soldiers to take good care of the female soldiers. It was only right to take care of one's girlfriend. It was also only right to take care of one's sister. After ending the call, the 2 of them looked at each other. Then they smiled at the same time, and there was an indescribable flash of swords. Chapter 30-31. It was already 2:40 a.m. in Estonia and 6:40 a.m. in China. Yi Qian, who had fallen asleep the moment she hit the bed, did not know that Father Fu had called Commander-in-Chief Xia's private number because he could not find her at school. The 2 of them had exchanged numbers when they bumped into each other at the airport previously. Father Fu had never contacted Commander-in-Chief Xia unless it was personal. This time, if not for the fact that his daughter, Yi Qian, was not on duty at school and even her company commander did not know where she went, Father Fu would not have contacted Commander-in-Chief Xia. At 6:50 a.m., Commander-in-Chief Xia had already finished his breakfast and was reading the military times delivered by the guard. He did not even hear his private phone when it rang and only realized that someone had called him when the guard reminded him. Commander-in-Chief Xia took out his phone and looked at it. He immediately put aside the newspaper in his hand and pressed the answer button. He laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Fu, this is rare." "Isn't it rare?" In order to maintain the relationship between the 2 families, Commander-in-Chief Xia called his future in-laws on the 4th day. In the end, he received a prompt that said, "The number you have dialed has been turned off." He tried to call a few more times, but all he got was a cold, robotic, female voice telling him that the phone was turned off. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Xia realize that it was extremely difficult to maintain the relationship between the 2 families. When he tried to contact them, he could not find them at all. Father Fu was in the field of scientific research, so his thoughts were not that complicated. He never thought too much about things or people. However, at this moment, Father Fu was really stunned. Why does this Commander-in-Chief, Xia, sound like He has been waiting for me to call. Why is he so enthusiastic? Father Fu felt a little strange in his heart, but he did not think too much about it. It was more important to find out about his daughter's whereabouts. He did not exchange any pleasantries and directly asked the commander-in-chief if he could contact Yi Qian's captain. He wanted to know if Yi Qian had gone to the army for training. Father Fu thought of the young captain in his daughter's army that even the school did not know about. Last night, Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that the Chinese team members had achieved good results in the IKA assault competition. 2 hours ago, he received a call from Major General Yang and learned that Yi Qian's 5-day and 4-night life and death competition had led to fluid accumulation in his knees. Fortunately, it was not obvious. He could observe it for 2 days to see if it would be absorbed by itself. If it was not, he would need to perform a minor surgery to remove the fluid. Now that Father Fu asked about it, Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't tell him exactly what Yi Qian was doing. He just smiled and said, "Little Yi is indeed training with the team. I know that. I even saw her a while ago. She will arrive in the capital in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. After that, it will be rest time until school reopens." There were only a few days left before school reopened. The military academies reported in early over the past few days. There had been military academy students returning to school one after another. The first-year military academy students had even entered the end of their summer basic military training. Father Fu, who finally received news about his daughter, was very happy. Father and daughter had a special job and rarely contacted each other. Since they parted last time, they had not even called each other once. Now that they could meet each other in the capital, it was naturally for the best. With accurate news, Father Fu's heart flew back to the capital after hanging up the phone. Father Fu immediately took a taxi to the airport and rushed back to the capital. Commander-in-Chief Xia pondered whether the two families should meet for dinner the night after tomorrow to chat with each other. At the same time, he could invite the elders from both sides to come out together. It would be good to have a big family chat. Chapter 3032. Commander-in-Chief Xia decided to wait for the two of them to return to China before asking. If they could arrange for dinner together, it wouldn't be too late. But Xiaoye's knees had accumulated water. After returning to China, she had to go to the military hospital for a detailed checkup. She was now a role model in the military, so there couldn't be any problems with her body. Yi Qian didn't know that her father had specifically called Commander-in-Chief Xia to find her. It was 7 o'clock in the morning in Estonia. Yi Qian, who rarely didn't follow her biological clock, opened her eyes. After sleeping for a few hours, she wasn't that tired mentally, but her body felt like it had been run over by a car. Her whole body was extremely sore. She only felt much better after taking a hot shower. Yi Qian didn't know if the other comrades had woken up yet. She put on the student uniform that she had kept in her backpack and sat in front of her desk to read a few books on Estonia's geography and customs. After reading a few pages, her empty stomach reminded her that she needed to eat. Yi Qian put down the books and tidied up her uniform before opening the door and coming out. The other team members hadn't woken up yet. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan, who went to bed at around 4 o'clock in the morning, didn't wake up. The two of them were still sleeping soundly in bed. The staff of the embassy had already woken up. The guards in the embassy had also finished their morning exercise and were lining up to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. The working hours here were different from those in China. The official working hours were at 10 o'clock, but the staff of the embassy, including Ambassador Qin Dingkong, followed the working hours of the domestic government and went to work before 9 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qian, who lived on the second floor, went downstairs and asked the guards where the cafeteria was. The guards immediately told Yi Qian that she could eat with the guards who had finished their morning exercise. They also contacted their comrades through the walkie-talkie and asked them to wait for Yi Qian for a while. They were all soldiers, so they had a lot in common. After catching up with the guards, Yi Qian chatted with the 4 guards in a short while. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and there wasn't a trace of unfamiliarity or distance between them. I've been here for 2 years. I knew that there was a IKA assault competition. After learning about it, I found out that our Chinese side had never been invited. At that time, I was quite disappointed. A few days ago, when I found out that our Chinese side had been invited to participate in the competition, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep that night. Our class monitor told us last night that the special forces sent by our country had achieved good results. Our entire class was so happy that it was as if we had participated in the competition. I even saw our class monitor turn around and secretly wipe away his tears. A very young soldier, who had been working in the Chinese embassy in Estonia for 2 years, was talking to Yi Qian happily. From his expression, it could be seen that he was proud that the Chinese soldiers could participate in this IKA assault competition and obtain good results. Although they didn't participate in the competition, they felt a sense of pride and excitement when they saw their country's soldiers achieve good results for their country. When he mentioned it again, the soldiers' eyes were a little red. Another soldier said, "How can we not cry?" The last batch of veterans who went back said that the first batch of veterans who came to the local garrison were provoked by the local soldiers. When they returned home, they were still holding a breath in their hearts. That was a long, long time ago. It was when the embassy was established, and the first batch of soldiers who came with the embassy staff had some friction with the local soldiers. The reason was very simple. The local soldiers looked down on our Chinese soldiers and deliberately provoked them. Their words were disrespectful. Chapter 30-33. Since the 2 countries had just established diplomatic relations at that time, China chose to concede and not let the situation worsen. However, what happened that year left an unforgettable memory for the first batch of soldiers stationed there. Therefore, it was passed down by word of mouth, reminding every soldier from China to remember what happened that year and to use it as a warning to improve their own strength and not let others look down on them. This kind of thing happened not only in the Estonian embassy, but also in other Western countries. However, as China's position in the international arena became more stable, the provocation gradually weakened. Being weak did not mean that it did not exist. Only by remembering the past and constantly reminding oneself would one know how to forge ahead. Yi Qian in her previous life did not know about these things. Now that she heard it, her heart felt heavy, as if a stone was pressing down on it, making it difficult for her to breathe. Wasn't the SFS Border Defense Army the same? They provoked the Chinese soldiers everywhere, and their words were so unreasonable that it made people angry. Until the end, they did not apologize to the Chinese soldiers. They acted as if nothing had happened and casually erased their disrespect to the Chinese soldiers. It was indeed very angry to encounter such things, but such voices would become fewer and fewer until they completely disappeared. It will get better and better year by year. One day, those voices will disappear and they will shut up voluntarily. They will know what a laughable mistake they made. It will get better and better year by year. Yi Qian chatted with the young soldiers stationed here. This kind of conversation could only be understood and felt by them as soldiers. Her words touched the hearts of the soldiers. Even the smiles on their faces could not help but deepen. The cafeteria was right in front of them. After the 12 soldiers had breakfast at the designated time, they immediately had to change shifts and replace their comrades to eat breakfast. They ate very quickly, but the sound of spoons colliding with plates was very, very soft. Occasionally, there would be sounds of conversation, but it was limited to work. Yi Qian sat in the middle of them and did not feel out of place at all. When Ambassador Qin Dingkong walked in, he saw an unfamiliar female soldier chatting with the young armed police officer stationed at the embassy. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized who the unfamiliar female soldier was. He did not know her name. At this moment, Ambassador Qin Dingkong finally saw the female soldier's face clearly. After pausing for a few seconds, he turned his head and looked at the young diplomat who was on a business trip to Estonia 3 days ago. He could not help but have a meaningful look in his eyes. "You eat first. I will go over there and say hello." Ambassador Qin Dingkong whispered to the young diplomat next to him, indicating that he should eat first. At first, the young diplomat who came to Estonia on a business trip did not pay attention to the guards eating. Ambassador Qin Dingkong heard the young diplomat, who was his son, Qin Dingkong, say the name of the female soldier, and with disbelief of the "You know her?" Ambassador Qin Dingkong was also surprised. His son actually knew the young female soldier. Qin Xiu replied with a He could not control his feet and walked towards Yi Qian, who was eating a white steamed bun. He had not seen her for a long time, nor had he heard any news about her. But miraculously, he met her here. He could not help but think of a word: fate. Chapter 30-34. They were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, yet they accidentally met in a foreign country. Wasn't this fate? We really do know each other. How do you know each other? Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was asking the question, saw his son walking straight over and hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, you can eat at the side. I'll go over and say hello." How they knew each other was a long story. Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face had a deep smile. He stared deeply at Yi Qian and waited patiently. Yi Qian hadn't noticed Qin Xiu yet, but when he saw Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was in his early 50s, walking over, Yi Qian immediately put down the steamed bun in his hand and stood up. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was already smiling brightly. He took the initiative to greet Yi Qian. "Good morning." This made Yi Qian feel that he had been rude. He bowed slightly to express his apology and politely greeted him at the same time. When Qin Xiu, who was sitting at the side, saw this, the smile in his eyes completely spread. He looked even more handsome and had a kind of radiance that attracted everyone's attention. Soon, his gaze met Yi Qian's gaze. Qin Xiu raised his hand elegantly and greeted Yi Qian from 2 to 3 meters away. He saw a flash of surprise on Yi Qian's face, and the smile on his thin lips deepened. Like him, she was extremely surprised to see the other party. When she saw Ambassador Qin Dingkong last night, Yi Qian vaguely guessed the relationship between Qin Xiu and him. In the end, she saw Qin Xiu appear in front of her early in the morning. Even though Yi Qian was usually calm, she couldn't help but be surprised. Ambassador Qin Dingkong took in all of her expressions, and he knew that she really knew his son. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. After we met last time, I planned to look for you. In the end, due to various reasons related to work, I put it on hold. I'm really surprised to see you in a foreign country." Yi Qian had already sat down beside Qin Xiu. Opposite them was Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was watching them talk with a smile. Hearing this, Ambassador Qin Dingkong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at his son without leaving a trace. Today, Qin Xiu was a little talkative, and it was obvious that he was happy. Needless to say, the look in his eyes was so gentle that it surprised him as a father. He knew his son too well. He looked gentle and polite, but in reality, he was extremely cold and arrogant. This kind of gentle gaze, Even he, as a father, had never enjoyed it. Today, however, he was shocked to see him show such a gentle gaze to a young female soldier. Qin Xiu, who had never been attracted to a girl, seemed to be interested in the female soldier in front of him. No, not only was he interested in her, but he was very interested in her. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. I didn't expect it either. But when I saw Mr. Ambassador last night, I vaguely guessed your relationship with Mr. Ambassador. I didn't expect to see you so early in the morning. Isn't it fate? Qin Xiu asked her gently. Especially at the end of his sentence, the tenderness in his voice had already changed 1,000 times, and the meaning could not be more obvious. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was a female soldier who didn't think in this direction. She didn't hear anything special. In addition, Qin Xiu had always spoken in such a gentle tone, so she didn't think much of it. But she knew that the word fate couldn't be easily recognized. She changed her words and said with a smile, "It's amazing, but it doesn't seem so amazing when you think about it. You're a diplomat, so it's normal to meet in the embassy." Chapter 30-35. Qin Xiu smiled. The Yi Qian he knew had always been so pure that every time he interacted with her, his fondness for her deepened. He liked her purity very much. She was not pretentious, nor did she belittle herself. She had always maintained her character. She was so pure. Well, you're right. It's normal to run into me in the embassy. She didn't talk about fate, so he didn't talk about it either. He knew that she was a female soldier who paid attention to the distance between men and women. Such an answer also made Ambassador Qin Dingkong's impression of Yi Qian even better, especially when he saw that she knew that he was Qin Xiu's father. Her eyes were so natural and calm that there was no change in them. From last night's brief exchange to today's meeting, they didn't even know each other. Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who had always been strict with others and himself, already had a very high opinion of Yi Qian in his heart. Therefore, when he sensed his son's thoughts, he didn't stop him. Instead, he took it calmly. Now, it was obvious that Qin Xiu was only interested in the female soldier who spoke to him. She didn't have any interest in Qin Xiu himself or Qin Xiu's family. She didn't have any interest in him at all. He didn't need to say anything at all. He just watched quietly. Qin Xiu didn't ask why Yi Qian was here. He understood. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Qian only ate steamed buns, he put his bowl of millet porridge on Yi Qian's stainless steel plate. You should eat some porridge that's easy to digest. You shouldn't eat too much steamed buns for the time being. He was very attentive and caring. Yi Qian, who was a little hungry, saw this and put the steamed bun aside. She said, "Thank you," and took a small sip of the golden millet porridge. She and Qin Xiu had known each other for a long time, so there was no sense of distance when they spoke. In addition, they had fought side by side in the neighboring country, so they got along much more casually. They got along very comfortably and didn't need to pay too much attention. Ambassador Qin Dingkong scooped the millet porridge unhurriedly. When Qin Xiu looked over, he returned a meaningful smile, which made Qin Xiu feel a little embarrassed. He had forgotten that his father was standing right beside him. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was already used to his son's forgetfulness in certain aspects. Colonel Xia, who had just woken up, opened his eyes, his eyelids twitching nonstop. After looking at the time, he rolled out of bed. From washing up to getting dressed, he had used 3 minutes. He knew which room Yi Qian lived in. After knocking 3 times, he pushed open the door and entered. It was a single room. Opening the door, he could see the furnishings inside. His gaze fell on the neatly folded quilt. Commander Xia narrowed his eyes and turned to go downstairs. His eyelids were still twitching. He raised his hand several times, but it was still the same. After asking where the cafeteria was Colonel Xia strode forward quickly. His little fox woke up half an hour earlier than him and went to the cafeteria to eat, but he didn't accompany her. By the time he got there, the little fox should have already finished her breakfast and was preparing to go back to sleep. The cafeteria was not far from the dormitory. The dormitory was at the back, separated by a small field and a row of green belts. In front of the cafeteria was a 2-story European-style building. After passing through the field and going around the green belt, Colonel Xia's vision became a little dim. There was nothing else. He saw his love rival talking with his girlfriend. He didn't know what they were talking about, but there was a deep smile on his love rival's face. When he lowered his head, the gentleness on his face made him want to rush up and cover it with mud. What a guy! He even bumped into him here. Chapter 3036. Yi Qian, who was talking to Qin Xiu, hadn't seen him yet. There were trees and greenery on both sides, and his line of sight was obstructed. He didn't immediately notice the man whose heart was bubbling with jealousy. You can't say that it's hard. Because I like it, I don't think it's hard. I can't say that I'm tired. When I'm tired, I sleep for a while, rest for a while, and think about the goals I haven't achieved yet. I think about why I came here, and then I don't feel tired. Qin Xiu asked Yi Qian if the competition this time was very hard and tiring. Yi Qian thought about it for a while, then answered honestly. If it were someone else, she would have smiled and changed the topic. But Qin Xiu was different. She had seen his iron-blooded demeanor when he was diplomatic with other countries. In the face of armed foreign soldiers, he stood up for the interests of the country without fear. She had also seen his fearlessness and calmness in the face of a hail of bullets. Yi Qian admired Qin Xiu from the bottom of her heart. She only admired him, not worshipped him. The only person she worshipped was the man in her heart, Lieutenant Colonel Xia. Qin Xiu could naturally hear Yi Qian's respect for him. It was a kind of respectful respect. This kind of respect was not what he wanted. It was too distant, and he didn't like it. After listening quietly, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Yi Qian didn't understand. He thought that Qin Xiu had stopped because of something, so he stopped as well. He looked up at the slender young diplomat with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. Today, he wore a solid navy blue suit with a white shirt inside. He wore a slanted bow tie that was the same color as the suit. The slanted tie embellished the sedate color of the suit, and it didn't make him look old at all. Instead, it made him look even more elegant and handsome. There was no sun in the sky. It was gloomy and dark, as if dark clouds were pressing down. Standing under the tree, Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes. When he fixed his gaze on Yi Qian, his hidden joy was faintly discernible. The surroundings were too quiet, and the time was too good. Everything was so natural. The joy that had never been expressed in words was like a clear spring that had finally turned into a trickle slowly seeping out of the soil. In an instant, her heart was filled with tenderness, and there was also the sweetness of anticipating love's care. Qin Xiu wanted to confess his love to her. After careful consideration for such a long time and repeated questions about his feelings, he finally told himself with certainty, Qin Xiu, you like the girl in front of you. You don't like her for fun, nor do you like her for a moment of novelty. You really like the girl in front of you, who is pure and works hard on her own ability. It wasn't just pure liking. It was a deeper and more intense form of love. Qin Xiu, you've fallen in love with the girl in front of you, who is like the morning sun. At that moment, Qin Xiu knew that he had to seize the opportunity to confess his love. Fate came quietly, and they inadvertently met again. The goddess of luck held Cupid's hand, and together they descended to his side. He had to seize the opportunity to confess his love so that he wouldn't let down the fate that brought them together. Xia Jinyuan, who was striding over, was like a lion whose territory had been invaded. He didn't take a detour with a cold look on his face. When he realized that something was wrong, he walked like a gust of wind. He almost trotted. Then, he lifted his long legs and walked straight through the half-knee-high bushes in the green belt. He took the shortest path and rushed over. How could he walk properly when he was trying to steal Yi Qian's girl right under his nose? Of course not. He had to take the shortest path. In order to drive away his love rival, Xia Jinyuan was bound to come in a storm. Chapter 3037. Crossing the field and crossing the half-knee-high bushes, Colonel Xia's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath, but his heart was filled with jealousy. He finally shortened the distance between himself and Yi Qian to only 10 meters. This was the shortest path, and there were no other shortcuts to take. Because Qin Xiu suddenly stopped, Yi Qian turned sideways and looked at him in confusion. As a result, she didn't notice the jealous young colonel behind her. In Qin Xiu's eyes, there was only Yi Qian in the whole world, and he was thinking about how to confess. He automatically blocked out everything around him except for Yi Qian, so he didn't see Colonel Xia. "What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Then go ahead. I won't delay your business. He didn't say anything for a long time. Yi Qian thought he had something to do, but before he could finish speaking, Yi Qian, who had been looking up at him, suddenly felt her heart tighten. She was shocked by the darkness in his eyes. Suddenly, she had an epiphany, but before that thought could settle in her heart, it was immediately slapped out of her mind by a slap from the depths of her soul. "Don't stay in your heart. Hurry up and slap it out." Qin Xiu was an outstanding diplomat, and observing people's body language was one of his compulsory courses. Yi Qian's change in expression didn't escape his eyes. He knew in his heart that this intelligent girl, in front of him, saw something unusual in his eyes. "Yi Qian, what you saw in my eyes just now was me. Didn't we agree to meet in your room at 8 o'clock? Have you lost track of time?" Behind him, a clear voice calmly interrupted Qin Xiu's next words. "I waited in your room for a few minutes, and I even packed your luggage, but you still haven't come back." After saying a long string of words, he didn't give Qin Xiu a chance to speak again. He already knew what his love rival was going to say. How could he give his love rival a chance to speak again? Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Qian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She had also vaguely guessed what Qin Xiu might say. It was too unbelievable. Thinking too much, definitely thinking too much. How could this be? Yi Qian felt that he might have been overthinking things. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. Qin Xiu, a diplomat, young, promising, and elegant like a noble son. Fortunately, she had thought of a possibility in time and sent it flying. Otherwise, she would have made a fool of herself. Yi Qian smiled apologetically at him and turned around. He naturally continued the conversation with the sour lieutenant colonel. "I remember. I bumped into Qin Xiu in the cafeteria just now. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so we chatted for a while. Unlike you, we see each other every day. I can find you whenever I want to chat." There was no need for too many words. One had not seen each other for a long time, while the other saw each other every day. The sour lieutenant colonel, who was secretly rubbing his hands together, instantly felt better. He no longer had the thought of covering his love rival's face with dirt. He walked closer to Yi Qian. The distance between them wasn't about an arm's length, but rather he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qian. The distance between them was so close that Yi Qian only needed to tilt his head, and his head could rest on his shoulder. This was the intimate distance between lovers. Qin Xiu's heart sank, when he interrupted Yi Qian's confession. When he saw the close distance between the two of them, the corners of his mouth curved into an unchanging smile. It was as if he didn't understand the relationship between the two of them. However, the pair of eyes that gazed gently at Yi Qian were deep and serene, like a dark whirlpool in the depths of the sea. Chapter 3038. Counselor Qin, long time no see. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand gracefully and smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here, Counselor Qin. What a pleasant surprise. You almost confessed to me as your girlfriend. The elegant Lieutenant Colonel Xia's mind was filled with thoughts. Counselors were diplomats with a position lower than ambassadors in the embassy. Counselors were divided into minister counselor, political counselor, commercial counselor, economic counselor, cultural counselor, and education counselor. Qin Xiu's minister counselor was higher than ordinary counselors. Xia Jinyuan did not address Qin Xiu as Ambassador Qin, like his other comrades. Ambassador was the highest position in the embassy. Qin Xiu was the youngest diplomat, but he had not become an ambassador like his father. Ever since he found out that Qin Xiu was a powerful rival in love, Lieutenant Colonel Xia had to secretly investigate. Although he and Qin Xiu were the same age and were both from Beijing, their paths were completely different. When he was young, he walked the path of arrogance. When Qin Xiu was young, he walked the path of a good student. Although there was a period of time when Qin Xiu played with flying cars, it was only during the rebellious period of youth. The rest of the time, he was still a good student. Arrogant students and good students did not get along well. Since they were both from Beijing, it was normal for them not to be friends. After his private investigation, Lieutenant Colonel Xia could not help but inwardly gasp. No wonder he could become the youngest diplomat. He was knowledgeable, courageous, and intelligent. In addition, he had a passable appearance and came from a diplomatic family. He was simply the best son-in-law in the hearts of the noble women. Such a powerful rival in love must be taken seriously and resolutely on defense, not giving the enemy any chance to invade. Lieutenant Colonel Xia had already activated his rival in love mode. As for Qin Xiu, he had also entered battle mode. Last time, he was not wrong. The girl he fell in love with had an unusual relationship with this young man from the family Xia. He reached out and gracefully shook hands with him. He smiled and said, "Hello, Captain Xia. I did not expect to meet you here. It is indeed a pleasant surprise." He was so surprised that he wanted to directly pull Yi Qian to another place to confess. He had miscalculated. Previously, when he accidentally bumped into Yi Qian at the military headquarters and saw him together with old Master Fu's grandson, Li Jinyan, he should have thought that since Yi Qian was participating in the Icar assault, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were likely to be there too. She was so immersed in the surprise of meeting Yi Qian that she forgot to think. If he took a wrong step, it would cause his confession to fail. Qin Xiu's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible annoyance. It was no longer the right time to confess to Yi Qian, nor was it the right time to continue chatting with her. He didn't want to know the relationship between her and Xia Jinyuan. In order to avoid making Yi Qian feel awkward the next time they met, he had no choice but to leave. "Yi Qian, I have something to take care of here. Let's talk another day." In order to be able to see each other well in the future, Qin Xiu made a prompt decision and no longer hesitated. At the same time, he took out a pen from his pocket and took out a sticky note to write down his domestic phone number. We're so familiar with each other, but we don't have each other's phone numbers. It's a little unreasonable. He wrote a string of numbers on the sticky note and handed it to Yi Qian. There was a hint of persistence in his smiling eyes. "I hope to receive your message when I return to China." He had already begun his attack. Qin Xiu instantly understood that love was the same as negotiation. There was no hesitation. Once he understood what he wanted, he had to attack immediately. He could not hesitate. The opportunity had passed. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 39. Xia Jinyuan's smiling gaze slowly slid down from his love rival's face, then landed on the note. When he slowly raised his head again, the smile in his eyes faded a lot. There was indeed a sense of crisis. Despite knowing that his relationship with Yi Qian was not simple, he could still attack him. It was clear that this Counselor Qin was not as gentle and refined as he appeared to be. As a diplomat who was constantly involved in meetings with other countries and fought for his country, how could he possibly be as gentle and refined as he appeared to be? Being gentle and refined was his temperament. He appeared to be easy to talk to, but in reality, he was strong and would not be easily defeated. Yi Qian took the note. She did not say that she would send a text message. Instead, she smiled and said, "I rarely use my phone in school, and the school does not allow me to use my phone. If I can't send you a text message in time, please forgive me." If Qin Xiu was really like what she thought just now, then she definitely had to avoid arousing suspicion. She did not want her relationship with a man to be too complicated. She had Captain Xia, a man who loved her, and she loved him. No matter how good the man outside was, he was not the Captain Xia in her heart. Xia Jinyuan's slightly cold black eyes smiled, faintly, as he looked at Qin Xiu. Then he slowly said, "Excuse me, Counselor Qin. Yi Qian and I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Captain Xia." Qin Xiu was not rude. He controlled his emotions very well and said politely to Yi Qian, "Goodbye, Yi Qian." There would be a time when they would meet again, and he would take his time. He would not stop and would take his leave first. From this, it could be seen that the youngest diplomat, Qin Xiu, possessed extraordinary courage. He was decisive and did not hesitate, which was very suitable for his identity as a diplomat. Looking at his back as he left, Xia Jinyuan, whose thin lips had been holding a smile, had a cold look in his eyes. Just now, Qin Xiu and Yi Qian, had already realized that something was amiss. She instinctively wanted to explain to Xia Jinyuan, but in exchange, Xia Jinyuan smiled gently and dotingly. It is indeed a joyous thing to meet a friend in a foreign land. He raised his hand and rubbed her head. The gentleness in his eyes was as sweet as honey. "I want to go for breakfast. Accompany me?" There was no need to explain. She did not do anything wrong, and she was very considerate of his feelings. She used her actions and words to tell Qin Xiu what her relationship with him. A little fox like her, who knew how to dote on others, he would be the one to take care of her, pamper her, and love her. No one else would be able to squeeze in even half a millimeter. Yi Qian's bright eyes sparkled as if they were sprinkled with fine diamonds. His beautiful face suddenly bloomed with a smile. It was as clear as crystal, so clear that the whole sky could not be compared to the light smile of the person in front of him. "Okay, I'll go with you." Xia Jinyuan, whose heart was suddenly stirred, could not help but gently clench his fists. His cold gaze swept around. There were 2 cameras in front of him on the left, one on the right, and another hidden camera in the corner of the eaves. There was even a hidden camera embedded in the lamppost. He turned around and scanned his surroundings like an X-ray. Soon, he found a total of 6 cameras nearby. There was only one place that was convenient for him to do something bad. "Yi Qian, come over here and take a look. Our embassy's office building is built in a Gothic style. Since you can't go out for a walk, you can walk around the embassy and experience the difference in a foreign land." Colonel Xia, who had found a good place, naturally looked around. After confirming that there were no staff members of the embassy, he walked over first. At the same time, He found an excuse to coax Yi Qian over. Chapter 3040. Yi Qian did not understand Xia Jinyuan's intentions. Hearing this, she really admired the architectural style of the embassy. She looked up and followed Xia Jinyuan's footsteps. The Chinese embassy in Estonia was built in the Gothic style. Its main features were pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying arches. It had a completely different atmosphere from the ancient Chinese buildings. Xia Jinyuan stood under the flying arches. His eyes gradually changed color as he stared at Yi Qian, who was completely unguarded against him and really enjoying the scenery of the embassy. Her unguarded attitude towards him made his breath catch in his throat. He stood there and waited for the girl he loved the most to walk to his side. Yi Qian observed carefully. The architecture of the embassy was very beautiful, but no matter how beautiful it was, it could not compare to the man beside her. After a few glances, she saw him standing under the flying arches and gazing at her with a gentle smile. Yi Qian blushed and hurriedly walked over. "Stop looking. Hurry up and eat breakfast. There's millet porridge. It's good for the stomach. It's suitable for people like us who haven't eaten properly for a few days. Come to my side." Xia Jinyuan did not move. He reached out his hand to the girl who was standing 3 steps away from him. His gentle gaze turned into water and enveloped Yi Qian. "Come to my side. Look at me. Come to my side. Look at me." Yi Qian's face, which was already a little hot, suddenly turned red. Even her jade-like ears turned red. "Come here," he said softly again. His gaze was even gentler. Yi Qian, whose cheeks were as delicate as pink flower petals, muttered softly, "You look at me every day. What's there to look at? You might as well go eat breakfast earlier." They were only 3 steps away. Yi Qian moved over. Before she could get close, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms forcefully. Yi Qian was completely unprepared for Xia Jinyuan's sudden strength. Her whole body crashed into his arms. Before the small cry of surprise could come out of her mouth, it was stopped by his kiss just as it reached her throat. Yi Qian was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he panicked. This was not a place for 2 people to be intimate with each other. How could he be so daring? She almost fainted from his impudence. "Ugh, let go, let go." With his lips sealed, Yi Qian, who was extremely nervous, could only mumble incoherently in his throat. He could not speak clearly and could only make muffled sounds. Her mouth was filled with his scent. It was refreshing and clean, but it was also extremely strong. It was like highly concentrated alcohol, causing her to feel dizzy and weak in the knees. Her entire body felt dizzy as she lay softly in his arms, unable to exert any strength. I'll be seen. Ugh. Let me go, Captain Xia." Even though her limbs were weak, she could not suppress the nervousness in her heart. Yi Qian was really afraid that someone would come over and see the 2 of them hiding here and whispering sweet nothings to each other. She struggled a little fiercely. After eating breakfast, she regained her strength and exerted so much strength that Xia Jinyuan almost lost his grip on her. He released her lips from his tight kiss and placed his thin lips next to her ear. "Don't move. I've observed just now. There's no one around, and there aren't any spies either. It's very safe. But if you move again, you might be seen by the spies. Be good, don't move." His hot breath sprayed to the side of her ear. It was so hot that Yi Qian's neck turned red. "This is not." Ugh. Before she could finish her sentence, her earlobe was sucked into his mouth. His teeth were even gently biting it. Her unfinished words turned into soft moans that were as soft as water. They were sweet and alluring, and when they entered his ears, they became decadent sounds. Chapter 3041. Don't move. If you move, we'll be seen. Her deep moans entered his ears and became the most seductive sound. In an instant, Xia Jinyuan's breathing became heavier and hotter. Yi Qian's heart tightened. This guy, when he said he wanted her to come over to look at the scenery, he clearly had the idea of kissing her. She actually didn't realize it. She really thought he wanted her to admire the scenery of the embassy building. Step by step, she fell into his gentle trap. How could he be so evil? Afraid of being discovered, the shy Yi Qian didn't dare to move. He nibbled on her earlobe and sucked on her sensitive neck. As if an electric current had passed through her, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with a thin layer of mist. Her dark eyes were moist and watery, like black pearls that had been washed by water, bright and resplendent. Don't do it here, Captain Xia. We'll be discovered. Let go. She didn't even dare to speak loudly. Her voice was as soft as a kitten's. The more nervous she was, the more afraid she was to speak loudly. The more afraid she was to speak loudly, the softer her voice became. This tormented Xia Jinyuan to the point where he would get burned if he played with fire. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he suddenly pressed Yi Qian against the wall. Then he squeezed his body to the side and moved his feet to squeeze her inside. With his back facing the outside, he completely wrapped her in his arms and wrapped her tightly. I can't see. You're in my arms now. I'll block you. Don't wrap your hands around my neck. If you don't have the strength, grab my collar. Be good. Don't open your legs. Close them. Don't reach them out. I'll block you. Don't be afraid. His hot, thin lips kissed her neck, from her earlobe to her chin. His forceful sucking made Yi Qian, whose face was burning red, have no choice but to raise her head and neck. Her neck, which was the most vulnerable and fatal part, was completely exposed. His hot, thin lips kissed her nonstop. When she heard what he said, Yi Qian was so anxious that her eyes started to water. Captain Xia, don't do it here. Let's go back to the dormitory. Let's go back to the dormitory. Her hands did not grab his collar, but pressed against his firm chest, not allowing him to get any closer. The space under the flying arch was too small. It was so small that the two of them just happened to be face to face. Any more, and they would be swept by the spies outside. Yi Qian didn't even dare to push him. He was afraid that if he moved too abruptly, it would backfire. She was scared, but Xia Jinyuan's body was tense. He couldn't stop kissing her passionately, but her soft pleading made his heart melt. No matter how tense his body was, he had to endure it. Let me catch my breath. As expected, he stopped kissing and buried his head in Yi Qian's neck, gasping for air. Inside his body, a fire was burning fiercely. It was burning so fiercely that his body was about to explode. When Yi Qian saw that he had stopped, her weak legs finally regained some strength. Are you done? Stop panting. The guards on shift will pass by here to eat in the cafeteria. You can catch your breath as you walk. Afraid that he would kiss her again, Yi Qian spoke softly. She didn't understand what he meant by catching his breath. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. Then his tall and slender body pressed on top of hers. He smiled mischievously. We haven't caught our breath yet. How can we catch our breath as we walk? We'll be laughed at. He purposely pressed down on Yi Qian's crotch so that she could clearly feel where he needed to catch his breath. Chapter 3042. Yi Qian's cultivation level was not as high as Lieutenant Colonel Xia's, who grew up in the imperial city. She thought he was trying to push the blame onto her by saying something like, "Who's panting while walking? People will laugh at you." She had never seen anyone panting while walking and being laughed at. It couldn't be that he couldn't even catch his breath just because he was a soldier, right? Are you still trying to push the blame onto me? Captain Xia, if you continue to push the blame onto me, I'm really going to get angry. Yi Qian tried her best to press herself against the wall. In order not to let the people outside see what they were doing, the closer she pressed herself against the wall, the tighter Xia Jinyuan pressed himself against her. Panting isn't just limited to your mouth. There are other places where you need to catch your breath. If you're panting here, you have to hide it. Xia Jinyuan buried his head in Yi Qian's neck and chuckled. If you don't hide it properly, people will laugh at you. Lieutenant Colonel Xia was mischievous when he was resting. In order to let Yi Qian know where he needed to catch his breath, he purposely pressed down on Yi Qian's crotch so that she could clearly feel where he needed to catch his breath. When he leaned closer, Yi Qian understood. How could she not understand? She could feel the panic in her heart. Her face started to burn uncontrollably again. Her originally weak body suddenly stiffened, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. So, he really couldn't go out to catch his breath. He really had to hide it. Yi Qian stopped talking. She knew that if she continued to argue, she wouldn't be able to win against him. She might as well remain silent and let him catch his breath first. His tall body pressed down on Yi Qian. His breath surrounded Yi Qian. He just leaned against her lazily, his handsome nose pressed against the skin of her neck. His breathing was still heavy and rapid. It didn't look like he was going to calm down any time soon. Yi Qian tried her best to stand up straight, the back of her hands pressed against the cold wall. She tried her best to shrink the space between them and minimize the chance of being exposed. Neither of them spoke. They just stood there quietly. It was as if the entire world had quieted down. Her heart pounded. It was a little chaotic, but it was also a little sweet. She felt sweet because of the short time they spent hugging each other. Time seemed to have slowed down because of the two of them. Yi Qian closed his eyes, lowered his head, and quietly buried his head in the hollow of his neck. The two of them were like a pair of mandarin ducks snuggled up to each other, waiting for each other. Xia Jinyuan did not linger any longer. When he finally calmed down the restlessness in his body, he lifted his head from her neck and stretched his large body to block Yi Qian's line of sight. Just now, I really just wanted to kiss you. Like this. Xia Jinyuan suddenly lowered his head and planted a light kiss on Yi Qian's red lips. Like this, but I underestimated your seduction. I was a little careless and lost control. Yi Qian could no longer feel the pain in her crotch. She knew that he had calmed down. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly kissed her again. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She was afraid that he would relapse and do something that scared her again. In a moment of desperation, she raised her hand and covered his mouth tightly. She said anxiously, "I'm done watching. If you don't go eat breakfast, I won't accompany you anymore." Chapter 3043. Her nervousness made the smile on Xia Jinyuan's handsome face deepen. His eyes were full of smiles. His thin lips were still curled up, and he gently brushed Yi Jian's palm. His arm directly wrapped around her slender waist, and he did not let her shrink back anymore. Instead, he completely leaned into his embrace. "Why are you so timid? Even if you really see it, it's no big deal. I'm here." If they really saw it, with Little Fox's current capabilities and military achievements, who would say that a relationship would delay her studies? The school wouldn't say much, but it was still possible for them to talk to her. Moreover, the mastermind had yet to surface. Even though he wasn't afraid, he still had to be careful of her. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead before letting go. "My flight is at 2 in the afternoon. I'll go to your room later. I'll have breakfast first. You can go back to the dormitory and rest." Yi Jian didn't want to accompany him to eat anymore, so she nodded. Seeing him walk out of the flying arch, she quickly adjusted her collar and moved sideways, leaving from the other side of the flying arch as if she was deceiving herself. She saw Xia Jinyuan standing there and chuckled. Why was he so cute? She was so scared, but she couldn't bear to push him away. His little fox was really a soft-hearted little fox. Yes, she was only soft-hearted towards him. Towards others, such as Qin Xiu, she didn't even want to give him her personal number. Although little fox was slow when it came to love, she was smart. Qin Xiu's behavior just now obviously made her feel something, but she must have thought that she was overthinking. That was why she said those words when she took Qin Xiu's personal number. She didn't reject him, but she also told Qin Xiu that he was just a normal friend to her. She might forget about him when she was busy. Through the way she handled this matter, it wasn't hard to see that although little fox was soft-hearted, she was also very hard-hearted. She was very cold towards people she didn't miss and things she didn't miss. When Counselor Qin left, his eyes didn't have a faint smile like Xia Jinyuan's. He seemed a little gloomy, but he liked it. Colonel Xia, whose heart was no longer sour, walked briskly to the cafeteria to eat. On the other hand, Qin Xiu, who had left, was not so relaxed. The fate, he thought, was so fragile that before he could express his feelings, he was already rejected by the girl he fell in love with without hesitation. She rejected him in a way that protected his dignity. Ambassador Qin Dingkong pushed open the door of his office and saw his son standing in front of the window with his hands in his trouser pockets. He stood still as if he was thinking about something. When he closed the door, he deliberately made some noise. Qin Xiu, who was standing there thinking, turned around and said, "Dad, the documents are on your desk. Take a look. I've also translated the information for the meeting, and I need your approval." Qin Xiu naturally took out his hands from his trouser pockets and turned around. He didn't look as cold as before. Instead, he had a temperament that was very similar to Ambassador Qin Dingkong's, which was gentle and elegant with a little fierceness. "All right, take a seat first. I'll see if there's any problem." Ambassador Qin Dingkong went around the desk and sat down. He opened the documents and looked at the documents that he needed to approve with a serious expression. After he finished reviewing, Qin Xiu immediately stood up and waited for instructions. He didn't let his personal affairs affect his work. After he finished reviewing and signing the documents, he handed them back to Qin Xiu. Ambassador Qin Dingkong didn't let his son leave immediately. Instead, he pointed to the chair in front of his desk and said with a smile, "You'll be back the day after tomorrow. You'll be busy starting from 2:00 in the afternoon. Since you have time now, let's talk." Chapter 3044. Qin Dingkong and Qin Xiu were the kind of father and son who rarely saw each other throughout the year. It had been nearly a year and a half since the last time they met. They were both diplomatic staff and loved their jobs. Both father and son were the same kind of people. They put all their focus on their work and didn't care much about their families. Therefore, it was no wonder that Mrs. Qin was anxious to arrange a blind date for Qin Xiu. She wanted him to get married as soon as possible and have a grandson for her. It was too lonely to stay in such a big house alone. Ambassador Qin Dingkong never interfered with his son's marriage. For him, it was better to let nature take its course. There was no need to force it. Just like now, his wife was anxious to arrange a blind date for their son at home. Every time they talked on the phone, she would say that their son didn't want to cooperate with her arrangements. He even refused to attend the blind date party she arranged with the excuse that he was busy with work. It made her lose face. She always said such things, which gave him a headache as a husband. However, he knew that it was not easy for his wife to stay at home alone. He asked her to come over, but she was worried about their son, who was temporarily working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing. She insisted on finding a girlfriend for their son that she was satisfied with. Only then would she come over. Why bother? Was it their son looking for a girlfriend, or her looking for a girlfriend? Why did she have to be satisfied? Wasn't it enough as long as their son was satisfied? Ambassador Chin Dingkong, who had been annoyed by his wife's every phone call, planned to have a good talk with his son Qin Xiu in his limited free time. He wanted his son to comfort his wife after returning to China. If he found a girl he liked, he could tell his wife directly. Then everything would be solved. Qin Xiu, who took the file, sat down and didn't speak immediately. Instead, he carefully checked whether each file had been reviewed and whether there was the ambassador's signature. After he went through the files one by one and confirmed that there were no mistakes, Qin Xiu closed the file and said with a smile, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Let's talk about everything, from work to personal life." "We can talk about everything." Ambassador Qin Dingkong leisurely leaned against the back of the office chair and looked at his son, who was more outstanding than him. As a father, he was indeed very proud. He was less serious about work and had more fatherly kindness in his eyes. "Let's talk about work later. Let's talk about your personal life first. You are 27 years old this year, and you will soon be 30. Now that you have some success in your career, have you considered finding a girl, getting a marriage certificate, and have a family of your own?" They never talked about personal life. Now was quiet for a while. Then, of course, Ambassador Qin Dingkong's interest was piqued. "It's not very obvious, but you're my son, and I'm your father. I can see some clues. If you like her, you have to go after her and tell her your feelings. Don't think that you are familiar with her. It's useless to talk about it when your relationship has improved. You should know that a good girl doesn't have to worry about not having pursuers, especially when she is in the army where men are abundant and women are scarce. Many male soldiers are staring at her. You are very likely to be late for a lifetime. After all, he was an elder. He had experienced ups and downs and accumulated experience. Young people like Qin Xiu could not compare with him. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out the sadness of many men who thought, "The girl I have a crush on is getting married today, but unfortunately the groom is not me." Chapter 3045. Qin Xiu rarely talked about personal matters with his parents. Seeing his father speak so straightforwardly, he was not used to it. He cleared his throat and said, "I have known her for a long time. I knew her when she was still studying at my uncle's school. She was only in her second year of high school at that time." This time, it was Ambassador Qin Dingkong's turn to adjust his sitting posture. Did that mean his son had taken a liking to the girl when she was still in her second year of high school? The girl he saw in the cafeteria was wearing a military uniform. That meant she was still studying at a military school. Her age was about the same as his guess, around 20 years old. She was around 16 or 17 years old in high school. She was so young, yet Qin Xiu had taken a liking to her. Ambassador Qin Dingkong picked up the thermal cup on the desk and took a sip of hot tea to hide the shock in his heart. "Don't think too much. I got lost when I went to my uncle's school. She sent me back to my uncle's office. She was so young, and she was still a high school student. Don't think of me as a beast," Qin Xiu explained when he saw his father's reaction. Beast Xia, who was eating breakfast, expressed his innocence. "Later, we met on and off. I suddenly realized that I had a crush on her when I went to the snow mountain and encountered an avalanche. When we were at our most helpless and in need of help, she walked alone from the high snow on the snowy peak with light. At that time, I actually thought that I would be buried in the snow until my whole body stiffened. But she came with hope." He recalled the time when Yi Qian appeared in his sight with light. The figure stepping on the light was like an ancient sword breaking out of the ground and rushing straight into the nine heavens. With a snow-white light, it instantly split open the hopeless darkness in front of him, allowing him to see hope and the future. In this way, the girl that he had known for many years and had only met a few times suddenly crashed into his heart. She took root in his heart, and he fell in love with her irredeemably. Qin Xiu had never told his family about these things. As his father, Ambassador Qin Dingkong also heard for the first time that his son, whom he was proud of, encountered an avalanche for the first time. Even though it had been a long time and his son was still sitting in front of him, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It turned out that the female soldier, who was praised by the generals of other countries, was his son's savior. However, Ambassador Qin Dingkong frowned slightly. He thought of his wife in the capital. Did you mention it to your mother? It's such a big matter, you should mention it. Also, where is the girl from? She's from Anyang. I've heard about her family, from my uncle. Her parents died early when she was young. Her mother was a martyr and her father was an honest farmer. When it came to Yi Qian's family situation, Qin Xiu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He liked Yi Qian, so it had nothing to do with whether her family was good or bad. He also knew why his father asked such a question. Hearing this, Ambassador Qin Dingkong sighed in his heart. Although this is the first time I've met her, I like her very much. She's capable and talented. Father has a very good impression of her. Furthermore, she saved your life and is our family's savior. But Qin Xiu, just because she saved your life is not enough for your mother and grandmother to accept her. Qin Xiu, what do you mean by this? If you just want to fall in love, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make things difficult for a good girl. If you want to get married, then you have to face the problem of our family properly. You can't wrong such a good girl because of this. Chapter 3046. Ambassador Qin Dingkong was referring to Mrs. Qin and his wife when he mentioned family problems. Mrs. Qin was born into a prestigious family in the capital and valued matching families the most. Mrs. Qin was the same. She was even more prejudiced against family background than her mother-in-law. She did not even choose a pretty girl from a humble family as her daughter-in-law. Ambassador Qin Dingkong had an older brother and a younger brother. Both of their daughters-in-law came from prestigious families, so Mrs. Qin paid more attention to them. Mrs. Qin was easy to talk to. Among her grandchildren, she liked Qin Xiu the most. As long as Qin Xiu liked her, she would like her too. Moreover, he was old now and did not care about family matters. His 3 nephews who were already married did not interfere. They made all the decisions themselves. Therefore, the only problem at home was Mrs. Qin. Qin Xiu laughed involuntarily. Dad, you're thinking too far ahead. I don't even know if there's a possibility between us. I do like her very much. I even thought that it was fate that we met in the cafeteria today. Unfortunately, he stopped and sighed softly. His slender fingers rubbed his temples helplessly. Ambassador Qin Dingkong, who was listening intently, could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Qin Xiu said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I was interrupted before I could confess. With her intelligence, I'm afraid she has already guessed some of my thoughts. Next, I have to think carefully about how to pursue her, especially when there was such a strong opponent. However, before that, he had to confirm whether Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were together. If they were together, his bottom line would not allow him to do anything unscrupulous. If they were still pursuing each other, then he would not give in. They would rely on their own abilities to see who could win the heart of the beauty in the end. It doesn't matter if she knows. You can seize the opportunity next time. I support your decision. It's not easy to meet someone you like, so you should go after her. Even if you don't succeed, you won't have any regrets. As for your mother, I will take care of it. What era are we living in? As long as the girl is happy, everything is negotiable. Ambassador Qin Dingkong supported his son. He had a good impression of the girl when he met her last night. Today, when he saw her graceful behavior, he cast aside his prejudice and was happy to see the two young people get married. Don't mention this to the family first. It's unknown whether we can be together or not. I have no idea whether she will like me or not. If it's really possible, I will confess to the family. Qin Xiu did not think that his family's problems. The main issue was whether he could get Yi Qian and make her his girlfriend. When he said that, Ambassador Qin Dingkong laughed out loud. You have to have some confidence. My son is not bad either. When your mother called me, she couldn't help but show off to me. She said that so many people wanted to introduce their daughters to you, and so many families wanted to introduce their nieces to you. They are all so popular. You have to have some confidence. Leave your mother to me. She's so picky. Your sister is so scared that she doesn't dare to come back to China. She carries a camera all year round to take pictures of the scenery. Some time ago, your mother told me that she wanted to introduce your sister to Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. If I remember correctly, Commander-in-Chief Xia's son is the same age as you. Your sister is 1 year older than him. Chapter 3047. Speaking of his eldest daughter, Ambassador Qin Dingkong also felt helpless. His wife's strength and his daughter's stubbornness caused his eldest daughter to not have a family until now. He didn't know why his wife would have such an idea to marry his eldest daughter into a family Xia. Your grandmother and old Madame Xia didn't get along when they were still in the boudoir. She's still the same even when she's old. The two families don't have any contact with each other. Your mother dares to have such an idea. Isn't she messing around? Go back and remind your mother. If she continues to be so picky, your sister won't be able to get married for the rest of her life. Speaking of Commander-in-Chief Xia's son, Qin Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking at his father, who was worried about his sister Qining, he smiled and said, Commander-in-Chief Xia's son is now in the embassy. You've already seen him last night. He's also the son-in-law candidate in the eyes of the noble ladies in the capital. It's normal for my mother to have such an idea. Ambassador Qin Dingkong didn't know that the son-in-law candidate his wife had chosen was now in the embassy. He was also a young soldier who would participate in the IK assault. He only knew that the Chinese side had sent 8 special forces to participate in the competition, but he didn't know the names of the special forces. Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. He had seen him a few years ago. It was said that he had joined the army. He didn't know what happened later. He didn't expect to meet him here. Their identities are not disclosed to the public. Don't mention it when you go back. Don't leak a word to your mother. Just pretend that you don't know about it. Ambassador Qin Dingkong didn't have the urge to go and have a look. The Chinese side called and asked him to arrange to meet them in person and pointed out that he couldn't walk around at will. He knew that the identities of the special forces needed to be kept secret. He didn't arrange for them to stay in the hotel, but directly arranged for them to stay in the embassy. Now that his son suddenly knew the identities of the 2 special forces, he even considered whether to let Qin Xiu live outside. Then he thought that the special forces would leave in the afternoon, so there was no need for him to stay. The conversation between the father and son naturally ended. Ambassador Qin Dingkong began to arrange for the 8 Chinese soldiers to return home. They would return home by civil aviation. All the boarding procedures needed to be connected with the Estonian military to confirm that there was no problem before boarding and leaving. Going back was much more complicated than going there, and it had to be arranged by the ambassador. What Ambassador Qin Dingkong did not expect was that Qin Xiu would meet another Special Forces soldier soon after he left. In the Chinese embassy in Estonia, Qin Xiu did not expect to meet 3 Chinese soldiers on the same day. Li Jinyan looked at Qin Xiu, and Qin Xiu looked at Li Jinyan. There was obvious surprise in their eyes. Beside them, Lieutenant Colonel Xia stood calmly. Facing his rival in love, he maintained a good demeanor. Li Jinyan and Qin Xiu looked at each other and smiled, thinking that this was really a coincidence. "You're the 3rd person I've met that I know. My father must be regretting arranging for me to stay at the embassy. He should have let me stay outside." Qin Xiu laughed and shook his head. "First, it was Yi Qian, then it was young Master Xia. And now it's you. It's too much of a coincidence to meet 3 acquaintances here." Wasn't it a coincidence? Li Jinyan also thought that it was really a coincidence. "It's really a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. We have some important matters to discuss with Ambassador Qin. We'll talk again when we're free." Li Jinyan didn't stop to exchange greetings. The 2 of them were just nodding at each other. They weren't close enough to stop and chat. Chapter 3048. The appearance of the 2 gave Qin Xiu an idea of the relationship between Yi Qian and them. The last time he met Yi Qian in the military, she was also with the 2 people in front of him. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. "Let's talk after we return to China." Qin Xiu nodded with a smile, then nodded slightly at Xia Jinyuan before leaving with the folder. Xia Jinyuan was able to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, and so was Qin Xiu. The 3 wealthy ladies of Beijing briefly exchanged greetings with their potential son-in-law candidates in a foreign country, then brushed past each other. Each of them had their own work to do, so they did not have much time to chat. After Qin Xiu left, Li Jinyan glanced at Xia Jinyuan with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Q King's attitude towards Qin Xiu was a little too cold. In the afternoon, the 8 Special Forces soldiers left the embassy and took a car to the airport to return to China. At this time, Qin Xiu was attending a business meeting. The 2 sides were already in the process of exchanging views, arguing with each other, and expressing their views. After the discussion, they would enter into another round of negotiations. Only then could they reach a common agreement and complete the diplomatic process. Qin Xiu was not the main staff at the meeting, but a simultaneous translation diplomatic staff. After quickly translating the other party's words, he quickly wrote down his own views, opinions, and the other party's loopholes. The Chinese side needed to focus on the negotiation and could not compromise on their interests. Although he was not the main speaker, sitting at the conference table, he was definitely an important person who could not be ignored. In particular, when he raised a few sharp questions, the other party's representatives could not help but break out in cold sweat. This was a diplomatic negotiation regarding the semi-embargo, which was related to the major interests of China's trade exports. Due to the interference of some Western countries, the ports that were originally open to China were subject to a semi-embargo. This was an important negotiation to resist China's trade exports and increase the other party's trade exports. We cherish the trade between our 2 countries very much. Our country's economy has been continuously growing. Now, a financial storm has begun on Wall Street, and the scope of the impact is so wide that many countries' enterprises have been hit hard. During the 1997 Asian financial crisis, not only was our country not affected, we even benefited from it. Exports are supposed to be a mutually beneficial activity between the 2 countries. The half ban will not only hurt the friendship between the 2 countries, but will also cause many merchants to lose the market that they rely on to survive. Qin Xiu, who entered the negotiation, was calm and unhurried. His handsome and elegant eyes contained a sharpness that could not be looked directly at. Occasionally, he raised his eyes and his cold gaze came out through the thin lenses of his glasses with the momentum of a thunderbolt. He was neither anxious nor impatient, reserved and elegant, with a deep understanding of Estonian culture. He was like a spring breeze most of the time. Sometimes, when he spoke, he even had a smile on his face, using the elegant demeanor of a gentleman to negotiate with the other party in the interests of the country. The meeting started at 2 in the afternoon and lasted until 6 in the evening. After intense negotiations, the trade talks between the two countries came to an end, and a preliminary agreement was reached. What followed was repeated negotiations, repeated struggles, and occasional concessions. Together, they would establish a win-win strategy and reach a mutually beneficial agreement. After walking out of the venue, Qin Xiu raised his wrist to check the time. It was already a few minutes past 6 in the evening. At this time, the girl he liked had already boarded the plane and returned to China. He didn't know if she would contact his private number. He hoped that she would. He really hoped that she would contact him. Chapter 3049. He didn't give Qin Xiu much time to think about the girl he liked. There was likely to be another negotiation in the evening. After a brief moment of distraction, Qin Xiu didn't even have dinner. He threw himself into the preparation for the next round of negotiations. It was related to China's foreign trade. Personal matters were put aside first, and national affairs were the most important. Yi Qian's team of 8 arrived at Beijing Airport 19 hours later. Because China's time was 5 hours earlier than Estonia's time, the team arrived in Beijing at 5:00. There were no flowers, applause, reporters, or media following them. There was only the welcome of their comrades. Just like when they went abroad to fight, they went quietly and came back quietly. Wow, that's amazing. When we received Major General Yang's call, the whole team was excited. When we were doing morning exercises, the roars were louder than before. V8 hugged Yao Zi and tightened his iron arms. Not only did he hug him, but he also pounded Yao Zi's back with his fist. He was so excited that his eyes were red. That's great. They actually competed with the Western countries and achieved a good result in the top 5. Yao Zi coughed from his pounding. You don't dare to hug the captain and pound him, so you hug me and pound him, right? You're too vicious. Let go of me. Don't say it out loud. Let me pound you a few more times. I'm so excited in the team that I broke the iron bed in the dormitory. I was welding the bed last night. That thing is too difficult to weld. It took me a whole night to weld it. V8 seized the time to pound him a few more times. Last night, he shook the bed until it fell apart, but he didn't vent the excitement in his heart. Now, he felt much better after hugging his comrade and pounding him a few times. Yao Zi whispered, F***CK, and pounded his back a few times. He said in a muffled voice, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Otherwise, when I came back, I wouldn't be pounded by you, but stabbed by you. Ha ha, you're right. V8 finally let go of Yao Zi. He secretly wiped his eyes and quickly wiped away the tears that were about to come out. It was embarrassing to cry like this. He wiped his tears and said, You're right. I really didn't dare to hug him. I was thrown by him once. The memory is still fresh. He had just completed an important task with the new captain. He couldn't control his emotions and rushed over to hug the captain, who was fighting with him for the first time. As a result, he was thrown by him and his tailbone was almost broken. Only once. The red-eyed sparrow hawk punched V8 in the chest again. On the other side, J5 and Xia Jinyuan gave each other a high five. His eyes were also red, and his expression was full of joy. His voice was a little hoarse, and it slowly drifted into everyone's ears. With you leading the team, we have never doubted you. You lived up to our expectations. Yowzy. J5 nodded in agreement. That's right. That's why you won't let yourself fail. But Captain, if you really fail, we won't say much. At most, we'll talk behind your back. You're usually so arrogant. Look what's going to happen to you when you go abroad. If outsiders heard this, they would probably take it seriously. But Xia Jinyuan was their captain. He knew every comrade. What J5 said was true. He was just reminding him not to be so stressed. Even if he really failed, his comrades wouldn't say anything. That was another special comfort for his comrades who had gone through fire and water. Chapter 3050. Soldiers didn't need to be comforted. They needed to be firm, cold, and manly. When J5 and V8 saw Yi Qian, they gave a thumbs up. Our female soldier was amazing. It was said that she was accurate, fierce, and ruthless. Those who didn't agree with her were beaten until they didn't even dare to fart. Just like that, crush them with strength. Let's see who dares to say anything. Yi Qian clasped his fist and made an admit gesture. He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to be recognized. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. De Jing, who came to welcome his captain, saw this and said regretfully, "We should have fought a little more. Maybe she would have joined our team." What a pity, watching a good soldier become a good soldier in someone else's team. Li Jinyan didn't feel that it was a pity, no matter which team his sister joined. She would always be his sister. He said lightly, "There's nothing to pity. It's good to be able to watch her succeed." De Jing, who didn't know what was going on, was stunned. Why did these words sound so different? Didn't they say that they didn't like Yi Qian? Didn't they say that they didn't like Yi Qian? Why did the words, he said, still cause people to misunderstand? Don't think too much. I'll tell you about my relationship with Yi Qian later. Q King is very protective of his food. Be careful that he doesn't know what you think. Li Jinyan saw through his comrade's thoughts and explained lightly. He grabbed his luggage and prepared to board the bus. De Jing was the only one from the Storm Commando team. He only had the opportunity to pick them up because he was in Beijing on business. The other comrades were still training at the southernmost sea. They didn't slack off for even a day. There were 11 people in the bus. The bus arranged for them was the team's usual bus. The group of people got on the bus and didn't stop talking. Major General Yang had been waiting at the military headquarters for a long time. The bus drove into the military headquarters. Looking at the young soldiers who had returned from war standing in front of him, Major General Yang's heart surged with excitement. Among this group of young people, the oldest was De Jing, who was only 31 years old. The rest were not over 30 years old. Yi Qian was the youngest, only 20 years old. At 20 years old, she brought back the most valuable personal medal for the country and became the most dazzling star in the entire team. The military was proud of her outstanding achievements. He saluted the young soldiers who had returned with glory. He was proud of their performance. When a major general took the initiative to salute, the young people in the line returned the military salute at the same time. In the conference room, Major General Yang asked a lot of questions before Commander-in-Chief Xia arrived. He was concerned about everyone's physical condition. He also asked Yi Jian about the water on her knees and told her to go to the General Military Hospital tomorrow for a detailed examination to see if she would be treated with Western medicine or Chinese medicine. Yi Jian personally thought that it was not a big deal. After resting, her knees did not hurt as much as before. But since Major General Yang had already arranged it, she did not insist on not going to the hospital. It was good to have a checkup. She didn't want to leave any lingering effects. After returning to the country, the 8 people had obvious smiles on their faces. Even Li Jinyan, who had always been cold and reserved, smiled the whole time. He looked very relaxed. Returning without disgrace was indeed something to be happy about. 7:10 in the evening, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had just finished the meeting, got off the bus. He didn't walk step by step. Instead, he walked 2 steps at a time. Even the confidential secretary behind him couldn't keep up. Chapter 3051. As Commander-in-Chief Xia walked into the lobby of the military headquarters and strode toward the elevator, he did not notice that Xia Jinyuan's future father-in-law was sitting on the sofa in the guest lounge area on the left side of the lobby. Lieutenant Colonel Xia's future father-in-law, Chief Engineer Fu Yuxing, had just arrived. He was supposed to rush back at 5 p.m. today, but halfway through, he received a call from the housekeeper that old Master Fu had accidentally fallen while taking a walk and was being sent to the hospital. Father Fu immediately rushed to the hospital when he heard the news and only returned to the military headquarters half an hour ago. As a result, he missed the meeting with his daughter, Yi Qian. After returning to the military headquarters, Father Fu did not see Yi Qian and did not know if Commander-in-Chief Xia's meeting had ended, so he decided to sit in the guest lounge and wait. At this moment, Father Fu, who finally arrived, saw Commander-in-Chief Xia and immediately stood up to greet him. Commander-in-Chief Xia, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a serious expression on his face, suddenly heard his future in-law's voice and suddenly remembered that he had made an appointment with his future in-law to wait at the military headquarters with him. He had been so busy today that he had forgotten about such an important matter. He immediately changed his direction and turned around to greet Father Fu. I'm sorry. I was so busy that I forgot about our agreement. Engineer Fu, I'm really sorry for making you wait so long." Calculating the time, even if his future in-law had been waiting since 5 p.m., it had already been 2 hours. Both fathers were high-ranking military officers. Their impeccable military uniforms made them look dignified and dignified. Coupled with their shining military ranks, the few officers who walked out of the elevator and through the lobby lightened their footsteps. Father Fu smiled and said, "I'm the one who should be the one to disturb you. I just arrived and did not wait for long. They should have already returned." Because he wanted to know if Yi Qian had arrived at the military headquarters, and because he had already made an appointment with Commander-in-Chief Xia, Father Fu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. They're back. They're reporting to you now. Engineer Fu, please wait a little longer. After they're done, we'll still have dinner as agreed." The two families having dinner together was a good opportunity for the children of the two families to interact more in private. He could also interact more with his future in-law, Engineer Fu. Commander-in-Chief Xia was a man of action. When it was time, he would take action without hesitation or consideration. In this aspect, Xia Jinyuan was very much like Commander-in-Chief Xia. Father Old Master Fu sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid." He went out for a walk and fell. He was not careful, and he fell. When he heard that my daughter, Commander-in-Chief Xia, I'm sorry for tonight. I can only apologize to you another day. To his too. How could Commander-in-Chief Xia still be thinking about the dinner? His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly asked, "What's the situation? Is it serious?" "He's old and osteoporosis. A slight fall will cause problems. He fractured his hip. After all the examinations, he's undergoing surgery. Before he entered the operating room, he strictly ordered me to bring my daughter over tonight. I didn't even wait outside the operating room and rushed over." Hip fractures used to be known as the last fracture in life. Once a fracture occurred, it could cause various complications that could be fatal. Enduring the immense pain, Old Master Fu personally listened to the doctor's diagnosis and requested that Father Fu see Yi Qian tonight. Chapter 3052. This was because the old man knew that if there were any complications caused by a hip fracture, he would not be able to survive. While the situation was still optimistic, he wanted to see his granddaughter, who had just returned home. Father Fu knew what the old man was thinking. He was also worried that something might happen. When the old man entered the operating room, he did not delay for a moment and went to the military headquarters to wait for Yi Qian to come out. Commander-in-Chief Xia's heart sank when he heard that the old man had a hip fracture. "Okay, Mr. Fu, sit here for a while. We'll be down soon." "Thank you." Father Fu thanked him sincerely. Without further ado, Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately walked to the meeting room. He turned around and walked a few steps before hurriedly turning back. "Mr. Fu, I'll go with you later. Why don't you wait at the hospital first? I'll bring Yi Qian to the hospital immediately after our meeting. How about that?" Although the old man has already entered the operating room, it's impossible for him to not have a relative waiting outside. "I'm afraid that the hospital will look for you midway. You should hurry back to the hospital first. I'll definitely bring Yi Qian over." After weighing the pros and cons, Father Fu, who was clearly anxious because of the old man's injury, nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll have to trouble you then." Father Fu quickly left, and Commander-in-Chief Xia quickly walked to the meeting room. Commander-in-Chief Xia's arrival was another round of reporting, but it was definitely not as detailed as the report to Major General Yang. After all, Major General Yang was the leader of the Snowfield Brigade. Commander-in-Chief Xia would not let the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade skip Major General Yang and give him a more detailed report first. When they returned, the team leader in charge of this competition would submit a detailed report. Commander-in-Chief Xia could then learn more about the details of the competition from the detailed report. The meeting room was not a large one. It was only about 20 square meters in size. There was a circular willow table in the middle. Major General Yang and Commander-in-Chief Xia each sat on one end, while the 8 Special Forces soldiers sat on the other side. When he asked the questions, Commander Xia spoke very quickly and asked the Special Forces soldiers to keep it short. He wanted them to pick the best and the most important parts. There was no need to go into details. Xia Jinyuan immediately sensed that something was wrong. His father must have something urgent to deal with, so he asked them to finish the report as soon as possible. "The SFS Border Defense Army is targeting our soldiers, and they spread unrealistic rumors during the competition that severely affect the image of our soldiers. If this matter is not dealt with properly, it will undoubtedly increase the arrogance of the SFS Border Defense Army. According to our observations, the SFS Border Defense Force has already begun to adopt westernized tactics. It can be seen that this country has fully implemented westernized militarization and has formed a very good cooperative relationship with the U.S. Xia Jinyuan not only led the team in the competition, but also observed the interactions between the Western countries at any time. After secretly observing them, he memorized them one by one and reported them immediately after returning to China. Yi Qian sat with his back straight and his hands naturally placed on his knees. He looked straight ahead and quietly listened to the reports of the 2 captains. The rest of the team members rarely spoke, and there was no way for them to speak one by one. After Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan finished their reports, Commander-in-Chief Xia picked Big Eel and Little Sparrowhawk from the team members and questioned them for a few minutes. The entire report ended at 8 o'clock in the evening. Even though they were on a tight schedule, it was still 8 o'clock in the evening. When the 8 Special Forces soldiers stood up and prepared to watch Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang leave, they would leave after them. Commander-in-Chief Xia stood up and said, "Yi Qian and the 2 captains will stay behind. The rest of you can go back and rest." Chapter 3053. Yes, sir. The 5 Special Forces soldiers who were allowed to leave followed Major General Yang out of the room. The T6 soldier, who was the last to leave, even closed the door of the meeting room. Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at Yi Qian. When he saw Yi Qian's heart pounding, Xia Jinyuan tightened his grip. It was still possible to explain why he and Yi Qian had stayed behind, but Demon King Li had stayed behind as well. After looking at Yi Qian and Li Jinyan, several possibilities flashed through Xia Jinyuan's mind. There had been great progress in the case of martyr Sun Xueqing, and Yi Qian and himself had to stay behind. Then how could he explain why Demon King Li had stayed behind? Therefore, it was unlikely that this was the case. However, Demon King Li had stayed behind. Old man Xia even glanced at the siblings. Could it be? Xia Jinyuan's jaw tightened when he thought of a possibility. He had been sitting with Yi Qian to begin with. Now that the two of them stood up, the distance between them was much closer. When he heard the sound of the meeting room door closing, his left hand instinctively reached out to Yi Qian's wrist. The 3 of you, come with me to the hospital. Old Master Fu went out for a walk at around 5:00 this afternoon. He didn't pay attention to his feet and fractured his hip. He's currently undergoing surgery at the military hospital. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian's hearts instantly tightened. Meanwhile, Xia Jinyuan had already tightened his grip on Yi Qian's hand. He used a little force to calm her down. Commander-in-Chief Xia said that old Master Fu was undergoing surgery at the hospital. He could clearly feel Yi Qian's body sway a little. His little fox valued kinship the most. Now that she had finally found her home and her grandfather, she was very afraid of losing everything. Yi Qian was indeed afraid. A fracture was not scary. What was scary was the various complications that could occur after a fracture. That was what she was afraid of. As Yi Qian knew a little about it, she suddenly felt her vision darken. Her body swayed uncontrollably. Just as she was about to reach out to support herself on the edge of the conference table, a strong arm supported her, and a large hand held her hand tightly. Don't panic. Old man Xia was in a meeting for almost an hour, which means that Grandpa is doing well, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice. Li Jinyan asked in a deep voice, Does the Commander-in-Chief know about my grandfather's situation? Chief Engineer Fu told me that the old man was conscious before he entered the operating theater. We still need to go to the hospital to check on his condition. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had spoken, had already reached the door. The 2 siblings were already restless and chatted as they walked, saying that they wouldn't waste time. The group of people took large strides. Although their steps were large, they were steady, and there was no sign of panic. All that could be seen was a group of soldiers taking large strides. Due to the need to insert steel nails and old Master Fu's old age, the surgery was progressing very slowly. When Yi Qian and Li Jinyan arrived at the hospital, the lights above the operating theater were still on. Father Fu did not sit down. He stood in front of the operating theater and looked up quietly at the operating theater lights. He entered the operating theater at 5:37 p.m. It was already 10:10 p.m., but the surgery was still not over. Father Fu was getting more and more anxious. Why isn't he out yet? He had just said this in his heart when he heard footsteps behind him. Mr. Fu suddenly thought of who it might be, so he turned around abruptly and saw his daughter in a well-ironed military uniform and wearing the black, low-heeled leather shoes issued to female soldiers. She was walking faster and faster down the corridor. When she saw him, she started to jog. Chapter 3054. As soon as she ran, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan chased after her. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Father Fu. When Yi Qian saw Father Fu, He was still out of breath. He did not adjust his breathing properly and asked anxiously, "How is Grandpa?" "Dad, did the doctor say anything? When did he enter the operating room? Why isn't it over yet? Did the doctor come out and say anything to you?" He asked a series of questions without pausing. When Papa Fu saw his daughter, he also saw his nephew, Li Jinyan. At the same time, he also saw his daughter's captain. He didn't have much time to think about why his daughter's captain was here as well. Holding Yi Jian's hand, Papa Fu quickly replied, "It's okay, it's okay. Everything is okay. Grandpa is old and needs to have steel nails implanted, so the surgery might take a little longer. Don't worry, it's fine." His daughter's face was as white as a sheet of paper. It was obvious how worried she was about Grandpa Fu. She had only returned to the Fu family for less than a year, but she was already so concerned about Grandpa Fu. Even though they had not seen each other for almost 20 years, it did not prevent them from being close to each other. Li Jinyan, who was standing by the side, finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, the tightness in his chest had not dissipated. Grandpa Fu was old and needed to have steel nails implanted. If the surgery took longer, there would be more uncertainties. It was not yet time to be relieved. He could only say that the current situation was fine. "That's good, that's good, that's good," Yi Qian mumbled. Even his face had turned a lot redder. During the hour-long car ride from the military headquarters to the military hospital, Yi Qian's heart was tormented. She was so afraid that something would happen to her grandfather that her hands and feet were trembling in the car. Her hands were so cold that even curling them up was a problem. She had longed for kinship for 2 lifetimes, and now she finally had it. She was afraid that before she could fulfill her filial piety, her grandfather would leave her forever like Grandpa General. She was too scared. She was too scared. Now that he heard that everything was fine, Yi Qian couldn't help but close his eyes and exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Only then did the heavy feeling in his heart ease a little. Commander-in-Chief Xia also heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good, that's good. Old 6, bring Xiao Yi over for a seat." Commander-in-Chief Xia gestured for Xia Jinyuan to help Yi Qian sit down first. There was some fluid in his knee, and the pain was getting better, but he still had to be careful. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not mention that Yi Qian had fluid on his knees. He was afraid that Father Fu would be worried again, so he only let his son support Yi Qian first. Then he said to Li Jinyan, "Hurry and help your uncle sit down. I don't know how long he has been standing." With the commander-in-chief around, Father Fu did not have to worry too much. He arranged everything as if it were his own family. After sitting down, Father Fu saw this and apologized to Commander-in-Chief Xia. "Sorry for troubling you tonight. You even brought them over personally. Now that I see them, I can finally breathe easier." His nephew was also with his daughter. When old Master Xia woke up and saw them, he would definitely be happy. Commander-in-Chief Xia waved his hand and sat down with him. "You're welcome. Old Master Xia and old Master Xia are close friends. You don't have to be so courteous with me. I asked my old 6 to come over as well. Fu Gong, if you need anything, just tell him. You don't have to be so courteous." This was a family matter for his future in-laws, so his family definitely had to help out. Xia Jinyuan, who sat down with Yi Qian, really admired his old man. He was able to let him stay even in such a situation. Father Fu would never let Xia Jinyuan help. Furthermore, he was his daughter's captain. Chapter 3055. He thanked Commander-in-Chief Xia and Xia Jinyuan again. As for other things, he was still worried about Father Fu, so he didn't think too much about it. Actually, if Father Fu paid a little more attention, he would definitely be able to find some clues. However, Father Fu was worried about the old man who was undergoing surgery and only had his daughter in his eyes. How could he pay attention to other things? However, because Li Jinyan and Yi Qian appeared at the hospital at the same time, Father Fu, who treated Li Jinyan like his own son, couldn't help but ask, "Jinyan, why are you here with your sister? Are you resting in the military?" His nephew was on duty at the southernmost sea in China. Just like his uncle, he might not be able to return home all year round. Sometimes he would go to the capital for a meeting, then rush over at night to take a look, then leave in the middle of the night. They were all soldiers, so how could they have the time to stay home? His daughter was the same. After she graduated from military school, she wouldn't have the time to stay home either. Li Jinyan sat down and replied respectfully, "We just happened to bump into each other. I heard that grandfather fell, so I came over with my sister." He didn't mention participating in the competition together. With both siblings present, Father Fu felt a lot more relieved. He said to Yi Qian, "Before the old man went into the operating room, he told me to bring you here. When you see grandfather later, you can have a good chat with him. In the next few days, if you and Jinyan have nothing to do, you two can accompany the old man in the hospital and make him happy. As long as the patient is happy, he'll eat well, sleep well, and recover quickly. It's rare for the two of you to be together to take care of the old man. Now that you're back in the capital and happen to bump into the old man, you have to take good care of him. Understand? Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of grandfather. Brother is a little busy here, so it's enough for him to accompany me. I'll accompany him for the rest of the time." Yi Qian, whose complexion had improved, held Father Fu's hand and said considerately, "You should rest well too. I will take good care of Grandpa." Just as her father had said, it was rare for her to return to the capital. Naturally, she had to accompany her grandfather and take good care of him. There were still a few days before school started, so she would accompany her grandfather until school started. It was a pity that she couldn't ask for leave. Otherwise, she would have wanted to. Li Jinyan was not on leave. According to the original plan, he had to return to the team before 5 p.m. the next day. However, he was worried about old Master Fu. After Yi Qian finished speaking, he lowered his voice and said, "Uncle, I will call the team now and try to take a week off to take care of Grandpa." It was difficult for soldiers to apply for leave, and they would not apply for leave casually. Some soldiers did not even rush home to see their parents or grandparents when they were on a mission. Li Jinyan said that he would try to take a week off because he had been away from the team for too long. Leave was very likely to be difficult to get. No, your matters are more important. Your sister and I will be fine." Father Fu could tell that it was difficult for his nephew to apply for leave. He was also a soldier and could understand. Li Jinyan was silent for a while when he heard this. Then he nodded with difficulty and stood up. He faced the door of the operating room and stood there motionlessly. His back view was very oppressive. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not have a say in the Fu family's matters. Commander-in-Chief Xia also did not have a say in whether Li Jinyan, who was in the Navy, could apply for leave. However, he could still give some suggestions on who should accompany old Master Fu. "How can you be so busy? Fu Gong, listen to my advice. Let Lao Lu stay and accompany him. He is Xiao Ye's comrade, and our families are close friends. Why are you being so polite with me? It's settled then. You don't have to say anything else. The two elders in my family know about it, and they will agree with my arrangement." Commander-in-Chief Xia did not want to let Xia Jinyuan perform. He just wanted to see how few members of the Fu family were. Chapter 3056. Commander-in-Chief Xia thought about how old Master Fu had fallen and was admitted to the hospital for surgery. He could count the number of family members by his side with just 3 fingers. Then he thought about Master Xia and Madame Fu at the old mansion. He had no intention of returning to the old mansion after old Master Fu was wheeled out of the operating room. He greeted Xia Jinyuan and asked him to take good care of old Master Fu before rushing back to the old mansion. It was August in the capital, and the moon was clear and bright. The crescent moon hung high in the sky and cast a cold glow on the ground. Master Xia and Madame Fu were sitting in the pavilion in the backyard of their house, enjoying the moon and chatting about their daily lives. When a couple was young, they would accompany each other in old age. When they were old, they would be husband and wife by each other's side. They chatted about their daily lives and occasionally argued with each other. They lived a leisurely life. Commander-in-Chief Xia's sudden return with the butler gave old Master Fu and Madame Fu a shock. They thought that something had happened outside and that he had to rush back to the old mansion in the middle of the night. Master Xia did not speak for a long time when he mentioned that old Master Fu had fallen and was undergoing surgery. When he heard that Commander-in-Chief Xia had arranged for Sixth Brother to accompany old Master Fu to take care of him, the silent Master Xia nodded and said in a lonely voice, of course. Your Uncle Fu has stood aloof from worldly affairs for his entire life. He and your aunt have dedicated their lives to the country. When he gets old, we should take good care of him. You've done a good job. Let Sixth Brother accompany him. The Fu family has few members because it was hard at that time. This country owes your Uncle Fu. His words were heavy, and each word was like a piece of iron that smashed into the listener's heart. It was so suffocating that the listener's heart felt heavy, and even his breathing became sluggish. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. Don't worry, I will make the necessary arrangements. I will not let old Master Fu be short of service. I will send 2 guards over tomorrow and arrange for caregivers to take care of him. After Xiao Yi and Sixth Brother leave, I will let them take over immediately. Okay, do this properly. Also, ask the butler to arrange a car. I'll go to the hospital with your mother tomorrow morning. Hearing that his best friend needed surgery, Master Xia's mood dropped a lot. He was no longer in the mood to admire the moon and chat. He stood up and said to the old lady, Let's go back to the house, old lady. I'm old and can't listen to bad things. Wasn't that so? Hearing that, he panicked. Get up slowly. Take it easy. Old Madam looked nervous. Her husband. She would have a companion when she was old. It was good to have a companion when she was old. If Sister Ding Xiang hadn't left, old Fu wouldn't be so lonely. At least he would have a companion by his side. Commander-in-Chief Xia supported the old madam, while the steward supported the old master. One after the other, they returned to the room. After the old master and old madam went to bed, Commander-in-Chief Xia stood in the courtyard until the lights in the room went out. Only then did he turn and leave. He should come back to visit his elderly parents more often. Xia Jinyuan also said the same to Yi Qian. Come back to accompany grandfather more often in the future. Whether it's me or you, as long as we return to the capital, we will come back to accompany grandfather. Okay. Yi Qian sniffled and sat beside the hospital bed with Xia Jinyuan. They were accompanying the old master, who had yet to wake up from the anesthesia. Neither of them noticed that Father Fu was standing outside the ward. He frowned slightly as he looked at the two of them. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Li Jinyan, who had gone to the nurse's station to get 2 blankets, walked over. Father Fu asked him, Jinyan, do you feel that something is wrong between your sister and her captain? Chapter 3057. Father Fu was a scientific researcher. When he was young, he gave all his love to Yi Qian's mother. Later on, He devoted his entire life to scientific research and contributed greatly to the development of missiles. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the things around him. Father Fu felt that the matter between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan was too cold to his daughter. He could tell from what happened at the airport. Secondly, Yi Qian was too young. She was still a student. Although she was already 20 years old, in Father Fu's eyes, she was still a child. How could a child fall in love? Because of these 2 points, Mr. Fu did not observe and pay close attention to them. Tonight, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked Xia Jinyuan to stay behind to take care of Grandfather Yi. Xia Jinyuan did not object at all. After Grandfather Yi came out of the surgery, he stayed by Yi Qian's side. Wherever Yi Qian went, he followed. At that time, Father Fu felt that something was amiss. Father Fu, who felt that something was wrong, stood at the door and observed for a while. Although the 2 people in the ward did not act intimately, and they were sitting on 2 round stools with half an arm's length between them, there did not seem to be anything wrong on the surface. However, when the 2 of them looked at each other, Father Fu felt that something was wrong. But he could not be sure. His nephew, Li Jinyan, happened to walk over. So Father Fu asked in a low voice. When he asked Li Jinyan, his hands, which were holding the blanket, froze. What did the 2 of them do that his uncle found out in advance? He did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a step forward and stood in front of the door. He looked inside through the glass in the middle of the door. There was nothing strange. How did his uncle find out that something was wrong? Why do you think there is something wrong between the 2 of them? Li Jinyan asked. Father Fu quickly pulled his nephew to the side. Don't let them see. After that, he leaned forward to take another look. Father Fu, who was a little confused, took off his military cap and put it in one hand. He touched the top of his head with the other hand and frowned slightly. I can't tell what is wrong, but I feel that there is something different between the 2 of them. Also, don't you feel that Commander-in-Chief Xia is a little different tonight? It was not just a little different, it was a big difference. They treated the Fu family's affairs as if they were their own family affairs. Li Jinyan thought, but did not say anything. He nodded to show that it was true. Yes, you can see that there is something different about them. Father Fu looked even more serious. It was as if he had encountered a big problem in his research and development and did not know how to explain it. He asked his son to stay, and I could not say no. This is not suitable at all. But Commander-in-Chief Xia and his son are doing it so naturally. Li Jinyan sighed in his heart. It must have been hard for his uncle to find out that something was wrong only now. When his sister came home for the first time, Xia Jinyuan accompanied her. Grandpa had already noticed that something was wrong between the 2 of them, but his uncle did not find out until today. It was obvious that his uncle did not expect his sister to find a boyfriend so early. Do you support your sister to be in a relationship? Li Jinyan did not directly tell him about the relationship between the 2 of them. Instead, he wanted to find out more about it first. It was not for Xia Jinyuan, but for his only sister. Father Fu frowned. Your sister is still so young. How can she be in a relationship so early? Also, she is a military school student. Although there is no rule that states that military school students are not allowed to be in a relationship, this is a rule that everyone has to follow. Chapter 3058. Li Jinyan could tell that his uncle did not support his sister getting into a relationship at such a young age. Well, no parent would support their child getting into a relationship at such a young age, especially Chinese families. They were not as open-minded as Western families. His uncle was a very open-minded person, but his sister's identity was different. If his sister was an ordinary college student, it would be fine if she got into a relationship, but she was a military school student. getting into a relationship was not a small matter. Father Fu also thought that it was not a small matter. He said, seriously, study hard in school and serve the country. Even if you want to get into a relationship, you should wait until you graduate and establish your own position before you can consider getting into a relationship. In our base, there are tons of unmarried researchers in their mid-30s. She's only 20 years old. She's not in a hurry to get into a relationship. It was obvious that Father Fu was against it. Li Jinyan was even less likely to say anything. Besides, he also thought that it was not appropriate to get into a relationship at such a young age. However, the relationship between his sister and Xia Jinyuan was extraordinary. Through all the ups and downs, Xia Jinyuan was the one in his sister's world who sheltered her from the wind and rain at appropriate times. Most of the time, he was the one who urged his sister to climb up the ladder. He was strict during training. Sometimes, he thought that he could not do what Xia Jinyuan did. It was true that he doted on his younger sister, but he did not give her whatever she wanted without any principles. He doted on her like a flower in a greenhouse. Instead, he spoiled his sister so much that she had confidence in herself. Even if the two of them were separated for some reason one day, his sister would have her own sky. This kind of doting was far better than giving flowers today, bags tomorrow, diamonds the day after, and houses the day after. He really loved his sister, and it could be seen in his eyes. When he checked his sister's knee for unknown fluid, the atmosphere around him became extremely tense. After Ambassador Qin Dingkong asked the doctor, he was still worried and immediately asked the doctor again. He talked to Major General Yang and asked him to arrange for the best specialist to treat his sister. He did not look anxious, but his words and actions could be seen. Just now, when Grandpa was pushed out of the operating theater, his little sister suddenly stood up and fell forward. Grandpa, who was guarding at the side, reacted quickly and supported his little sister. He said softly, "Be careful. If you fall and hurt yourself, how can you take care of Grandpa?" He doted on his sister very much and loved her very much. Personally, he could be considered a good match for his sister. But Uncle had clearly pointed out that his younger sister was too young to fall in love at such a young age. So, Lieutenant Colonel Li, who also didn't want Yi Qian to get married so early, curled his lips slightly and silently hindered his future brother-in-law. Uncle has a point. Younger sister really shouldn't fall in love at such a young age. Putting aside the bad influence, the most important thing is that my sister has just returned to the Fu family and she hasn't had a good time at home. If she falls in love too early, it might mean that she is getting married too early. I think Grandpa wouldn't want to see my sister get married again after staying at home for a few days. Xia Jinyuan's future brother-in-law set a trap for his future brother-in-law at the most appropriate time. As a result, Xia Jinyuan's future father-in-law decided to have a good chat with his daughter and her captain. "When can we talk?" Of course, the sooner the better. There was no time like the present. Since everyone was here, he would pick tonight. Then, Father Fu said to his nephew, Lieutenant Colonel Li, "Take care of Grandpa Fu later. I will talk to your sister. People in society are sinister. Your sister is a girl, and she will be easily taken advantage of." Chapter 3059. Li Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, you should be saying that it's not easy to clean up after someone offends little sister. No one can make little sister suffer. Her fists can make the other party behave." He had seen his daughter's fighting skills when he was overseas. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia had said that his daughter was pretty good. Father Fu's stern expression disappeared. He put his military cap back on and smiled deeply. "I've seen your sister's fighting skills. She's pretty good." However, there were many aspects of being at a disadvantage. Even if she was good at fighting, she still had to be careful. They still had to talk. "We still have to talk. I'll talk to your sister later. Father Fu had just finished speaking when a middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked over. He was wearing a military uniform underneath. He still had to talk about the old master's surgery and nursing care in detail. Li Jinyan was prepared to follow him, but Father Fu was worried about leaving him inside. His eyes moved slightly, indicating for him to go in and guard while he went to the doctor's duty room, next door with the doctor. After entering the ward, Li Jinyan put down the blankets that needed to be covered tonight. He stood by the bed and held the old man's thin hand. He stared at the old man who had yet to wake up from the anesthesia and said in a low voice, "Grandfather, my sister, and I will be watching over you. Rest well." The old man with a head of silver hair and a kind face was sleeping quietly. No one spoke loudly for fear of disturbing the old man's rest. Yi Qian was actually very afraid of facing this because she couldn't help but be reminded of her late grandfather General. She kept glancing at the heartbeat monitor. She only felt relieved when she saw that the old man's heartbeat was normal. Xia Jinyuan was worried that Li Jinyan would be sad, and Yi Qian, who had just gotten over her sadness, would start to feel sad again. He said, "He'll wake up in about an hour. The effects of the anesthesia haven't worn off yet." Okay, Li Jinyan had experienced the old man's serious illness several times. His state of mind was much stronger than Yi Qian's. He carefully placed the old man's hand back under the blanket. He then looked up and stared at the two of them. "What did you two do in the ward just now? What did he do?" Yi Qian was a little puzzled. "I didn't do anything. I just stayed by Grandpa's side." "Why do you ask?" Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes. There was obviously something wrong with this question. Li Jinyan's cold eyes looked at the two of them with a faint smile. He said indifferently, "My uncle is suspicious of the relationship between the two of you." His words made Yi Qian's heart beat like a drum. Even his expression changed. "My dad, why would he suspect us? We didn't do anything." She looked like she had a guilty conscience when her parents caught her in a puppy love. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was much calmer and asked the key question, "So, how do you answer?" Yes. "Brother, how did you answer my dad? How do you know that I would answer my uncle?" Li Jinyan asked back, "Just now, you asked if the two of us did anything in the ward. Then, you said that my future father-in-law is suspicious of the relationship between Yi Qian and me. It's obvious that my future father-in-law must have asked about the two of us, and you chose to answer. As for how you answered, can you tell me?" Xia Jinyuan's analytical skills had always been terrifying. He could catch the slightest loophole in a sentence. At the same time, he could draw inferences and come up with more questions. Then, he could slowly deduce the possible answer. For example, now that Li Jinyan had said that, he had already guessed that Father Fu must have asked Li Jinyan. Chapter 3060. Li Jinyan had always known that Xia Jinyuan was a soldier who was very good at logical reasoning. He admired him for this. Seeing that Yi Qian was very nervous, he did not keep him in suspense. He calmly told him what had happened and said, "Just now, I asked Uncle if he would mind if Yi Qian started dating so early. Obviously, Uncle doesn't want Yi Qian to start dating so early. Also, he said that he would like to talk to the two of you later, so be prepared." Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Talk? Talk about what? She couldn't help but look at Xia Jinyuan. She pursed her lips and said in a soft but firm voice, "I will come clean later and tell Dad about our relationship." Although it was a relationship that couldn't be completely exposed, it didn't matter if her family knew about it. Captain Xia had done so much for her. She should be the one to come clean with her father about their relationship. "No need. I will have a good chat with my father-in-law." Xia Jinyuan took Yi Qian's hand and held it gently in his palm. "Leave this to me. You stay with Grandpa." After that, he stood up and decided to take the initiative to talk to his future father-in-law. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Taking the initiative to confess was the best choice. "Aren't you afraid of being scolded by my uncle?" When Li Jinyan saw that he had stepped forward to shield his sister, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. "My uncle doesn't want my sister to fall in love while she's still in school. He believes that military school students should study hard in school and establish themselves in their positions after graduation before they can fall in love." He also said that there are a lot of people in their research base who are 35 or 36 years old and are still single. The last sentence was the main point. Xia Jinyuan was in his military uniform. He was calm in the face of his future brother-in-law's words. He didn't feel pressured at all. "You can both fall in love and study at the same time. With your grades in front of you, my father-in-law won't say anything. I will go out and talk. You stay with Grandpa," he said to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was a little worried. He knew that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't change his mind. He nodded and said, "Okay, you can talk to my dad first. My dad has a good temper. He won't scold you." Li Jinyan silently looked away. That might not be the case. Just because he didn't know how to hit didn't mean that he wouldn't know how to scold him. Father Fu, who came out of the doctor's on-call room, saw the young soldier standing by the corridor waiting for him. His expression darkened slightly. He was right. There was something going on between his daughter and Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. If there was no problem with his nephew's temperament, he would never mention this matter to the two of them. Only if there was a problem between the two of them would his nephew reveal the news to them in advance so that they could be mentally prepared. Father Fu, who had a high IQ, was not easily fooled. With just a slight move, the situation became clear, confirming the guess in his heart. "Let's talk over here," Father Fu said coldly and walked past Xia Jinyuan without stopping. Xia Jinyuan knew that his future father-in-law wouldn't be easy to deal with. But it didn't matter. He would get his future father-in-law's approval and let him know that even if he fell in love with Yi Qian, it wouldn't affect Yi Qian's studies. Father Fu walked all the way to the end of the corridor and stopped. He turned around and looked at the young soldier in front of him. He was an outstanding young man, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate him right now. Father Fu's expression darkened. He asked directly, "What's going on between you and my daughter? Tell me the truth. I don't want to hear a single lie." Chapter 30:61. Father Fu had no idea what had happened between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. He had no idea what they had been through and what they had faced together. Father Fu did not know. Before Yi Qian was 20 years old, Father Fu was a stranger to him. How could a stranger understand another stranger? Xia Jinyuan understood Father Fu's question very well. No parent would want to see their children fall in love at such a young age, especially when they had a bright future ahead of them. In an environment where dating was not allowed, parents who loved their children deeply would not want anything to happen that would hinder their children's future prospects. Xia Jinyuan muttered to himself for a moment. After organizing his thoughts, he said calmly, "Uncle Fu, my relationship with Yi Qian is indeed as you have seen. I haven't seen anything. That's why I need you to be honest with me." Father Fu interrupted him calmly. His tone was even colder. "You can tell me after you've thought it through. I can wait until you've thought it through." The trial of becoming his future father-in-law was already difficult from the very beginning. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Father Fu, Yi Qian, and I are in a relationship. Our relationship has been confirmed for 3.5 years now. Our relationship has always been stable." Ever since Xia Jinyuan appeared in front of Father Fu already had a plan in mind. He was already mentally prepared for Xia Jinyuan to come clean. However, at this moment, Father Fu felt that he was not mentally prepared enough. Very, very not. 3.5 years. His daughter was only in her second year of university. If they had confirmed their relationship 3.5 years ago, wouldn't that mean she was in her second year of high school? She was in her second year of high school. Father Fu felt his vision darken. She was in her second year of high school. His precious daughter had been abducted by the son of Commander-in-Chief Xia in her second year of high school. At this moment, Father Fu was really angry. Originally, Father Fu only had a sullen expression on his face, but now that he was in his military uniform, he did not hide his military might. His imposing manner was overbearing, and he swept his gaze towards Xia Jinyuan like a cold arrow. He wanted to shoot this young soldier in front of him into a lotus pod. When Xia Jinyuan saw Father Fu's face darken, he knew that he had overdone it, and that Father Fu would not be able to accept it immediately. Yi Qian was 17.5 years old and had participated in the second year of high school military training. Their relationship was still in its infancy, but it could be said that they had confirmed their relationship. They had even received the support of Old Man Xia, so it was not a problem to say that they had confirmed their relationship 3.5 years ago. Since his future father-in-law had asked him to speak the truth, he naturally had to be honest and strive to gain his future father-in-law's approval as soon as possible. Father Fu was so angry that he almost fainted. "You brat! You, how dare you?" Even though Father Fu was well-mannered and mentally prepared, he did not have much of a demeanor at this moment. He looked around and realized that there was nothing around him. There was not even a single object that he could use to hit someone. Father Fu was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. He chose the wrong place. He chose the wrong place. If he had known earlier, he would have brought this brat who had abducted his daughter to the storeroom to talk to him. There were mops and brooms in the storeroom, so he could hit him however he wanted. He was so angry, so angry. Xia Jinyuan felt very fortunate and expressed his gratitude to the cleaning staff of the military hospital. The corridor was so clean that there was not a single object piled up. His future father-in-law did not even have a tool that could be used to hit him. Otherwise, if his future father-in-law hit him with a tool, he would not be able to fight back. Chapter 3062. Lieutenant Colonel Xia rejoiced in his heart and became even more respectful. "You, Father Fu, please don't be angry. Listen to me and Yi Qian's story first, okay? If you're still angry after hearing it, I'll immediately go to the storeroom and find a sturdier broom for you to hit." He almost blurted out the word, father-in-law. If he really shouted, his future father-in-law would probably be so angry that he would jump up and down. It was very likely that he would not care about the occasion and raise his fist to greet his face. He still remembered when Xia Yiwei was 16 or 17 years old and fell in love. At that time, his second uncle had not passed away yet. When he was passing by Chang'an Avenue in the car, he happened to see Xia Yiwei and Ho Zi in their school uniforms holding hands and being kissed by Ho Zi from time to time. His fourth older brother, who was also in the car, told his second and third older brothers that his second uncle had almost pulled out his gun and shot Ho Zi. The car had already stopped. If his fourth older brother had not been quick enough to stop him, his second uncle, who was already the Minister of Public Security at that time, would have definitely flown into a rage and beaten Ho Zi up. At that time, Xia Yiwei was in his second year of high school and had only been in a relationship with Ho Zi for 2 months when his second uncle happened to bump into them. If his second uncle had not suddenly passed away, his second uncle would have really beaten Ho Zi up. Xia Jinyuan could understand when he saw that his future father-in-law was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Father Fu, who was so angry that his face turned ashen, harumphed loudly. "You're Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. Even if I hit you today, I'll still hit you. My daughter is a cold-tempered girl. She would never agree to be with you unless it's related to her family. It's obvious that you've been pestering her, making her soften and agree to be with you in a daze. You're close to my daughter, right? You've even met her a few times, right? That's the only way my daughter would let down her guard and let you take advantage of her." Xia Jinyuan almost wanted to give his future father-in-law a thumbs up. He hadn't even said anything yet, but his highly intelligent future father-in-law had actually guessed most of it correctly. The only reason he was able to be together with the little fox was because he kept pestering her. He took advantage of the fact that they had fought a few times and were familiar with each other before he took advantage of the situation. His future father-in-law's idiom of taking advantage of the situation was too apt. Incisive. Father-in-law is wise. Father-in-law was not easy to deal with. Lieutenant Colonel Xia had thought of many things in his heart, but his expression did not change. He was as calm as Mount Tai. "You're right. I did take advantage of the situation. After knowing Yi Qian for 4 years, she finally agreed to be with me. After knowing her daughter for 4 years, he finally got her to agree. There was a lot of information in it." Father Fu, who was so angry that his face turned green, immediately restrained his imposing military might. 3.5 years ago, my daughter was in her 2nd year of high school. You met my daughter 4 years ago. That means you met her when she was in her 2nd year of junior high school. Yes, that's true. On the 2nd day of Yi Qian, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was the season of spring that I met her. When Xia Jinyuan saw that Father Fu's expression had softened, his voice became much softer. There was a hint of gloominess in his voice, like a stone thrown into deep water. Father Fu's attention was immediately drawn. Jane Eyre didn't mention much about her past. Principal Chun and I talked a lot, but Father Fu glanced at the young soldier who had angered him just now. His expression turned slightly cold. "But he didn't mention much about you. He also didn't mention anything about you and Jane Eyre." Chapter 3063. A few days ago, when Yi Zhifan was sentenced, I made a trip to Nan Province to attend the hearing with Principal Chun. We talked a lot that day, but we talked about Yi Zhifan's family the most. We still didn't talk about your relationship with Jane Eyre. "So you're saying that even Principal Chun didn't know about your relationship with Jane Eyre?" Xia Jinyuan was stumped. Of course Uncle Chun knew about it. In fact, he was the first one to find out. But Uncle Chun talked about so many things about Little Fox, but he didn't talk about his relationship with Little Fox. It was obvious that Uncle Chun wanted to cover it up for them. So he couldn't say that Uncle Chun knew about it all along. He had to say it in a different way. Uncle Chun always knew that I liked Yi Qian, so he always talked about Yi Qian and Yi Zhifan's family. Uncle Chun always had a problem with Yi Zhifan's family, so whenever Yi Zhifan's family was mentioned, Uncle Chun would have endless things to say. He said it in a different way and changed the topic without leaving a trace. Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt that talking to his future father-in-law with a high IQ was simply too thrilling. It made his whole body tense up. Father Fu nodded. "That's true. Principal Chun called me, and I talked to Principal Chun for about an hour and a half. After that, I talked to Principal Chun from 11 at night until 4 in the morning. The main points were all about Yi Zhifan's family and the deceased old Madame Yi. We talked about everything that happened to Jane Eyre over the years, but we didn't talk much about anything else. Since you took the initiative to talk to me, tell me everything about your relationship with Jane Eyre. Brat, she's only in her 2nd year of high school. You actually, this matter couldn't be brought up. Once it was brought up, Father Fu's face suddenly turned cold. Xia Jinyuan avoided the minefield and started talking about how he met Yi Qian. I met Yi Qian by chance. When I first met her, she was so thin and small. She didn't look like a middle school student at all. She looked more like an elementary school student. My heart ached when I saw her. She was so thin and small, but she was able to outsmart the outlaws. In the end, she even helped me capture the outlaws in the mountains. To be honest with you, Yi Qian, how he met Yi Jian, what happened between the two of them, how they got to know each other, and how they ended up together. Xia Jinyuan told her everything in detail. At the time, I saw her go through tough training, from the snowy mountains to the highlands, then to the desert. Later, she went to the 100,000 forest in the western province. Uncle Fu, Yi Qian was really thin and small at the time. Every time I saw her, I was worried that she would be blown away by the wind. But at the time, she was clearly thin and small, but her perseverance was incomparable. To be honest with you, I was already attracted to her. I've never been in a relationship or had a girlfriend before. When I knew that I had feelings for someone, I felt very uneasy. Just as you said, she's so young, and I'm 6 years older than her. I'm also a junior high school student, but I just wanted to be with her. Later on, the more I interacted with her, the more attracted I was to her. I threw all thoughts of age and generation gap aside and started to cling to her. You're right. Yi Qian has a cold personality. She's a girl who doesn't accept people easily. If I wasn't close to her, it wouldn't have been easy to woo her. But I didn't care that much. I knew very well that if I didn't make a move, such a good girl would be taken away by someone else. Chapter 3064. When he talked about Yi Qian's training, Xia Jinyuan's voice was filled with admiration. When he talked about her battles, his voice was full of praise. When he talked about Yi Qian's good results, his expression was full of admiration. No matter when and how Yi Qian looked like, Xia Jinyuan would always be fascinated by her. He spoke with deep affection, which made Father Fu even more fascinated. There was once when she walked out of the forest alone and helped the border police take down a drug trafficking village. Father Fu, at that time, Yi Qian was really dazzling. She didn't rely on anyone else to achieve what she has today. She relied completely on her own hard work. I've known her for 6 years and accompanied her for 6 years. I saw with my own eyes how she walked out of the difficult situation of the Yi family and how she broke out of her cocoon. Uncle Fu, Yi Qian is just too attractive. She's like a star, not fighting or quarreling, but emits an unparalleled brilliance. When he heard that, Father Fu felt honored and proud. His daughter's hard times were over. In the future, she would have an even brighter life and climb to even higher heights. And this young soldier in front of him, who had watched his daughter grow up step by step, was a witness to his daughter's growth. He had seen his daughter in her most difficult times and seen the rainbow after the storm. It could be said that this young soldier had already left an indelible mark in his daughter's life. I've been with Yi Qian for a long time, and I know how difficult it has been for her. Uncle Fu, she's 6 years younger than me. I looked at her with the eyes of an adult and admired her. In the end, I was deeply attracted to her. You can be angry at me, scold me, or even hit me, but please don't criticize Yi Qian, Uncle Fu. Even if you're her father, I don't want to see you criticize her. In the face of Xia Jinyuan's sincere words, Father Fu actually didn't feel much anger in his heart. This young soldier was too important to his daughter. Although he didn't mention how he had helped his daughter, since he knew his daughter so well and had such a strong advantage, he would definitely help his daughter through her difficulties. Master Xia, Commander-in-Chief Xia, And even family Xia were all upright people. They would never force someone to do something against their will. Therefore, when their daughter agreed to the young soldier's request, it must be something she was willing to do. Even if both of them were willing, he couldn't bring himself to break them up. Father Fu, whose emotions were surging, did not show the slightest hint of relief on his face. He maintained a serious expression until Xia Jinyuan told him everything about how he and Yi Qian got to know each other and then fell in love with each other. Father Fu's expression did not change. Xia Jinyuan, who had always been calm, did not panic. He believed that with his future father-in-law's love for Yi Qian, he would not do anything overboard. "So, you've decided on my daughter?" Father Fu asked. There was still a hint of anger in his tone, and it seemed that he hadn't relented. But at least he didn't find a weapon to beat him up. Xia Jinyuan thought that this was a good sign. He nodded and said seriously, "Yes, Uncle Fu. Once I've decided on her, I won't change my mind or relent. I've decided on her and only want to be with her. What if I don't agree? Until you agree." Father Fu laughed coldly and said sternly, "You have indeed taken up most of Jane Eyre's time over the past 6 years, but your motives are not pure. If you weren't thinking about my daughter, would you help a girl you don't know? No, you wouldn't help my daughter. You would even think that my daughter's background is very troublesome. It's precisely because your motives are not pure that you decided to help her. Even if my daughter has so many troubles behind her back, it didn't change your mind." Chapter 3065. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened at his future father-in-law's aggressive questioning. All relationships start with impure motives, and it is a guide in your heart. You know who you want and what you want. If you don't have impure motives, it means your heart is as still as water. "Uncle Fu, my impure motives are how to get Yi Qian, how to fall in love with her, and how to grow old with her hand in hand. That is my impure motive. Everything started because of her." His answer was neither servile nor overbearing, and he answered honestly with a clear conscience. A gentleman is upright, and he has his reasons. A gentleman is like jade, and he has a noble character. A gentleman is upright, and he has a clear conscience. Father Fu commented in his heart as he listened to the young soldier's answer. He had to admit that after listening to his statement, as well as the bits and pieces that he had spent with his daughter, he really couldn't say anything harsh. Family Xia had a good upbringing indeed. His children were all so outstanding. It was really enviable. Yi Qian was a little uneasy. She looked at the time from time to time, and looked out of the ward from time to time. When she saw that her father hadn't returned after almost an hour, she started to get anxious. "Don't worry about him. Uncle is very reasonable. He won't casually scold others. Moreover, with Xia Jinyuan's ability, he will make it so that Uncle can't vent his anger. He will even say that Uncle's anger is gone, but for some reason, he is still angry and won't agree for a while. When did you and Xia Jinyuan start dating?" Li Jinyan suddenly asked a very important question. It was also the reason why Father Fu was so angry. Yi Qian's face burned when she heard the question. She mumbled for a while, but when she saw Li Jinyan's expression turn cold, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. She guiltily stretched out 3 fingers, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. 3 fingers. That would be 3 years. His sister was in her 2nd year of high school. 3 years ago, she was still in her 2nd year of high school. Li Jinyan didn't need to think too deeply to know why Father Fu hadn't released Xia Jinyuan yet. He only knew that his sister was dating Xia Jinyuan, but he didn't know that she was dating so early. How old was his sister when they started dating? She was only in her 2nd year of high school. "Xia Jinyuan, my sister is only in her 2nd year of high school, and he actually let my sister date him." Yi Qian who knew in his heart that he was in puppy love, carefully turned his head around and quickly stole a glance at Li Jinyan. Even though his gaze was quick, he could still clearly see his elder brother's dark and cold face. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. At that time, it was just to confirm our relationship. He was busy, and so was I. We didn't see each other much. We only talked about dating when we graduated from high school. That was only 1 year too late. She then heard Yi Qian add, "She's 18 years old. She's already an adult. When we confirmed our relationship, you were not yet an adult. You were still underage." His voice was so tight that it sounded distorted. "When we confirmed our relationship in our 2nd year of high school, we can be sure that he had bad intentions for you. How old were you at that time?" "Only 15 or 16 years old." When he calculated the time, Li Jinyan was shocked. At that time, his sister was only 15 or 16 years old. Xia, Jinyuan actually liked her. While Li Jinyan was shocked, his face was as dark as Father Fu's. "If he hadn't done so much for you and helped you grow up, I can tell you that your uncle would have beaten him up." Chapter 3066. Yi Qian's forehead was covered in cold sweat as she stammered. It's not that he had such thoughts. As the saying goes, it takes two to clap. I was tempted. That's why Li Jinyan glared at her coldly. She was already siding with Xia Jinyuan before she even got married. She felt guilty when she saw Yi Qian. She buried her head and didn't dare to look up. "No matter how sensible Uncle is, he will still be angry that you two started dating so early. I admit that he is very good to you, and I can't find another man who treats you as well as he does. You two have been through so much together. You should have received Uncle's support, but sister, you two started dating too early. You have to take a good look at the Fu family's rules when you go back." Family rules? They were the family rules, right? Take a good look at them. Didn't they talk about rules? Yi Qian looked up at Li Jinyan in confusion. She didn't understand, so Li Jinyan explained it to her. "Do you know why Grandpa maintained a calm heart even after so many things happened in the Fu family? Even though so many people let Grandpa down back then, he didn't hate them? It's because of the Fu family's rules. Every member of the Fu family has to memorize the rules from the moment they start babbling. Do you know why Uncle loves Aunt so deeply for so many years? It's also because of the Fu family's rules. Why can't you fall in love before you're an adult? It's also because of the Fu family's rules." Yi Qian was dumbfounded. In her 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yi Qian heard that she had to memorize the family rules. She thought that they were just rules that people talked about. "Although my surname is Li, the Li family is a place where the strong preys on the weak. After I was born, Grandma and Grandpa discussed bringing me back to the Fu family and raising me. I had to memorize the Fu family's rules from the moment I could speak. It can be said that the Fu family's rules had a great impact on me and prevented me from becoming someone like the Li family." Yi Qian, who had just found out that the Fu family had family rules, was even more worried about Xia Jinyuan, who had not returned yet. "Brother, when I was dating Captain Xia, I didn't know about the existence of the Fu family, nor did I know that I was Grandpa's granddaughter, let alone memorize the Fu family's rules. So you can't use the Fu family's rules to force me or Captain Xia to do anything." Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly and said something that she knew would hurt Captain Xia. But she had to say it. Captain Xia had sacrificed so much for him. She had said that she would protect him well, so she had to do it. "Just tell it to me. Don't tell it to Uncle or Grandpa." Li Jinyan's face darkened. He clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. "It's fine as long as I know. In the future, don't mention it again." The atmosphere became a little sad. Yi Qian closed his eyes to hide the stubbornness in his eyes. I know. I won't let my dad and grandpa hear this. Brother, let's stop talking about this. Let's not talk about it again, okay? I don't want to hurt your relationship because of something that has already been set in stone. I don't want that to happen at all. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. You should be mentally prepared. Uncle won't let it go so easily. Even if he thinks that Xia Jinyuan is a good match for you, he won't let it go so easily. Please understand the painstaking efforts of a father. Yi Qian nodded and did not bring it up again. There were faint footsteps in the corridor. Yi Qian, who had wanted to turn around to look, lowered his head and looked quietly at the old man who was about to wake up. An hour had passed. Grandpa should be waking up soon. Chapter 30:67. Xia Jinyuan pushed open the door, and Father Fu walked in first. His expression was a little cold, but he looked fine. His emotions were within the normal range. Father Fu saw Yi Qian sitting obediently by the bed, watching over the old man. He stopped in his tracks and walked over. He asked Yi Qian softly, "Is he still not awake?" He lowered his body slightly and looked worriedly at the old man who was still unconscious. An hour has passed. Jin Yen, get the doctor to come over and see what's wrong. Both of them were worried, so Li Jinyan immediately rang the bell. Yi Qian stood up and let Father Fu sit on the round stool. Sit down. Your knee needs to be taken care of. We'll check it tomorrow. If there's any problem, it needs to be treated as soon as possible. You can't tolerate it, and you can't be careless just because you're young. Father Fu didn't let Yi Qian stand up. He sighed and put one hand on Yi Qian's shoulder, gesturing for her to sit down. Check if there's any obvious effusion. It's not that there's no effusion. It's just that there's very little of it. You can't treat it lightly. You have to take it seriously. You can tolerate it when you're young, but you can't when you're old. Your grandfather also had effusion in his knee when he was young. He didn't treat it properly, and now he's suffering. It hurts so much that he can't sleep at night. His gentle voice was lecturing seriously. Even his gaze towards Yi Qian was particularly serious. Not for others, but for yourself. You have to take good care of yourself. Do you understand? There was no scolding, only deep concern. Yi Qian nodded gently. Dad, don't worry about me. I'll take good care of myself. My silly girl. Father Fu gently rubbed Yi Qian's head. His soft sigh contained endless fatherly love. Li Jinyan glanced at Xia Jinyuan. He saw that this man, who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was still calm. There was nothing special about him. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that? Uncle agreed. Not likely. The rules of the Fu family clearly stated that to prolong the family line, a man may marry at the age of 20 and a woman may marry at the age of 18. At that time, the daughters of the Fu family had to wait until they were 18 before they could go on a blind date. When he was in university, his grandfather had told him that he was not allowed to fall in love while he was in military school, and he could only find a girlfriend after working for 2 years. His sister had been dating Xia Jinyuan when she was 16 or 17, and they had even gone to military school. How could his uncle agree to it? When Xia Jinyuan saw Li Jinyan looking at him deeply, he looked up slightly and returned a faint but calm smile. The doctor had already come over. After the examination, the doctor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. There's nothing wrong with old Master Fu. Due to his age, his body's functions aren't as good as before. The surgery took a little longer, and there were 2 rounds of anesthesia. Therefore, it will take a little longer for him to wake up. But don't worry, Elder Fu is doing well. In other words, the time it would take to wake up would be extended. As long as there were no other problems, he could rest assured. Father Fu chatted with the doctor for a while longer, then personally sent the doctor out of the ward. When he returned, he asked Yi Qian to rest. You still need to go for a checkup tomorrow. It's already very late, so go and rest first. Your brother and I will stay here with you. Yi Qian was not willing and immediately shook his head to refuse. Go and rest. Uncle Fu is already very worried about old Master Fu. You can't let him worry about you anymore. Xia Jinyuan gently persuaded him. Go and rest. I'll stay here. I'll call you as soon as old Master Fu wakes up. Chapter 3068. With Xia Jinyuan's persuasion, Yi Qian's stubbornness lessened, but she still wanted to stay. Good girl, don't make us worry about you. Didn't Uncle Fu say that? You have to take good care of yourself. You can't be stubborn just because you're young. Xia Jinyuan understood her well. He could guess what she was thinking with just a slight change in her expression. Yi Qian relaxed even more. The doctor also said that Mr. Xia still needs some time to wake up. You should go and rest for a while. When he wakes up and sees a healthy granddaughter, he'll feel at ease. Old people are most afraid of implicating their descendants, so sometimes they will endure even the slightest illness and pain for fear of causing trouble for their descendants. If you don't want Mr. Xia's health problems to be hidden from you in the future, listen to me and rest well. His persuasion was an eye-opener for Father Fu and Li Jinyan. What was even more eye-opening for Father Fu was how much influence Xia Jinyuan had on his daughter. After his persuasion, his daughter nodded and agreed to rest first. Since he persuaded his daughter to rest, he pretended not to hear family Xia call him, Dad, just now. Li Jinyan saw this and was very impressed with Xia Jinyuan's ability to go with the flow. This person is talented. Li Jinyan, who was impressed, said to Father Fu, Uncle, you and little sister go and rest. We'll stay here. No need. Father Fu refused and glanced at Xia Jinyuan. It's not suitable for him to stay here. Since when did he agree to his daughter marrying into the Xia family now? This brat is so sinister. He agreed to it just now outside, but now that he's in the ward, he doesn't acknowledge it anymore? How preposterous. His daughter just came back. He didn't want her to get married at all. Yi Qian looked a little uneasy. One was her father, and the other was her boyfriend. They were both very important to her, but the balance in her heart was leaning towards her boyfriend. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jinyan smiled helplessly and said, Uncle, Xia Jinyuan is suitable. Commander-in-Chief Xia has already asked him to stay, so you can use him without worry. He'll get used to you as soon as you use him. Did he just get used to it after using it? Father Fu glared at his nephew. When he saw his daughter's uneasy expression, his heart softened. Father Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was his precious daughter afraid that he would make things difficult for her sweetheart? He wanted to make things difficult for him, but I can't bear to. His daughter was reluctant to part with him. So how could he dare to make things difficult for her? We'll take turns. One sleeps and the other sleeps. The soft-hearted Father Fu finally succumbed to Yi Qian's uneasiness. Yi Qian didn't relax because of this. She glanced at Xia Jinyuan and said softly, Thank you for your hard work tonight. I'll accompany my father for a while. I'll come and find you later. She had to talk to her father properly first. She couldn't let another difficult situation happen in the future. Without waiting for Xia Jinyuan's reply, Yi Qian turned and chased after Father Fu. She opened the other door in the ward first. This was a lounge for the family members who were accompanying the bed to rest at night. Looking at the backs of the father and daughter, Xia Jinyuan smiled and shook his head. Although Yi Qian didn't grow up in the Fu family, he was as soft-hearted as his future father-in-law. Although his future father-in-law clearly said that he didn't approve of Yi Qian dating, he wasn't against it. It seemed like he needed to be carefully observed. Observe. He had already foreseen this day. Chapter 3069. It was better to come early than late. This way, he could pass the test of his future father-in-law and not have to hide their relationship in front of their relatives. Li Jinyan waited for Father Fu to enter the resting room before he said to Xia Jinyuan, "You're not only good at fighting, but you're also very good at taking advantage of the situation." "You flatter me." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He knew what Li Jinyan was referring to. He continued to display his shameless spirit and said, "Father, what an affectionate form of address. It sounds much better than Uncle Fu. Such a shameless fellow." It seemed like he had already moved Uncle Fu's heart when they were outside. Li Jinyan ignored him. This person was talented, and it was better not to bother with him. Old Master Fu had arranged for them to stay in a special ward. It was very quiet inside, and outside there was a single bed and a 3-seater sofa in the resting room. Father Fu glanced at Yi Qian, who had followed closely behind him. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes as he sat down on the sofa without moving an inch. Yi Qian closed the door and turned around to see Father Fu looking tired. He lowered his head and massaged between his eyebrows. Father Fu's behavior made Yi Qian feel even more uneasy. "Father," Yi Qian called out softly as he walked in and sat down on the sofa. "Father, I want to talk to you about my relationship with Captain Xia." "It's too late. Go to bed early. We can talk tomorrow." Father Fu did not raise his head. He changed his hand to massaging his eyebrows. He did not want to talk about this anymore. Yi Qian's heart felt even more stifled. He reached out and tugged Father Fu's sleeve like a child. "Father, Captain Xia and I have been together for a long time. Don't be angry, okay?" Father Fu lowered his head and glanced at his sleeve that was being tugged. He exerted some strength in his arm and pulled his sleeve away from Yi Qian's fingers. His actions were a little childish. Seeing this, the anxious Yi Qian did not dare to leave the words she wanted to say until tomorrow. She had to say it now. She had to say it now so that her father could understand what she meant. She could not let her father misunderstand Captain Xia. She couldn't bear for Captain Xia to be wronged, and she didn't want her father to be angry. The only thing she could do was to quickly say what was in her heart so that her father could understand how she felt. Father Fu, who had pulled out his sleeves, changed his technique and used his palm to massage his forehead. He didn't say anything and just sat there. "Dad, don't be angry, okay? I feel terrible. I don't want you to be angry, and I don't want Captain Xia to be wronged. Captain Xia is really good to me. You don't know this, but when I was still in Shuku village, every time I went to the army for training, he would ask his soldiers to keep a close eye on me. He was afraid that I would fall into those obstacles and no one would notice. Sometimes when I trained too late, the army cafeteria would be closed. When Captain Xia found out, he would ask the cafeteria to leave food for me. If I wanted to go into the mountains to train, he would also ask the soldiers to train with me. If I did something wrong, he would immediately correct me until I did the right thing. He never let me go just because I was a woman. Since she had chosen the military, how could he let her go just because she was a woman? This brat with a family Xia did a good job. Father Fu thought in his heart. He also said that since I had chosen the military path, I had to walk it seriously until the end. He said a lot of encouraging words to me so that I would continue walking and not give up easily. That's right. How could one give up halfway if they loved what they were doing? He didn't expect the brat in his early 20s to be so insightful. Not bad. That was what Mr. Fu thought inwardly. Chapter 3070. After that, Father Fu silently commented on every word Yi Qian said in his heart. Dad, Captain Xia is really good to me. I hesitated before, but I couldn't bear to let him go, so I tried to agree and even tested him. He said that he would hold my hand and lead me through all obstacles together. He said that he would never leave me. Even if I don't agree now, he will continue to wait until I nod my head in agreement. Family Xia was indeed a man of his word. Once he said it, he would definitely do it. There was no doubt about that. Father Fu nodded subtly. In the end, he really did it. He led me through all obstacles and helped me as much as he could. He helped me receive better, more comprehensive, and more scientific training. Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, saw that Father Fu was listening quietly and didn't refuse to listen. She immediately picked up a lot of things about how Xia Jinyuan helped her and told Father Fu everything. There were so many things that Yi Qian felt like she wouldn't be able to finish talking in one night. She talked about how Xia Jinyuan helped her with her training, how she battled with Yi Zhifan, how he helped her solve some problems, and how he guided her not to be short-sighted and only focus on Yi Zhifan's family. If she wanted a wider sky, she should learn how to fly first. These were things that Father Fu didn't hear from Xia Jinyuan. All Xia Jinyuan talked about was how hard Yi Qian worked, and he was the witness of her hard work. He didn't mention at all how he helped Yi Qian or how he helped Yi Qian solve her problems. Father Fu, who wasn't angry with Yi Qian to begin with, leaned back on the sofa as he listened. He only blinked after a while when he listened carefully. Yi Qian was so moved that he did not notice the change in Father Fu's expression. Father, during the darkest times of my life, he was the one who faced them with me and stayed with me through them. From then on, I knew that I couldn't let go of this man who held my hand. I know you are angry because I broke the rules of the Fu family by getting together with him at such a young age. However, rules are dead, but people are alive. Breaking the rules for the sake of doing the right thing will give me the best reward in the end. Dad, even if you want to scold me or punish me, I will accept it. I've decided on him for the rest of my life. Her voice was loud and clear, and one could clearly hear her determination. With Xia Jinyuan's explanation and Yi Qian's explanation, Father Fu was no longer upset that Xia Jinyuan had abducted his daughter at such a young age. It was indeed not easy for these two young people to come this far. Just now, he also talked about what happened between the two of you outside. Now that you've said so many things, I also understand what happened between you and him. All right, go to sleep. After listening for so long, Father Fu dismissed Yi Qian with one sentence. After talking for so long, Yi Qian was not willing to go to sleep. He begged, Dad, if there's anything you're unhappy about, just say it, okay? Don't keep it to yourself, okay? Unhappy? Don't keep it to myself? They had been in a relationship for so long, but as her father, he did not know. He even thought that his daughter had a crush on him, but in the end, that was not the case at all. Since he's so good, Jane Eyre, why didn't you tell me earlier? You even made me misunderstand that you had a crush on him. Father Fu spoke unhurriedly. He was so calm that Yi Qian could not figure out what Father Fu was thinking. If Lieutenant Colonel Xia was present, he would be so happy that he would be humming in his heart. Chapter 3071. Why was Lieutenant Colonel Xia humming a tune in his heart? It was clear that Father Fu was not upset because Yi Qian was in a relationship at such a young age, but because his daughter did not tell him and instead hid it from him. However, Yi Qian did not know that. She was still feeling uneasy, still thinking about how to appease Father Fu's anger. With this question, Yi Qian lowered her head, not daring to look at Father Fu. After stammering for a long time, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you, but I felt that you would definitely be angry if I told you. Also, I originally wanted to be honest with you. When I met Commander-in-Chief Xia at the airport, you told Commander-in-Chief Xia that I was too young to be in a relationship. You also did not want me to get married early and wanted me to study hard first. It would not be too late for me to date after working for a year or two, so I was even more afraid to tell you. Also, you asked me how I felt about Captain Xia. I also wanted to be honest with you, but before I could think it through, you said a lot more. You even said that the military academy's rules forbid dating. I could also tell that you did not approve of me dating, so I kept dragging it out and did not tell you. Dad, I did not mean to hide it from you. Later on, there was no suitable opportunity, so I was even more embarrassed to bring it up. The veins on Father Fu's forehead throbbed when he heard this, so it was all because of his self-righteousness that he had missed out on such an important matter. You two have been together for so long. Why did I think that you had a crush on your captain? Why did I think that at the time? Here. Recalling their meeting at the airport and thinking about the interaction between the two young people, Father Fu wondered if he had been blind back then. How was it a crush? It was clear that the two young people did not want him to find out, so they purposely put on a show for him to see. The main thing was that every time his daughter spoke to him, he would look straight ahead with an indifferent expression. He did not even give his daughter a good look. On the other hand, when his daughter spoke to him, her face was full of gentleness. Was it because he was present that the brat was nervous and his daughter was relaxed, causing him to misunderstand? No, something wasn't right. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also present. Why wasn't his daughter nervous at all? She could even talk to him so casually. Suddenly, the highly intelligent Father Fu understood why his daughter could be so relaxed in front of Commander-in-Chief Xia. There was no need for her to hide her relationship with that brat. It was all because Commander-in-Chief Xia knew. Father Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he a strict father? No, he was a loving father who only wanted to give his daughter the best of everything. Why was his daughter not afraid of Commander-in-Chief Xia, but afraid of him instead? This was a wrong way of thinking, and it had to be corrected. It was indeed not easy for the two young people to be together. Both sides were moved when they heard the story. They were able to go through so many ups and downs together and experience so many battles that some people would never experience in their lifetime. This kind of love that went through trials and tribulations together was indeed stronger than gold. If the stinky brat had finished speaking earlier, he would still have some doubts in his heart. But after his daughter finished speaking, there was nothing he couldn't figure out. He only felt that the two of them were destined to be together and could not be let down. His daughter and the stinky brat were lucky compared to him and his wife. Hong Mei, the two of them were much luckier. Was God trying to make it up to him in another way? Chapter 3072. If that was the case, what reason did he have to stop the two of them from getting married? However, Father Fu did not feel good about agreeing to let the two of them be together, especially when the girl's family, was being kept in the dark by the man and his son. His daughter was not that easy to marry. Brat, just you wait. Father Fu thought to himself for a long time, but maintained a stern expression that made Yi Qian feel uneasy. Finally, he said, I didn't think that you and the brat had gone through so many things together, and these things became the wedge between you and him. Yi Qian nodded. That's right. It was because of all these things that she, who had never thought about love before, was moved. He is indeed an indomitable and responsible man, and he is compatible with you. I'm quite relieved. I always thought that you had a crush on your captain, but I didn't think that the two of you were already together. Yi Qian fiddled with her fingers shyly, and her ears quietly turned red. Actually, she did not think that as they got along, she would fall in love with him more and more. She did not even consider whether they would break up in the future. She never thought about it. From the moment she confirmed her feelings, she firmly believed that nothing could separate her from Captain Xia. As for having a crush on him, because of Father Fu's words, Yi Qian finally mustered up the courage to raise her head. "Dad, I don't have a crush on Captain Xia. When I realized that you thought so, I was stunned. I don't know how you saw it, but I have a crush on Captain Xia. That's not the main point. Let's not talk about it." Father Fu did not want to talk about how he was once blind. Father Fu maintained a stern expression and focused on Yi Qian and Xia Jingyuan's relationship. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She could tell that Father Fu was embarrassed. "Don't laugh. Be serious." Father Fu, who had been seen through, raised his hand and patted Yi Qian's head. "Dating at such a young age. How dare you laugh when I haven't even scolded you? Puppy love is a serious problem in any school. You're a high school student in a key high school, a good student that all the teachers and students are keeping a close eye on. Why are you so bold? Aren't you afraid of being found out and criticized by the teachers? Aren't you afraid of being looked at strangely by your classmates? Was he punished by the school?" At this time, Father Fu was not an engineer in the field of missile research. He was just an ordinary Father Fu who had a headache over his daughter's puppy love. Without the aura of a military general, Father Fu was just an ordinary father. Yi Qian, who was not afraid of being criticized, smiled even more. She would be a fool if she couldn't tell that her father wasn't angry. He was so serious just now that she was so scared that her heart was trembling. She was afraid that she would anger him. In the end, the unlucky one would not be her daughter, but Captain Xia, who was guarding her grandfather outside. Now that the rain was over, she could finally relax. Father Fu, who wanted to continue bluffing Yi Qian, saw this and sighed continuously. Yi Qian, who was no longer afraid, hugged Father Fu's arm intimately and said coquettishly, "Dad, don't sigh. Aren't you on good terms with Captain Xia? You even said that Captain Xia's family Xia has a good family style, which is why he can raise such a beautiful young man." "That's because I didn't know that he had abducted you. If I knew, I wouldn't have praised him." Father Fu glared at Yi Qian, but after 3 seconds, he surrendered. "If I knew, I would have spared no effort to criticize him." This made Yi Qian laugh out loud. Chapter 3073. At this moment, Father Fu was very cute as a child. It seemed that no matter how old or young a man was, he would always show a childish side at some point in time. For example, her father and Captain Xia. "Dad, Captain Xia didn't kidnap me. Do I look like someone who would be easily kidnapped?" Girls are scary when they're smart, but they're even scarier when they're confused. "That brat family Xia is 6 years older than you. Not only did he not persuade you, he even encouraged you. Even if you're smart, it's useless. How could you win against someone like him who comes from a powerful family?" Father Fu firmly believed that Xia Jinyuan had kidnapped his daughter, and that was indeed the case. First, it was seduction, then kidnapping, and then a series of kidnapping and seduction. Finally, Yi Qian was moved. Then, he couldn't bear to do it. In the end, he said that he would give her a reply after she graduated from high school. Thinking about the past, Yi Qian felt her face heat up. She whispered to Father Fu, "Before I got together with him, I gave it a lot of thought before I decided to be with him." "Oh, you've worried me to death. How could you have a sweetheart so quickly?" Father Fu was heartbroken. His precious daughter had returned to his side for less than half a year, and she was already taken by a brat. "Dad, There are many young and handsome men in the base. Their character, ability, and appearance are all first class. I was thinking of taking you to the compound outside the base after you started working for 2 years. I wanted to introduce you to a few young and promising engineers who I know well. Then you can choose from them and see who suits you. Dad hasn't even made a move yet. In fact, he hasn't even made any preparations. You brought your boyfriend to me without saying a word. Even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't have any objections. I was wondering why Commander-in-Chief Xia treated our family's matters as if they were his family Xia's matters tonight. So this is the reason. The father and son are indeed of the same origin. Both of them have the temperament of quietly wanting to conquer our fortress. Daughter, we can't let them think of other things so quickly. Father Fu didn't want his daughter to suffer. As a father, he had to do something. In the past, when his daughter was bullied, he was not by her side. Now that his daughter's happiness was at stake, he had to be cautious. Jane Eyre, I won't say that everything I do is for your own good. You're an independent, opinionated, and self-aware person. I think I'm doing this for your own good, but in your eyes, it doesn't seem to be for your own good. I won't say these things, but Dad also wants to tell you that I won't object to your relationship with that brat from Family Xia, and I won't interfere. I don't want to hurt our relationship. It's not worth it. Father Fu had the open-mindedness of the Fu family. When it came to things that could not be changed, he would always go with the flow and face them calmly. But he had to have his own principles and opinions. Family Xia brat wants to marry you, but he won't be able to do it so easily. As a father, I still have to observe him carefully. This was the biggest concession that Father Fu could make. He couldn't bear to see his daughter, who had not received his protection when she was young. She had suffered a lot at a young age. He could also see that the relationship between the two of them was extraordinary. There was no romance, only love, and they got along with each other intimately. Their relationship was against the backdrop of war, smoke, gunfire, and artillery fire. It was a love that only belonged to them. Such a love was worthy of respect. Chapter 3074. Yi Qian knew that her relationship with Xia Jinyuan had already been approved by Father Fu. As for the observation that Father Fu mentioned, she wasn't worried at all. However, Captain Xia would have to use more brain cells in the future. His future father-in-law's IQ was too high, so he had to be careful. Yi Qian, who felt a weight lifted from her heart, thought of something again. She hugged Father Fu's arm and asked with a smile, "Dad, you ignored me just now. Were you trying to scare me on purpose?" "You're the only one allowed to hide things from me, but I'm not allowed to scare you?" Father Fu smiled proudly. Yi Qian sniffled and said pitifully, "Yes, yes. I was really scared by you just now. I thought you were very angry, so angry that you didn't want me to be with Captain Xia." At this moment, Yi Qian, who was living under the protection of her father's love, had the coquettishness of a young girl. She didn't have the haze of the past, nor did she have the indifference of being separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. All she had was a blissful smile. In this life, Yi Qian, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, finally found family love. Even if it came late, it didn't matter. I also wanted to object, but after hearing about what happened between the two of you, I couldn't bear to object. Your mother and I already have lifelong regrets because we didn't love each other until we were old in this life. I don't want my daughter to have lifelong regrets too. It's so rare to meet a person who loves you, and I love you in this life. In the end, the 2 lovers finally got married. I hope that after my baby daughter turns 20, you won't have to worry, suffer, hurt, or be sad anymore. I only hope that my baby daughter will be carefree and happy in this life. This was a father's greatest wish. Thank you, Dad. Yi Qian's voice was choked with sobs. She buried her face in Father Fu's arm, and her eyes happened to press on the armband. Her tears wetted the armband with the number of the Fu unit embroidered on it. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Father Fu smiled and gently patted his daughter's hand that was wrapped around his arm. He gently patted it again and again. Whether his daughter was crying, laughing, sad, or happy, these were all things that he had never thought of before. From not knowing the existence of his daughter to knowing that he had such an outstanding daughter, it was as if the distance between hell and heaven was just a daughter. When Yi Qian heard this, more tears flowed down his cheeks. As he cried, Yi Qian didn't know how he fell asleep. When he woke up again, a familiar face was reflected in his eyes. Xia Jinyuan gently nudged Yi Qian awake. Seeing that her eyes were slightly swollen and bloodshot, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Little fox, Grandpa is awake. His mind, which was still a little confused, suddenly became clear. Old Master Fu had already woken up. A specialist and a doctor were checking on old Master Fu's body. Father Fu and Li Jinyan were standing by the side. Their expressions were not as tense as before. Instead, they were smiling deeply. He's fine, he's fine. It's my fault for making such a big fuss over such a small matter. You guys don't have to be nervous. After the surgery, old Master Fu was in good spirits. Although his voice was a little weak, his speech and thoughts were very clear. After the specialist finished the examination, he smiled and said to Father Fu, "Old Master Fu is doing well. There are no problems. We will take care of old Master Fu 24/7. If there are any problems, we will resolve them immediately until old Master Fu is discharged safely." Yi Qian, who had just walked out of the resting room, happened to hear this. Her face bloomed like a flower.